TikTok and YouTube.
This is interesting news. As you guys know, Trump and the Israelis...
Both of those. I can see Bex already in the TikTok queue. Hi Bex, nice to see you. And just getting set up. Get the room open and get Sean in. Hi Bex, nice to see you. And hi Oppo, nice to see you too. And we are just getting up and running. We'll get Sean in here too. Always a little bit of housekeeping to do as we get set up. Okay. Well, welcome. I've had a lovely weekend, Bex. I hope you have too. Nice and relaxed. Having a lovely time. Hello to my friends over on the YouTube side. Very nice to see you. Thank you very much for joining me. Hi, Kip. Lovely to see you too. I'm getting a little error here saying YouTube isn't receiving enough video to maintain a smooth streaming. Is it looking okay for you on the YouTube side? Let me know if it's a problem. If it's being weird, I'll lower the bit rate a bit, and it'll hopefully smooth it out a little bit. Hopefully it's okay. Okie dokie.
Hello, Anna.
All right, just getting everything sorted, and we will get going right away. It looks choppy. Okay, I'm going to just do something about that if I can. Bear with me a second. Hopefully this will help. Let's just lower the bit rate here. And hopefully that will make things easier. I really need to upgrade my internet connection to be a little bit faster. And then these issues hopefully won't happen. Okay, hopefully this will be a little bit better on the YouTube side. We live in hope. Understood, Social Federalist. Well, nice to have you join us just for a little bit. We understand that people have lives to get on with. Sweet little baby Jesus, that's such a good name. I love that. Hopefully the buffering wheel won't be too bad now. I hope I've adjusted things slightly. Hi, Greg, over in the YouTube chat. Nice to see you too, Greg. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday evening. Okay, Sean, how are you?
Doing well. How are you doing?
I couldn't be better. Very, very well indeed. Yeah, good to be getting going. And we in fact already have our first guest. So we're going to kick things off straight away. We're going to bring in Manny from the TikTok queue, and hopefully we can get some good conversation going. Hey, Manny.
Hello. How are you, brother?
Not bad at all, thanks. Not bad. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
Good. Would you like to talk about one of our topics?
Yes, I
Sure.
do like to choose a topic
Yeah.
that nobody chooses what they believe.
Yeah.
100% agreed to that. It is a programming that has been set and when they are born. God is not morally good. I totally agree to that. 100%. Moral does not apply to God.
Right. Could I just comment on your first statement about nobody choosing their beliefs, because I think what you've articulated there is a very narrow understanding of that, whereby someone might just say people are born into a culture or stuff like that. I'm saying actually something much more profound than that, because there are people who are born into cultures and then they escape those cultures, or they come to a different view or end up with a different set of beliefs, right? So I'm not making the claim that you're stuck with whatever you're born into. It's a bit more fundamental than that. The claim I'm making is that when your beliefs change, it isn't because you chose them to change, it's because you became convinced of something else.
But that is like 0.1% or even 1% of the population that you are talking about
It's
that can
actually
actually awake.
it's 100% of the population. In every belief that everyone has is because they became convinced of that belief.
Yeah, exactly. And that belief is based on different aspect. That belief is based on how they are brought up, or that belief is based on how they wake up at the time then they realize that they have woken up to the wrong thing, right? There is a programming set in certain countries or certain places, like I will say that like 60% of the world, there are people still struggling not to achieve their actual consciousness because they are so derived from the rest of the world, like in North Korea.
Yeah.
They don't have internet, they don't have anything. They do not know what the real world is, according to them. Do you understand my point?
I do understand your point, but it's still the case that no matter what situation you're in, no matter what your background, no matter what socializing you've had, and no matter how much of either a free thinker you're not or a free thinker you are, it's always, always, always the case that your beliefs track what you've become convinced of. So if you are convinced of
Exactly,
something,
exactly.
you believe, and if you're not convinced of something, you don't believe, and that's why it's not a choice.
Yes. What I have concepted from the whole conversation that we have, that the belief is not embedded in you according to your environment. Is that what you're saying?
Well, go ahead, Sean. You've got a view on this.
Yeah, so our beliefs are not embedded in us per se. I think what you're saying, Manny, I actually don't think we disagree, but let me steel man what you're saying. You're saying that our environment, our upbringing, our exposure to information, the biases that we have formed over time shape whatever we end up being convinced of. Is that correct, Manny?
Exactly, and not exactly. I mean, like, you are there. 80%, I will say.
Okay, where am I off?
You are off at the point where I say that environment matters. But the 20% that I am saying that it is not there, it is the belief of the society as well. There is a belief within your communal thing, like there is a society and there is a communal uh like uh like there is a world society and there is a religious counterparts, like within
Yeah,
the
yeah.
society there are little things like
But those fall under the umbrella of your environment that you're brought into. So that falls under that 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 actually applies as well to your environment. And I agree with you. There's a concept called social proof that tends to influence people, where if other people around you all believe a thing, you're more likely to believe it. It
yeah,
would,
it's like a sheep mentality thing.
yeah. So I don't think we're disagreeing here, Manny.
Yeah,
But
I,
you also go ahead,
yeah.
John.
I think you're right. I think we're pretty close, aren't we, on where we're at on this
The
stuff?
thing that we disagree on is the atheism and the theism. We we both actually agree that religion is a man-made concept that have caused a lot of problem in the society.
Yeah,
Yes.
What I believe is that the main problem is the community and the society. When you accumulate a group of people and they believe in a certain thing or a certain belief, that's what creates society. That's what I believe.
What
yeah.
was
And
that
it's
last part again? Go
you.
ahead if you understood them.
Manny was saying that when you accumulate a certain number of people and they believe a certain thing, that's what creates a society. I think society is about a lot more than just people with
Yeah,
common
you
beliefs.
create moral values.
It's people with common with common interests, isn't it? And
Yeah,
people realizing that that each person's individual interests are served by the collective interest, and that's how we offer each other, protection,
That is where I
cooperation,
disagree.
all of those
That is
things.
where I disagree. Yeah, that is where I disagree that individuality and society cannot coexist.
John didn't say that.
Yeah, I didn't quite say that. I just said that a society forms because people understand instinctively. This goes back hundreds of thousands of years. Our ancestors realized that they did better in groups than they did on their own, and that principle still holds today, doesn't it,
Exactly.
Manny?
No, 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 no. It does not hold today because today, okay, I don't want to go into the pop culture and all that because we can talk about the psyche of human beings that was 1,000 years ago and that is today. Because the psyche of human beings, as we think about last 10 years ago, it has changed drastically. There is no global effect. I'm sorry, my this is my second language. English is my second
Sure.
language. I'm
You're
sorry
doing
if I
great.
sound funny,
No,
but
you're
it's
doing
okay.
great. It's fine. No
The
problem.
global effects have drastically decreased. Even if you think about the pop culture, there was a thing that happened in 2019. There was a big event because of Avengers, because everybody was included in the society. But when the algo, what do you call it? Algorithm, when the algorithm hit into the social, what do you call it? Social, fucking, social, social, Facebook and everything. When the
Social
algorithm,
media.
yeah, social media, sorry, the
That's
social
okay.
media. When the algorithm hit into the social media, the global events of pop culture have stopped happening.
I think we're a
The
little off
thing,
topic
the
here,
thing,
Manny.
yeah,
Forgive me
the
for
thing that I'm
cutting
getting
to
to,
cutting with what you're saying. I think we drifted a little bit from the shores where we started. So let's not get too into subjects which are too far away. I think the point we've agreed is that beliefs aren't chosen; they arise through conviction, and we all agreed on that. And then
yeah,
we've basically said that societies spring up because they guarantee or they help to protect the interests of people. We've got maybe some disagreement around the edges there. What do you think about our other topics then?
the thing, my main topic to join this discussion was that God exists and He does not care about humans. That was my main point. It is the ego of humans that thinks that God has created humans only because He wanted to create humans. I believe God created this whole universe out of randomness and He's just looking at who evolves. Like humans do not care about the praying mantis that uh, it is a praying mantis or some other insect. I think it is a praying mantis that a female have mating with a male and that eats the head of the male after they have done their
Yep,
thing. I'm just trying to be as PG as I can be
sure,
with the
sure.
TikTok thing. So whenever that female has the head of the male,
Yep.
we have no protest or we do not say that this is wrong, that this female is doing wrong. It is not moral. We think that is nature. And I believe God thinks whatever we are doing on earth is human nature and He does not care about us.
Right. So he is not particularly good then, right? Because he allows all of this terrible
Yeah,
stuff
good and
that goes on.
evil is only for humans.
So
It does not apply
you
to God.
well, there's a point of disagreement, right? Because we can look at any act by any agent and we can have an opinion about it, right? So I can look at if there is a God, and I don't think there is one, but if there is a God, we can have a look at his behavior as written in certain books and his lack of behavior as plainly evidenced all around us every day. And we can deduce from that things about his character. So if there's
But
an all
that
powerful
is
God,
that is
it,
the human ego
it's not
that
an
is
ego.
saying,
It's not an ego. It's just perception. So if there's an all powerful God, right? All you have to do is spend a morning on a children's cancer ward, and you know he's a dick. That's the
Yeah,
argument's done.
exactly.
So I'm
Exactly.
glad you
That is what
agree.
no, that is what I am telling you, that the
Yeah.
conception of God by human ego is that God is only caring about us, He is only loving us, He is all that.
Well,
That is
that's
human
certainly not my
ego.
perception.
No, that is, I'm not saying that is your perception. That is human ego, that God created this whole universe only for humans. My perception is God created this universe within the limits that are set within this universe, that no particle can cross the speed of light. There is a limit set within this universe, and God created this universe within the limit. And He will see who prevails. If
Okay.
nobody prevails, He does not care. It is the human ego that thinks that God created this whole universe for us. He has much more things to create. He has so much more things to do. He does not care about us.
I
He
would
will see if we
entirely agree
survive.
with you. I would entirely agree with you that he doesn't care. And I think, if there's a creator who creates beings who have the capacity for suffering, then not caring about them is a morally unacceptable position
But the
to take.
Agreed.
morals are set by humans.
Doesn't matter.
The morals,
It doesn't matter. What you're doing is a kind of special pleading. You're saying because he's very big and clever, we don't get to have an opinion about how he does things. I reject
no,
that.
you can have an opinion.
That's
You
all I'm
can have an
expressing.
opinion.
That's what it means when I say God is evil or God is not morally good. That's me expressing my opinion, and then someone
Yeah,
else can
that is,
say that they have a different opinion, but they don't get to tell me
yeah.
I don't get to have one.
No. You can have one. You can have your opinion. You can be anything that you want to be. But the
Sure.
thing is, it does not matter to God. Like
Clearly, yeah, no,
whatever we do on earth, it
we
does
know
not
this.
matter to the
He
mathematics.
he's
Do you
not
know what
one
I
of
mean?
life's great listeners. Clearly, Manny,
Yeah,
we're
exactly.
gonna move it on, my friend. Thank you for coming in to get
No,
us
mathematics.
to
I
get
was
us
getting
going.
to mathematics. Let's get to
Well,
mathematics.
we'll save mathematics for another day because we've got a few people in the
Yeah,
queue,
come back, Manny.
and
We're on a
Fine.
few
c-
we're
That's
on a
fine.
come,
few
That's fine.
times a week.
We
c-
will
c-
talk about some. That's
yeah,
fine.
come back and talk to us about mathematics another time. We enjoy that. But we're gonna move it on for now. But thanks very much for getting us started, Manny. We appreciate the conversation. Take
Thank
care.
you.
All right, keep well. Thank you. Okay, we are going to bring in Alex from the TikTok queue. Good evening, Alex.
If he loads.
If he
Oh,
loads.
there we
Oh,
go.
there we are. Got him in. Hey, Alex.
Hey, good evening.
How are you doing?
Great. Thanks for having me up.
No problem at all. If you can get a little bit closer to your mic or a little bit louder, just so we can make sure we all hear you, that'd be great.
Sorry, but is that better?
Perfect.
Much
Yeah, it's
better.
lovely. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me up.
Sure. What would you like to engage with?
Yeah, I just, in my opinion, I actually disagree with all of these statements up here, but I guess that's just my opinion, and that's the way I see it in my world.
Sure.
Yeah,
Well, that's great. That's why it's interesting to have conversations. If everyone who came up agreed with us about everything, it'd be a bit dull. So
exactly.
let's look at the first one because it's kind of our favorite, right? So
And again, I'm working with you, and you seem like a nice guy, and like I tell my wife or friends, I'm not against you. I'm working with you here. We're all learning, right?
absolutely up for all learning. That's all good. These conversations can be across different sides of the belief line, but they don't have to be in bad faith or with words of anger. So sure, okay. So here's the way it looks to me, and you tell me if it looks differently to you. If you become convinced of something, belief happens to you. It's something that follows inevitably once you're convinced. Would you agree with that?
I guess so.
Okay. If you're not convinced of something, if you find yourself unconvinced of a proposition, of a claim, of an idea, as long as you're unconvinced, belief is impossible, correct? Something would have to
Until
change
until
for you
another
to
one. Yeah,
about
something has
that
to change.
for you to believe,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, true. I wasn't always Christian.
Sure. No, no, I'm not making the claim that beliefs can't change. I'm just talking about what has to happen for them to change, right? You can't believe something and be unconvinced of it. You have to be convinced of it in order to believe it. So the question then becomes, can you just decide to be convinced of something? Can you decide to, if you think about something that you don't find convincing, can you, by an act of will alone, just decide to start finding it convincing?
Yeah, I guess though you can't really not make like I have a TV right in front of me, right? I can just all of a sudden believe it's not really in front of me, but in reality, in this reality, it's still really in front of me. But I can say, "Oh, I don't believe that it's there."
Oh, you can say, but let's have a look at what we mean by belief, right? So belief is an internal state of your mind, right? It's private to you. It's an inner conviction that you have. It's we sometimes say it's the condition of being persuaded that something is true or likely true, right? So when you can say I can believe that my TV's not there, can you really? Like you can say it, you can make declarations about it, but saying it is very different to being internally convinced that it's the case, right?
Right, because I know it's there, right? I don't know exactly.
Right. So because you know it's there, your sense experience of it is what stops you becoming persuaded. But that's not the only thing that can stop someone becoming persuaded of an idea. Like that's a very obvious case, right? Your TV being there with a huge amount of evidence against the idea that it's not there precludes you from becoming persuaded that it's not there, and that's why that belief is impossible. But there are lots of other ways of not being able to get over that belief, that persuasion line, even without massive amounts of evidence in front of you. There isn't some sort of magic switch that happens when you introduce a certain amount of uncertainty into the equation that suddenly makes belief into a switch you can flip on and off. It doesn't work like that. You still have to be persuaded. You still have to be convinced by the thing. And if you're not convinced by it, then belief is impossible.
That's true. That's true. And I guess you want to persuade me the way that God's not real, and I would kind of want to do the opposite, because I've seen things that show me He's real. I guess, yeah.
Well, I grant that, right? I grant that whatever experiences you've had in your life have been sufficient to persuade you that God is real, right? I absolutely grant that. For that reason, you have no choice but to believe. Because as long as those things persuade you of a God, your belief isn't a choice. It's just something that happened to your mind as a result of being persuaded. Because I haven't
And I'm
had
around
those,
people.
yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
I couldn't
no,
interrupt.
no, that's fine. So you've had those experiences, you've done that contemplation, you've gone over that line, if you like, of persuasion, and so belief has been like a train pulling into the station. You couldn't stop it. I haven't had those experiences. I
And I
haven't.
want that for you, friend. Sorry.
Sure, thank you. I mean, you're not the first person
Yeah.
to say that, but I would also look at your personal experiences of God and I would interpret them differently to you, right? Because I would say, okay, well, Alex has had experiences that caused him to believe a God is there, but there are people in the Hindu faith that have had experiences that caused them to believe that the Hindu gods are there, and there are people who have had experiences that caused them to claim they were abducted by aliens, or there are people who believe in ancestor spirits and can claim to have communed with them, right? So we have to apply the same level of standard fairly across all claims. And when I do that, I just see a world where there's lots and lots of people making mutually incompatible claims and all claiming to have had experiences to shore them up. And so the way I interpret that is people are probably not coming to the right interpretations of and explanations for the experiences they had. And so that's why I don't personally find it convincing.
And I don't discredit anybody's life, right? Like I'm still open to listening, and yeah, I'm definitely open to listening. And I like listening to Muslims, and I like listening to Jehovah's Witnesses and Indians too, because like some of their stories are very interesting. And again, I think we're all just looking for truth, right? And I've been looking for truth, and I've been alive for 45 years, and what I know and what I've learned, in my opinion, again, is the God from the Bible seems very real to me, the one I've read about, anyways. And there was a lot of love. and that's what I found. So I just want to share that because
Don't you think
it
he's a
was,
bit of a mean tyrant, though?
again, the Old Testament, it's very rough, and I'm not going to debate you about that because even though I've read it about 9 times just to try to figure it out, um, the thing
Sorry,
is, when I was young, I know, and it is complex, and
it's
I'm not
grim.
going to pretend like I understand the mind of God, but
Yeah.
I did watch, and this is going to sound kind of silly, when I was a kid growing up, Jesus Christ Superstar, and I just thought, you know what, that guy just went around healing and helping and loving people. Why would anybody hurt this guy, right? And that was my first kind of encounter about who God was, but
But how do you
now.
square that with the guy who ordered people to kill children, keep slaves, stone people to death for picking up sticks, the guy who drowned the entire world, the guy who endorsed slavery? That is Jesus. If you believe that Jesus is God, it's the same
I'm
guy.
not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with you either.
So he's not that
Again,
loving, is he?
again, uh, I'm not going to pretend like I understand the mind of God, right? But, and I'm not saying to his people, he was very loving, knowing the minds and their hearts, right? In some ways. So to me, he's been very loving. But I've had to go through some suffering too. And I'm not going to blame God for him like Job didn't, because I realize I don't have the full. It says we're looking through things through foggy glasses. And I really believe that when we pass away and there's no more time, we're going to have a full understanding, right? So I'm very careful with my words now because I really do believe the words have power. I try to speak blessings and good things over people and myself because I realize the power of life and unaliving is in the power of the tongue. And like Bruce
But
Lee said, words have power, man.
well,
Spells, casting spells,
words have power,
right?
but some of those words are written down in this book, and we can't selectively
Mhm.
ignore them, just because they make us uncomfortable. You either have to take the whole lot as a collection, as a description of this deity through his actions and commandments, or you have to selectively cherry pick the bits you like, ignore the bits you don't like, and chalk it down to, God knows better. And I'm just not sure if that's an intellectually satisfying position. I understand why you might want to do that, but if you think about it, if you're honest with yourself, you're just ignoring massive parts of the revealed character of this God because they make you uncomfortable. And the reason they make you uncomfortable is because you're
Mhm.
decent and you're kind and your moral intuitions are much better than the behavior of this God. Like, that's
I
it.
like your thinking, and I agree. Some of those things do make me uncomfortable. However, the truths I have found is, I got baptized as a whim as an adult, right? Because my cousin talked me into it, and because I was in a different state, and I cried out to God in my car, and I actually said, "Hey, if you're real, show me something. This world's garbage. You got all these churches. I've never seen any kind of sign you're real. Give me some kind of sign." And you know what? Nothing happened that night. But 2 weeks later, I had a spiritual encounter like Paul, and I've never doubted this stuff since. I've been going to Bible studies for 20 years, listened to that older
Yeah.
people, and listen to their testimonies, and they're powerful people out there, man.
But Alex, I would say that's great for you. What about the people who needed him even more than that, and cried out and got nothing? They didn't get anything, or they cried out invoking, Matthew 21:22. Please don't let me lose my child, when they had sick children on the cancer ward, and prayed to God with everything they had after a lifetime of faith, and they lost their children. You know, how
Oh, I
how
like where you're going with this. I like where you're going with this, and I agree with you. I share the thing. Personally, I think all children are going to heaven. However, too, people that feel such how you do, I think God has a ministry for people like you to deal with children and heal them and help them, right? And once you step into that will, then like I know people who go to hospitals and pray for the sick, and some of them get healed. And I've talked to them. I've seen the supernatural healing
Alex,
myself.
do you
Any
know
of
any,
them
do you know any parents
amputees?
who've lost a
Well,
child? Do you know parents who've lost a child? Because I know a few.
Yes,
These
I do
people
too.
these people now have to live the rest of their lives in a level of emotional distress, anguish, and agony that I can't even imagine being a parent myself. When I think about that I feel it physically, the pain of that loss. And why would God hurt those people in that way? Okay, the child's gone whizzing up to heaven. I mean, by that logic, we should just kill all children because then they'll be in a better place. But let's not, that logic notwithstanding, why would God hurt all these people? Think about how many parents have lost children over the course of human history. It's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions have had that pain and that agony of easily avoidable deaths. I say easily avoidable for an omnipotent God, right? Could have clicked his fingers. This is the guy who parts oceans, forms galaxies, separates the light from the dark, all of this stuff, right? He could do this before his morning coffee. And instead he sits by with arms folded while unspeakable levels of human agony play out in front of him. Absolutely fine. That alone convicts him, in my view. Just that one thing.
And that's where I disagree, but I like where you're going with that. And I'm not even disagreeing with your statements, looking at it from your perspective, right? However, I see free will as the greatest gift God could ever give us. It's the most amazing, loving characteristic of God ever. However, in doing so, we make stupid choices, and people are stupid, and they're mean, and they're evil. It's an evil world.
But that's got nothing to do with leukemia in children.
Oh, I think it does. I think we brought upon sin in the world by being stupid.
That's a different discussion. So if you're claiming that childhood illnesses and natural disasters and animals predating each other is all because of something that happened in a garden with a piece of fruit, if that's your view, then the conversation shifts. And the moral responsibility for all of that lies on God's feet as well, because God wasn't obligated to punish mankind because of a transgression in a garden. He could have come up with a different punishment. He chose this. He put this on us.
He allowed it. Let's not say chose. Let's use our words carefully.
He chose it.
Allowed it.
He chose it.
No,
He chose it.
no, that wasn't his choice.
If Adam and Eve sinned in the garden, and of course this is a preposterous story, we know this didn't happen. But even again, for the sake of the thing, let's just imagine that it did. They ate the naughty fruit. First of all, they didn't have knowledge of good and evil at that point, so they didn't know that obedience to God was wrong. They didn't know that. Disobedience. Forgive me, I misspoke. Disobedience. They were told, but they didn't know. They didn't know that not doing what they were told was wrong because they hadn't yet eaten of the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. So they had no idea. So they were like children. But even if they'd known, even if we grant that, even if we grant the fact that God allowed the serpent into the garden, knowing that the serpent was going to deceive them, even if we grant all of that stuff, even if we imagine for the sake of the story that Adam and Eve were the most evil creatures that ever lived in the world, and that piece of fruit theft represents the most terrible crime that's ever been committed, even if we allow for that, it would still be the case that for God to punish them by completely screwing over billions and billions of conscious, sentient, living creatures for thousands and hundreds of thousands of years afterwards was his choice. He didn't have to do that. He could have just punished them. He could have banished them from the Garden of Eden. He could have made them go and sit on the naughty step for 100 million years. He could have made them go and listen to How Great Thou Art for just a fraction of the time that everyone who goes to heaven is going to have to listen to it. That would be fairly bad. He could have dreamt up the most horrific punishment for them, and that could have been him, issuing divine justice. But why should everyone else get fucked over?
I'm not disagreeing with you there either. However, even as children pay for their parents' mistakes, it's just the world we live in, and we do pay for our parents' mistakes. Right?
This isn't cause and effect. This is God making a decision to punish the rest of the world. So yeah, if I could conceivably do something that would have bad consequences for my children, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about God deciding to do mass punishment on other people based on what two people did.
I see God as pretty fair, man, in my life anyways. And
do you think it's fair to punish other people for things they didn't do?
Like, I'm not the judge and jury, you know what I mean? I'm trying to look at myself most of the time and just not judge.
Well, if I talk about something, you judge that it's good that God gave us free will. So you
Oh
didn't
yeah.
say you can't be judged there. But when we present you with
Yeah.
something that I think everyone would agree punishing other people for someone else's crime is wrong,
Oh, 100%.
suddenly you can't be judge and jury.
Well, again, I'm not going to pretend like I understand the mind of God because he's probably super intelligent, right? I'm thinking of Google times like a million, right?
But e-
The
but
fact that even Google can have our words all
but Alex,
data.
even if you don't understand the mind of God, even if we grant that God is super duper 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 clever, you
Yeah.
can still have a moral principle that you hold to
Oh,
that pertains to
yeah.
clever people too, right?
Oh,
So,
I'd put us all in heaven right away, man. And
but
even though, yeah, and
Sean asked
here,
you the crux of the question here is the one Sean asked you, which is
yeah.
it okay to punish people who didn't do the crime because someone did do a crime? That's not consequences. That's punishment. It's
Oh, and
arbitrary.
I'd say no if you're wording it like that. However, it's like the world, right? The world has prison and jail. Do I agree with that? No, but since I'm living in that world, I got to figure out why is that happening and how do I avoid that, right? It's like now that I know God's real and I really believe it 100%, I got to figure out why is there a God up there controlling all this and what does he love and what is good and evil, right? And from what I've seen, there is a battle for souls, there is demons and angels, there is spiritual warfare, demonic possession, and there is suffering, hardship, love. And you know what? The only thing God's ever told me audibly was to just give. And I've been trying to pour out my life and help people for the last 20 years,
I
man.
mean, you sound like a
Alex,
really nice guy, Alex. But I mean, really, I can feel the decency coming off you. But unfortunately,
Just honest with you.
you're buying into a system which is far less nice than you are.
Oh,
You're
100%, man.
giving tacit support and validation and endorsement to a system which does punish the innocent for the actions of the guilty, which does
Mhm.
make victims out of unrelated people, which does demand blood in exchange for forgiveness, which is frankly depraved. I mean, when my son does something wrong, I forgive him because I love him. I don't have to nip out and go murder someone before I'm able to do it, or make sure that a human nearby or an animal nearby is killed before I can forgive my son for a mistake he made or a bad moral decision he took. I forgive him because I love him, and that love is unconditional. God's love is not unconditional. God's forgiveness is conditional on violence must be enacted first. That's not good. That's not an embodiment of the kind of values that you're expressing. When I hear you talk, you've obviously found a way to navigate life and you channel your altruism and kindness and desire to help others through a lens of your faith. And I think if you didn't have that faith, you wouldn't be any less of a nice person. I don't think you would care about other people any less. I don't think that you would be any less inclined to help people in need, to be generous with yourself. I really don't think you would.
You're almost making me cry, man. So all I want to say this before I go, or I'll keep talking for a bit more, but love really is powerful, man. Love brought me to Christianity. The fact that my pastor, I didn't even know him. I thought he was kind of silly at the time, and I did think they were all in cults. He came over and prayed for my back, and he asked me if I felt like God healed me, and I said no. But I thought, why would this guy even come all this way out to pray for my back? And yeah, but I tell my wife I love her. I tell people in my family I love them all the time
Yep,
because I've had friends pass away and we're only here for so long, right? There's so many evil going on in the world and
yep.
people are just doing horrible things with the government. So you might as well go out and just love people as much as you can because you don't even know I don't even have a full understanding of this world. The 45 years I've been alive, it's so limited, man. I only speak one language. So I'm not claiming to be some intelligent person, but I do know there's a God
All
who's
right.
who's loved me and showed me some things since I'm
Okay.
23 and
So
up.
so Alex, we'll leave it there, and we'll leave it there on a. Let's part on a note of common ground, which is that we think it's good to
Sure.
love people, and we think it's good to be kind and to help people where you can. That's a value that you and I share, and we interpret that value through different lenses. But I'm glad that you have it too.
I
So
knew this was going to be a good discussion. And actually, yeah, you're a nice guy, man. And I saw that about you right away, dude. So just have a
likewise.
good day and Yeah, this
And
was a
you.
great discussion. Thanks.
Thanks, Alex. Come back and speak to us anytime. Good to speak to you, my friend.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Take care. Thanks.
John is good without God.
I managed to do it somehow. Okay, just going to read a couple of messages and then we'll get Noah in. Noah, thanks for waiting patiently. We'll have you in just a moment. So we have just some random dude on YouTube. Cool name.
I love the name.
Says, hi, just wanted to say I just found this channel and it's easily becoming one of my favorites. Oh, well, thank you very much indeed. And thank you for the donation too. That's very kind of you to say, and you're very welcome here. And then we have Tim Davidson, who's always wonderful, says, religion is not the problem, the religious are. Yeah, I think that's actually true, because of course not saying that all religious people are the problem, but religion wouldn't be a problem but for the fact that its darker aspects are distributed by the religious, and they can do an awful lot of harm. Marcus, thank you very much for the message and the donation. I'm a believer, but ex-SDA. I'm enjoying your discussions. I'm listening. Well, thank you for listening. We appreciate that. There's no rule here that says that only non-believers can believe. So thank you, Marcus. Very kind of you to have donated and sent a message. And you're very welcome to listen. We're very happy to have you around as well. And then Punta del Este says, substitutionary collective punishment is not just nor righteous. I couldn't possibly agree more. Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Nope.
Especially the idea of substituting another person in to take a punishment is crazy to me. Absolutely crazy. And something I've said a few times, I did a video on this a few months ago, is if I have genuinely committed a crime and if I am genuinely guilty of something, let's say I'm a sinner in God's eyes, and even though I've tried to live an ethical life, and I do try to live an ethical life, let's say I've failed to do that, and I'm just a sinner and I'm deserving of punishment, as I am told so regularly by people. Well, if that's true, if that it really is true, then justice demands that I take the punishment, and I would rather take it. I would like to take my punishment. If that is true, I don't give consent for an innocent person to be punished in my place. I couldn't live with myself with that, and I do not agree to it. I didn't ask for it. I didn't sign up for it. It's not something I would ever agree to. So yeah, that whole substitution thing is very icky as far as I'm concerned. And then finally we have Bryce, I think that is. Bryce says, I'm not going to pretend to understand the mind of God. I'm just going to pretend that the Bible makes sense anyway and make excuses for God's obvious failures, which I don't understand. Yeah, I mean, sadly, that was the case with Alex. As lovely as he is, that's the dynamic that's going on there, is just an appeal to God knows best. His ways are not our ways. His ways are higher. We can't understand it. It'll hopefully make sense one day.
Speaking of which, is Mysterious Ways on our Believer Bingo?
Oh, is Mysterious Ways on our Believer Bingo? I do have it as an option. I don't know if I enabled it today. Do you guys want to take a look at the Believer Bingo before we start hitting it later? So if anyone doesn't know, this is our Believer Bingo. It's here, ready, waiting to be called. When we encounter the Bible is historically accurate, Philbro babble, Jesus fulfilled prophecy, that's the Old Testament, nothing comes from nothing, I'll pray for you, look at the trees, no morality without God, no life from non-life, get that all the time, fine-tuning in the universe, and of course my favourite, read it in context. And then we have the middle square for the crash outs, which invariably do happen. So yeah, I'm thinking about a way of distributing this to everyone so you can all get a copy of it. I do change it round so I can configure it and put different things in the squares, but it would be fun if you guys all have a copy of it, and then, because quite often we'll miss it. Someone will hit one of these and we'll, oh no, we missed it. We'll only realise it like half an hour later. So I think we need to figure out a way of distributing this so that everyone has it. And Yeah, more like Believer Jeopardy. Exactly. um, we're going to need to. I'm going to put some thought into this, and I'm going to make it available. Oh, it's a little offset to the left on TikTok. Okay, I'll try and work on that. I'm going to try and make it available to everyone so that you can all chime in too. And then if Sean and I miss one, you can put it in the chat, and then we can hit it, because it would be a real shame to.
You
To
can
miss that.
hang it on a website somewhere and just leave the link.
Yeah,
What do you
that's
think of that?
It'll be something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly what we'll do. I know it's tricky if you're on a phone to have access to something like that, but there's ways of doing it. You take a snap of it and stick it in your Photos app, and you can refer to it that way or something like that. But I think I'm definitely going to find a way to make the Believer Bingo more interactive. Oh, Tracy's just suggesting that it goes on Discord. Yeah, maybe something like that. I haven't really dived into Discord yet. I know Justin's Deconstruction Junction is the place for it to happen. Maybe I need to go and hit that up and see what's going on there, and maybe do that. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, well, let's get Noah in from.
By the way,
TikTok
Ems
side.
is in
Is
Ems
Ems
is in
in?
the chat. So
Oh,
shout out to
fantastic.
Ems.
Oh, fantastic. Ems will definitely. In fact, let's get Ems in as well. Ems, would you like to just come up and park in here, or shall we get you in if there's a need? Either one is completely fine with me. The room is always better when we have Ems on board.
If it's the right Ems, he said
Yeah.
John Cohn can't debate me. He's scared. So actually, that might not be the same
Ah.
Ems.
If it's not the same, I'm sure it's the. I don't know.
Let
if
me
it's the
take a
same
look
Ems.
at.
Yeah. I can't quite tell. If it's Ems, you're welcome to come and hang out with us. It is Ems. It's the right Ems. Yeah, definitely. Hey, man, how
No,
are
he
you?
was just messing with you. How you doing, Ems?
Fantastic. Great to see you, man. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Wonderful. Thanks for coming to hang out with us. Massively appreciate that. Okay, so let's get into it with Noah. Thanks for waiting, Noah. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
All right. I just wanted to come up here because I've been thinking quite a bit about this claim that you can't choose your beliefs.
Yeah,
And I really want to dig into that a little bit.
sure.
Because, like, as I contemplate what that means, and first of all, I do think that there's truth to it. I mean, like, there's that point that's often made that you can't just snap your fingers and then believe that the moon is made of cheese or something, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
That's obvious. But I'm trying to think of it neurologically, and it seems that the reason why I'm so convinced of that can't be the case is because, like, and I'm not an expert in neurology or anything like that, but from what I know, it's because the neural pathway that reinforces that belief seems to be very strong. Like, it doesn't have it wasn't fed any good alternatives, so it only kept going into the same neural pathway, and it just kept on being strengthened. And so it's very, very difficult for me to, in any capacity, snap my fingers and say that the moon is made of cheese and be convinced of that. That doesn't seem to be how neurology works. But then I started, like, thinking, okay, well, what determines my beliefs then? And as I start to think about it, it's more about my orientation of how I see reality. That's to say that, you know, if I'm a fairly pessimistic person, which I think I was back in the day, and I look at, like, inconveniences that come across me, and I come up with this as evidence of the universe being against me, of working against me. And then what I realize is that I can actually be, and I believe the term is metacognitive, where I can actually take a step back and I can observe how that thought gets formed and how it reinforces the belief. And I can observe it, and I can actually, if I'm able to, I can intercept it. I can stop it from being reinforced, and I can take on a new orientation by my own choice. So it just seems to be that while we can't necessarily directly change the belief, it seems we have power over our orientation And from
Yes.
that orientation, our beliefs, that's what forms our beliefs.
I would going to say 70% agree with you. So we have control over orientation is a good word. You can decide how open-minded you are. You can decide how willing you are to consider different opinions, different positions. Some people are very closed-minded and defensive, and they hunker down over their beliefs, and they're very sort of doxastically inflexible. Other people are willing to, explore other opinions and other ways of thinking, and that's where your agency can operate. I grant that. And so what we could agree there is that you can exert some influence over the likelihood of your beliefs changing. I absolutely grant that. And in my book, I call that the edges of control, because that's where you have some control. But there is a hard edge to it. And the hard edge to it is, for any given belief, you can only get there if you're persuaded. Even having done all of that stuff, even having contemplated your metacognition and your attitudes and all of that kind of stuff, and oriented yourself in whatever way towards something, away from something, with all of that stuff, when the rubber actually hits the road, the thing that has to happen to you in order for you to believe anything is you have to be convinced of it, or convinced to some degree of confidence, right? It doesn't have to be certainty. You have to just reach that point of conviction and persuasion, which is what precipitates belief. And if you don't get there, the belief isn't happening. You want it to all day long, but it's not going to.
So what determines how one is convinced of something?
Well, your brain basically evaluates propositions in a couple of different ways in parallel. So there's a large degree of emotion-driven reasoning. So we know that human beings are far more emotional than rational. We like to think we're rational, but actually we're very emotionally driven. And so our biases, our preconceptions, our inclinations, the things we cleave to emotionally, affect how we actually perceive something and affect how persuasive we find it. That's a big part of it. And then at the same time as our brains are working on that for us in the background, we also evaluate propositions primarily in terms of how easily we can incorporate them into what we think is true already. So we're always trying to avoid dissonance, right? If your idea of carpets is that you class them as objects that don't fly, then if someone claims to have a flying carpet, the reason you can't get there on it is because you would have to undo your assumptions about carpets not flying, and the world around you seems to operate on the basis of carpets not flying. And it's a silly example, but it illustrates the point, right? So when we're trying to believe something, or we're contemplating something to see if we believe it or not, you have these two layers of processing that go on at the same time in parallel. We have some understanding of which networks in the brain are involved with each. The emotional stuff is the limbic system is involved on that, and the logical one involves other networks and other systems in the brain. And all of this processing happens outside of our conscious control, and it happens before we're even aware of it. And then these things are basically, there's a process where these two streams of processing are kind of integrated together. That involves the hippocampus in the brain, and then that sort of the results of that processing are passed forward to our more executive, prefrontal areas where we kind of are in charge of what's going on. And then we become aware of the fact that we're experiencing belief or disbelief. But all of that processing happens outside our control, outside of our awareness, and before we even know about it.
Okay, that's all very interesting. I mean, one main thing that I would really like to dig into is how this interacts with religion, mainly with Christianity, I think.
Yeah.
And
yeah, for sure.
And like one thing that I find very interesting about Christianity is that there seems to be this emphasis on transformation. And you can see this, of course, biblically. You can see this with Paul. I think that's a very fine example, where there seems to be like this tremendous reorientation that has this power to take that sort of like map of the world that you thought was there and just sort of flip it on its head. And
that can happen to you when you fall off a horse and hit your head. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's just this emphasis on the transformational aspect of it all and how it like completely
Yeah.
rearranges that
Yeah.
preconceived sort of
That can happen.
mapping of the world.
That can absolutely happen. I mean, people have these Damascene experiences, right? People have, sometimes beliefs can change gradually over years, and sometimes they can change in the course of an afternoon or 10 minutes. It can happen. To me, that's not that remarkable. We would almost expect that to be the case. If you have a very, very emotionally profound experience, I'm thinking about the chap who walked away from that plane crash in India last year, and a couple of hundred people all lost their lives, and he just walked out, sole survivor. Imagine having an experience like that. You're fully primed after something like that for interpreting the world through the lens of divine assumptions. And I think that things can happen, that sort of effect can happen even without needing to survive an air crash. The far more mundane things can trigger experiences like that. So to me, the transformations are to be expected when you factor in how much emotion is involved in the perception of persuasion and belief. Where I think it gets really interesting is when we then grant that belief is something that happens to your mind, not something you do. What does it mean morally to judge people for the lack of it? Right? Once we come to this, let's say, a slightly upgraded understanding of belief, and we see it as a thing that happens to your mind, not an action you take, how can it be morally coherent to punish people for not having had that happen to them? As the Bible claims to do. Obviously there are some people who say that's not what it does, but we all know it does. John 3:18 is anyone who doesn't believe is condemned already, and in Islam the same thing happens. Is that belief is a precondition for not being sent to hell, and in the case of Islam, I'm sure Ems will validate this. It's God Himself who decides who doesn't come to belief. He picks people to not be convinced. So the whole thing is a bit of a stitch up. It's ascribing and assigning moral responsibility to people for non-moral acts that are amoral. There is no morality in that, and that's where I think this stuff really falls apart.
Well, what are you essentially questioning here? Are you questioning like the very idea of punishing people morally
For non-belief.
For non-belief?
For non-belief, yeah.
Okay, so you're not arguing against immoral actions that they should be punished.
No, I'm saying that, but that non-belief cannot meaningfully be called an immoral action because it isn't an action. It's a thing that happens to your mind. It would be like punishing someone for not finding a joke funny. If you don't find it funny, you don't find it funny. You can't decide to find something funny if you just don't find it funny. It's exactly the same with belief.
Unless it's one of my jokes. Yeah,
unless it's one of M's, in which case you can just decide or decide not to, yeah, at any time. Yeah.
Ems is on a roll today.
Right, well, Ems is always a legend. I heard you on with Justin the other day, Ems, legend, always. Yeah, so does that make sense, Noah, what I'm saying? And basically the argument is a moral argument to just say, look, we need to upgrade our understanding of belief. We need to be a little bit more sophisticated about it. We know what belief means. Let's be honest about it. And then let's take another look at these doctrines that talk about convicting people for not having it, because that is really, really gross. It's really cruel.
Yeah, well, like given what you put forward, I do see it as coherent. I do find myself questioning the way you interpret that scripture, but I don't know. I feel a bit unprepared to go into that right now.
Okay.
So,
yeah,
I think I should just go off. I made my point, so.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I was able to clarify your questions about belief to your satisfaction. But come back another time and we'll talk about the moral coherence or incoherence of punishing people for not having it.
Okay, sure. Yeah, have a good day.
And you. Thanks a lot. Okie dokie. We are going to bring in user and a bunch of numbers. I can never say all the numbers.
User credit card number.
That's it.
Never say all the...
Hey, user, lots of numbers. How are you?
I had any chance to even put out a name there. I'm fine. How you doing, mate?
Yep, we are very good. What would you like to say?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not putting any name there. No, I haven't had time to.
No
those
problem.
numbers.
Do you have
No, it's
a
fine.
name you'd like us to call you while we're chatting?
You could call me A. This there.
Okay, good stuff. What would you like to say?
Interesting point you mentioned there. What I relate to is it John? Is it John?
Yeah.
What I relate to what you said there is there's a very important story in Islam when Abraham sort of invited somebody to his table for food. And as you know, in the Arabic tradition, we say Bismillah means in the name of Allah or in the name of God, you start your food. And this person was adamant not to say Bismillah, whoever invited as a guest, because you like to eat with guests all the time, as Abraham, the father of all prophets. So he said to him, shoo, I don't want you to eat from my table no more. If you're not going to mention the name of my Allah, you're not welcomed. So this old man had to turn back out again. And the revelation was sent to Abraham that, look, Abraham, you don't feed this guy. I'm not, for example, if he's 70 odd years or 80 years, I've been feeding him for 70 years as God, and he's never took my name. And you only going to feed him for once, and you want him to take my name? Go and get him back and just feed him. So he runs after him and he apologizes to him, and he says, look, God said you need to, have food with me. So in the general sense, you're right. You see, God, the only thing that God's ever given as a choice to somebody is the faith. So nobody should be apprehended because of faith. God likes the element where that's the difference between us and the angels. It's the choice. For example, we can't choose our parents. We can't choose our siblings. A lot of the time, people in different parts of the world can't choose their partners in life. They're in forced marriages. And obviously, we don't choose our children either. So there's so many things that we don't, sometimes our health and wealth we don't choose. So one of the biggest choices, the only choice man has been given, man and woman, is to choose or not choose whoever they want or not want to worship. So I know you will hear and see and read, certain Islamic Sharia or governments imposing, people's their belief. But the first notion is exactly what you said. Everybody is independent of. There's no force in religion. There's no force. There can never be a force, because who's man to force a man? If Allah wanted to force somebody, he could force himself. But he said, I didn't force you, because that takes away Allah's dignity. He wants people to come to him, and if they don't, then don't. So Allah will always pave the way for people if they want to come. If they don't want to come, God will not chase people and stick a post-it note behind them saying guidance.
I'm not sure if what you're saying is actually reflected in the text, but fortunately we have someone here who might have a better informed opinion.
Em said he had to step away for a minute. He'll be right back.
Okay.
Ems is quite knowledgeable on the Quran. So I just have a quick question. I forget your name, so forgive me for saying user.
You can call me AK, that's fine.
Okay, call you K?
AK, yeah.
AK, okay, AK. You said we can choose whether or not to worship Allah. Is it possible to worship someone that you are not convinced exists?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Belief or non-belief is also a belief, isn't it? Non-belief. So if you don't want to believe, you don't want to believe. That's the independence you have in this world, in this life.
No.
You don't have to choose.
Get you.
Like Abraham. Again, back to the Abraham story. The Quran talks about.
Hold on. I need to. Go ahead. I need to push back on. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ems.
Could you do me a favor and choose not to believe that the Earth is a globe?
The Earth is a globe.
Could you choose not to? Please, just go ahead and choose not to.
If somebody wants to reason that, then if that's what their mind is.
No, not reason it. I'm asking you to right now choose to believe that the Earth is flat. Go ahead.
The Earth is not a globe.
Go ahead and choose to believe that. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Choose to believe it is not a question. It's me asking you to do something. Could you choose to believe that the Earth is flat? Go ahead.
Can you choose to believe the Earth is flat? Like right
just
now?
Demonstrate. Go ahead.
Well, obviously, a human being has something called logic, and logic and experience is science.
So,
and therefore, most of our life of course, so many times even scientists are wrong and they disprove each other's theories. You know, one medicine comes out a few years later, that medicine is not appropriate. But
So
generally,
your knowledge of all those things prevents you from being able to choose that the Earth is flat, correct?
well, no, it makes me choose what the fact is because that logic,
If
as you
you're
say,
Sure, choose to be illogical right now and believe that the earth is flat. Just choose the illogical answer. Go ahead.
well, again, I've got my own view on it, so everybody should have the right to have the
Sure,
view.
no,
So
no,
as far as
yes,
I'm concerned,
my point is just for the next 5 minutes, truly believe that the earth is flat and then choose again to believe that it's a globe. Just demonstrate. Go ahead.
well, my demonstration will be that I would have to look at new evidence.
No, without looking at evidence, because you said you can choose. So, without looking at evidence, just choose to
Well,
believe that the earth is flat.
isn't that what it's about on a daily basis? We make choices, right or wrong. Everybody makes choices on a daily basis.
The point of what I'm asking, or what I said, was that you cannot do that. You cannot choose to believe that the earth is flat. You'd have to be shown evidence, and the evidence has to be convincing.
So you're saying you can't choose?
You can choose it, yes. If only, for example, can you choose? This might help, like, illustrate the point. Could you choose to untraumatize yourself?
I'm not really sure what you
can't.
mean by that, because
So, if anything happens that affects your brain in some way, causing you to have specific experiences, you cannot unchange it by will.
yeah, well, you can choose to gain remedy and go to the right medical advice and
Sure.
support.
Sure, Jamil,
know,
but I'm
so-
asking
so
about
that's
choosing
what
to
your
do
choice
so.
is.
Like, when I say choosing, I mean like you on the spot choose to change this thing. Instead of going through proper methods, like, for example, hearing arguments, educating yourself, or going on medication.
Well, I thought every
You see
morning
the
is
point.
about choices. I don't really understand your point. Maybe your science is
You-
very
you-
deep than mine. But
user,
but-
I might be able to help with the. Do you agree that with the information and your priors right now, you cannot choose to believe the Earth is flat and actually believe it? Do you agree that that's impossible for you?
Yeah, okay, that's a better way of putting it. So I would say whatever information, knowledge, fact I have, it's very difficult for me. Well, when you say choose, I
That-
choose to reject it.
No. That,
I choose-
no. Okay, so we're debating whether it is a choice. So, is it physically possible for you to choose to believe the Earth is flat right now and actually believe it? Yes or no?
Well, I wouldn't, but somebody might be pedantic.
Yeah,
and say
so
two
you
plus two is not
can't.
4.
Even if your
So
life
you-
depended on it. Think about this. If somebody said to you, we're going to murder everyone you know and everyone that matters to
Okay.
you, if you don't believe this, would you be able to do it?
Unless I'm thicker than you
That's-
guys, I don't
that's
really
a yes or
understand the
no.
approach.
If somebody threatened
to repeat-
everyone if the stakes were dire and someone's threatening your entire family, well, I don't want to put your family in it. Everyone you care about, someone's
Yeah.
threatening. The stakes are dire. Can you choose to believe the Earth is flat with the information you have right now?
What you trying to say that in life there are
That's a yes or no.
circumstances where
That's a yes or no.
Well, I'm trying to understand it that there are, but maybe opportunities in life or circumstances in life where we might not get what we want to choose. Is that-
That's a yes.
a
User,
totally
that's a
different
yes or no.
subject. It really is a simple question, and it does just have a yes or no answer. Those are the really only, either you feel confident that you could do that, or you realise that you couldn't.
Well, it's like people can sacrifice anything for something they believe in. So if somebody asks somebody to stand and give a false witness in a court, and we're going to harm your family,
We're not asking you.
Somebody might not.
Okay, answer
That's
the
not the
question.
question.
Dude. Answer the question.
Yeah,
Could you do it?
We
If this-
agree. Yeah, we agree that you can choose to lie about what you believe. John, can you choose to believe the Earth is flat?
Not if my life depended on it.
Okay, AK, can you choose to believe the Earth is flat right now?
No, I wouldn't right now.
Not would you. Can you? Is it possible? Yes or no?
Well, it's possible. I can say it's flat if I want to, isn't
No,
it?
I didn't say it's flat. You keep changing the parameters because it seems like you realize answering it honestly would
No, honestly, I don't really understand the theme. I'm very honest. As far as I'm concerned, if you're putting an impossibility that the logic and experience is against the logic and experience. So if I want
It's
to
a simple
choose
yes or
to
no.
go,
It's a simple yes or no. I'm not asking would you. I'm not asking if you could lie about it. Can you choose right now to be convinced the Earth is flat and actually be convinced the Earth is flat? It's a simple yes or no. Either you have the ability to do so or you don't.
well, I think I have the ability to be pedantic and say the Earth is flat.
Not say.
Say the Earth is
That's what I
flat.
would
You
say.
see, you're changing the parameters because answering
In
it
the thought
honestly will poke
experiment,
holes in
okay,
your
okay. In
position.
the thought experiment, let's imagine we hook you up to a lie detector that kills you if you say something you don't mean. Okay, so you're hooked up to this machine. You know that if you say something without actually really believing it, you're done. Okay, and then someone says to you,
Yeah.
believe the Earth is flat. You've got 5 minutes or 2 minutes, and then they're going to come in and ask you, and they say, is the
And
Earth
I would
flat?
say no. I would say no.
You would have to, right? And the reason
I would
you'd
say
say,
no.
and why would you say no? I don't mean why do you think
Because
it's
that's what I
flat?
believe from
Right,
my
because
my scientific experience. I believe it's no.
right. So another way of saying that more generally to sort of abstract that out a bit is you can't believe something if you're not persuaded by it, and the experiences you've had in your life so far stop you being able to get to that belief because you're not persuaded. The details of why you're not persuaded aren't important. What's important is you're not persuaded, and because of that lack of conviction and persuasion, the belief is not possible for you. So now that applies to
So when you say persuaded, you mean
every
it can
idea.
be attracted as well.
Yeah, it doesn't
When you say
matter.
persuaded, it can be attracted. You could be attracted towards it.
You could be attracted towards it, but unless you're convinced that it's true or likely true, the attraction will remain an attraction and not a belief. So I might like the idea.
Are we not making assumption then with everything that it has to be persuaded when people will take it willingly?
Every belief you have has to follow conviction or persuasion. Otherwise, it's not a belief. It's just a cool story.
Well,
So, like,
are you saying persuasion willingly or unwillingly?
Doesn't
what's
matter.
the definition of persuasion?
It doesn't matter.
I want to believe cancer doesn't exist, but I'm not capable of convincing myself cancer doesn't exist.
Yeah, and
Like
whether
it's an impossibility. Go
and
ahead,
whether the persuasion is the persuasion can be put onto you unwillingly by just showing you something. Like if I say to you now, right, if I show you my hands and I say I have a glass in my hands, I don't know if you can see the screen, but if I say I have a glass in my hands, right, you can see I don't, right? But if I say to you now, I have a glass in my hands, right? You have no choice right now but to believe that proposition, right? I've forced that persuasion on you by giving you certain sense data. Now there are other ways that persuasion can be forced on you, which is a really, really good argument. A mathematical proof, for example, right? A mathematical proof is a way you start at first principles and you build it in steps, and each step is necessarily true, building on the steps before it. You're not looking at senses, you're not having an experience that can prove it like looking at the glass in my hand did. But when you go through a mathematical proof, if you agree that each step follows from the one before, then you necessarily are forced to accept the conclusion at the end.
Yeah.
Right? So all persuasion is forced on you in a funny kind of way.
Are we talking about brainwashing here then?
No, we're not talking about brainwashing. We're
No.
talking about just the process of becoming convinced by something. This is pretty basic stuff. This is not deep. This is really not that deep. It's literally just a simple realization that belief happens once you're persuaded by something.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but for example, I'm 54 now, and since my senses, whatever I've done in my life, provided I had the confidence, I suppose, I chose whether I chose a career, whether I chose to have children, whether I chose the color of my car. Now, persuasion can be, like you said, certain type of marketing can, again, back to brainwash you, or the society, peer pressure, things like that, but you still choose something.
We're not talking about your actions.
Unwillingly.
We're not talking about whether you should have tea or coffee or a red car or a green car. We're talking about what you think is true. We're talking about beliefs. Because the subject of this isn't whether we want to have tea or coffee. The subject of this is whether we're able to believe in a God who commands that belief is the only way you get out of punishment.
But Joe, isn't that the same? For example, last 2 years ago, I chose to go for electric car, regardless of my advice of friends.
That's an action. Do you understand? You understand the difference between actions?
No, I was gonna say, but behind the action, there was a massive belief, because the questions I was getting asked by friends were that in terms of, why is it good for the environment, for you, for, economically.
Yeah.
So there was a belief behind that made me take the action.
The beliefs are not choices, but how you act on your beliefs is your actions are choices.
Okay,
And
I get it.
belief.
I get it where you're going
Go
there.
ahead, Ems.
But could you
do you
can we
mind if
just
I
use
just
my
pose
example
a different question?
so that I can understand it now?
Can I pose a different question
in
to
this
you?
scenario, then, what would you say the belief? Because I believe that we should have a clean environment. For example, we should use something as electricity, being cheaper, economical, da 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 da. So that belief, where's the belief here? If you can educate me here, then. So it's a belief that made me make that compromise of paying X, Y, Z.
Yeah. Your beliefs can influence your actions, but they don't dictate your actions. So, without getting into a free will debate or what have you, let's grant everyone has free will. That only applies to your actions. It doesn't apply to what you are convinced is true. Belief is something that happens to your mind. Actions are
Okay.
now beliefs can influence your actions, but your actions are choices.
Ems, you
But the
had
trouble is,
something.
isn't belief isn't belief again what you choose? The brain's there to tell you what to choose for a belief as well. Any belief. No.
I don't understand what you're saying there.
So for example, for somebody to believe in anything, if it's just a mental action, like you said, it's not a physical action. It's a thought. Like John said.
Yeah, but we kind of demonstrated this because you were unable to just decide to be convinced that the Earth is flat. So here's an analogy I use a lot.
Yeah.
You go to the refrigerator, you pour a glass of milk, you go and you sit down. You have no choice. You set the glass on the table. You have no choice but to believe that there's a glass of milk in front of you. Your mind is convinced of it. You can't choose to believe it's not there. However, you can choose whether or not you're going to grab the glass and take a sip.
Okay. So I like that. So if I go back to so I can't choose to believe, but I'm the one who made it happen, isn't it? That I bought the glass in front of me.
Yeah, that's an action that you chose. Actions are choices.
Okay,
Ems, what did you have, Ems?
Sorry?
Think of this example. What if you walk on somebody committing zina? Could you choose to not believe that they're committing zina when you know they're not married?
If you witness that, you mean?
You witness it with your own eyes. Could you choose not to believe that they actually did commit zina?
Well, you can't choose that because that's eyewitness there. So isn't belief more in the unseen and what's in front of you?
No. So
Ems has a follow-up.
The reason I'm saying that is because sensory input helps you build a worldview. So when you see somebody do something, when you hear somebody do something, when you use logic to determine something, blah 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 blah, that is using different methods to arrive at a conclusion. So again, you saw somebody doing something, you cannot choose not to believe that they've done it. For example, you heard somebody do something or say something, you cannot choose to believe that they didn't say it. You used evidence, like for example, in a crime scene, you reconstructed a crime scene. You cannot just use your will to change what you believe actually happened. The same would apply to God.
So is that a requirement that to choose a factual incident, whether you want to believe in it or not? Is that a requirement?
No.
Okay. Well, maybe if you tell me what your point is, I'll understand it better. I'm getting there now.
The point is that God, you cannot choose to believe in God. I'm not convinced. I cannot choose to be convinced tomorrow.
Okay, well, I can only tell you what you tell me whether this fits in your explanation. I choose to believe in Allah because I feel that after my studies in the Quran, I feel, very convinced logically and spiritually.
Exactly. So you believe in God because you're convinced, because of the evidence you found. I do not believe in God because I'm not convinced because of the evidence I found.
but that's not a requirement from God anyway. So if somebody was insane, there's no requirement for them to believe anything if they're insane.
Ignore the insane person. I'm talking about us. You have looked at specific evidence that has led you to believe in God. You cannot change that. You'd have to find new evidence to change that. And for me, I saw evidence that convinces me that Allah doesn't exist. So I would have to see new evidence to be convinced that He does.
Okay.
And
All right,
the reason why this is important, AK, if there were no purported consequences to belief or lack of it, then this would just be an academic discussion. It would be like talking about whether we think dark matter exists or something like that. And it would be interesting, but it wouldn't really matter. The reason why this stuff is really important is that we have these major religious traditions in Islam and Christianity that attach a penalty of consequences to non-belief, right? We are told that if we die without believing the correct things, that there's a punishment for that. Do you agree that that's horrendously immoral?
Oh, well, no, can I add, because obviously, like I said, you got a different Sophia and I got a different Sophia, maybe because I'm aware of the consequences. There is no requirement for anybody in that case that if they were saying, because don't forget, for a factual incident to happen, let's say somebody kills somebody right in front of us. Now, if we have to give witness to that, somebody may say, well,
I'm going to pull you back. Forgive me for interrupting you, because I want to pull you back to the specific requirements according to these religious texts. So I can name the verses in the Bible that tell you you're in big trouble if you don't believe in Jesus. And we can talk about the similar verses in the Quran that tell you that you're in big trouble if you don't believe in the writings of the Prophet. Right? You agree they're there, right? We can dig them out if you want to see them, but I'm going to guess you know them, right?
No, I know them, yes.
Okay, so my question to you is, if you agree with us that you can't just decide to be convinced of something, then how does it make moral sense for people to be punished for not being?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think what's happened here now, you moved on from a voluntary definition of the ability to believe or not believe to somebody else putting a requirement now, and that as an outcome of punishment or reward. So
it's not somebody else. That's somebody else is your religion does that.
Yeah. So that's the thing. So let's say if somebody else, don't forget that doesn't have to be God. It could be a local cult. Somebody's imprisoning somebody and forcing somebody or persuading somebody to believe in X, Y, Z.
It would still be wrong.
Yeah, oh yeah. No, that's the point I'm trying to come to. I'm saying that when an external entity puts a requirement, then the standards have to be met, whatever they be, willingly or unwillingly. I thought you were talking about the way you asked me the question. That your questioning is a voluntary sort of statement or belief within your own control, without any consequences, whether you want to believe the Earth's flat or not flat. So
this is really simple, AK. I just want to know if you think it's okay for people to be punished for non-belief.
No, I'm saying this argument is for example like this. It's the law of the country, for example. If somebody who is responsible, I mean, we're talking about Andrew the ex-prince.
AK,
you got to answer his question.
I just want to know if you think it's okay for people to be punished for non-belief.
Yes or no?
No, people are not. No, people shouldn't be punished. Islam doesn't ask that. I'm not sure about the Bible, but the Quran allows the non-belief for you to choose.
Is that true?
So the Quran doesn't say that there's a punishment awaiting non-believers.
No, there is the punishment's waiting. But what I'm saying is that they're not forced to live by. Because don't forget. Can somebody choose? Can non-believers or believers say, I don't want to come through the womb. I want to come through a big watermelon to this earth. I want to be popped out of it. Whether we like it or not,
that's a distraction. That's a distraction. We're just talking about the concept of belief. Ems, perhaps you could just tell us, for anyone who's uncertain here, about what the Quran says for people who don't believe.
No, I know that. I know it's severe torment.
What does it say?
It says severe torment.
No,
wait.
I'm not asking about that. You're 54, so you should know. You should know how to recite Al-Baqarah, like the beginning part at least.
Yes, I know the Baqarah.
Recite the beginning part of Al-Baqarah.
Yes.
Could you recite it?
Oh, Alif Lam Mim.
ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه. Continue.
Yeah, أعوذ بالله بسم الله ألف لام ميم ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين الذين يؤمنون بالغيب ويقيمون الصلاة ومما رزقناهم ينفقون والذين يؤمنون بما أنزل إليك وما أنزل من قبلك وبالآخرة هم يوقنون. That's the first part.
أولئك على هدى من ربهم وأولئك هم المفلحون. إن الذين كفروا سواء عليهم أنذرتهم أو لم تنذرهم لا يؤمنون. Could you see what that means?
Yes, very clear.
What does that mean?
But it's very clear that, see, don't forget, we and the
But
whole earth.
it's not
belong
clear to
God.
us.
We
So
don't belong to
could you
ourselves.
translate it for us, please, AK?
Yes, it means that this book, this is the book that as God is revealed, and there's no doubt in it, and it's only going to be guidance for muttaqun, those who fear God, those who
what I said, the last verse I said, إن الذين كفروا سواء عليهم أنذرتهم أو لم تنذرهم لا يؤمنون. What does it mean?
Yeah, could you translate it for me as well? That bit.
Okay. Those who do not believe, it doesn't matter whether you warn them or not; they will never believe.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly the point I'm trying to make. Is the notion of belief, when you talk about God's context, is through the ownership. God owns our bodies, the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars. So that's in his as a requirement. So he has all authority. When somebody has authority, that person can demand X, Y, Z, and we are bound by. So, for example, somebody can't say I run with my ears or I walk with my head. Whether we like it or not, we walk with our feet and we run with our legs, for example.
But AK, you've agreed with us. You've agreed with us that belief can't be commanded at will. You've agreed with us that just wanting to believe something is not the same as being convinced it's true. We went on that little journey about the world being flat, and we established that together. So having reached that common ground together, we now turn to the idea of what if the subject is the truth of a religion or the existence of a God? The same rules apply, right? So in my case, hang on. In my case, hang on a second. No, the parameters are basically identical.
Well, it's not because one's on a gunpoint and the other's not on a gunpoint.
Well, the one on a gunpoint is yours, my friend, because
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, that makes it even worse. My argument is that that's worse.
Well, no, look, then that's a separate argument. But I'm saying the example you used, the Earth is flat. If that was on a gunpoint, people will say lots of things. People probably everybody
it's
would
not
say
about
Earth is
what
flat.
you say. Okay, it's not about what you say.
Okay, believe
it's about what you
believe on a lie detector. Then somebody
but you wouldn't be able to do it. You agreed that you wouldn't be able to do it. It doesn't matter how high the stakes are.
But like I said, your next question was God. If you are weighing both, then I would say ask this question. Then say to me, if 1,000 people are on a gunpoint and they just want to believe, so all you want to measure is the electric pulses of movement in the brain, not action. Then I think 1,000 people will say yes, the Earth is flat, even though knowing it's not flat, because the parameter is external.
That's complete nonsense. 1,000 people at gunpoint couldn't convince themselves the Earth is flat any more than you could. You weren't able to do it, and neither would they. And so we have this situation. It doesn't matter at gunpoint either. Being at gunpoint doesn't magically equip your mind to become persuaded of things you're not persuaded of. It would just all it adds is cruelty, and all these religious texts add is a layer of cruelty also, because they promise punishment for people who don't find these patently ridiculous claims.
Well, look, I agree with you there. John, because that's a different parameter, and I can explain that to you. But please don't confuse both questions, because no wonder I wasn't understanding your point, because your questions are confused. Talk to me directly. Say that this is very cruel. Then I'll say, yeah, of course, and then I'll explain to you why it looks cruel and why it's not cruel. Then it's a different matter.
Well, it's not just cruel; it's morally incomprehensible, because you're punishing someone for something they cannot choose or control. I can no more choose to believe God exists than I can choose to believe leprechauns exist. It's just not possible for me. So it would be like punishing me for the color of my eyes.
Okay, well, let's not go in the hereafter, because that's something hard to do. Let's talk about two brothers who are born from the same mum, twins, where one is blind and one is absolutely healthy. So it's cruel, isn't it? Whoever created him.
Not just cruel, it's morally incomprehensible.
No, but
according to your religious,
do you think that's cruel? If twins, not two twins, but twins.
You're not. That's disanalogous, because we're talking about an all-knowing deity who is exacting punishment on someone they can't control. But he could convince the entire planet he exists.
But isn't that punishment as well? Somebody's born blind, somebody's born without legs, somebody born without limbs, ability.
And I think it would be cruel if an all-powerful deity caused them to be born blind, but that's disanalogous. The question is it morally comprehensible to punish someone for something they cannot choose? Yes or no?
I think the beauty is God will never.
Yes or no, buddy? Come on.
You can do it.
Come on, I think your question is not right, honestly,
It's
brother.
such a simple question.
Because you got God in the pocket. Let's talk about away from God. Yeah, then we can have a general discussion all day long.
User, you've been
You want to
dodging.
ask the question, then you want to jump
I'm
on the
going to
word
have to
God.
I'm going to have to insist you answer. Here's the thing, John and I, we have a ever standing agreement that if anyone asks us a yes or no question, we will give a yes or no, or perhaps I don't know. We're going to directly answer it. We hold ourselves to that standard. We have to hold you to that standard.
Okay,
So
but I wish today we were talking about football and cricket. That's all. The minute you put
well,
God
it'd be
in
an easier conversation for you. I understand. Is it
I'm saying
morally?
when you put
I'm going to
God
ask
there,
it
it
one more
means that
time.
you already made your mind up about something. You see,
I
that's the trouble.
will ask one more time. Is it morally comprehensible to punish someone for something they cannot choose? Yes or no?
Is it morally comprehensible?
Yes.
Meaning morally not right.
Is it okay? Is it okay to do it?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Is it okay to punish someone for something they cannot choose?
No,
yes or
it's
no?
not. It's not okay.
Okay. So here we go. Premise
Good,
one.
good.
It is not morally okay to punish someone for something they cannot choose.
Good. Yeah.
Premise two. Allah punishes people for non-belief. Premise three. Non-belief is not something you can choose. Conclusion. God's rule is not morally okay.
You're jumping here because
that was sound.
You stopped me before. You didn't like where the syllogism was going, and so you sort of talked over me as a defense mechanism.
I'm sorry. I want to make a point here that because you only read, you read one verse of the Quran. As you read the Quran, you find out. Do you know the word where it says "Summun bukmun umyun from la yarji'un"? Allah talks about the skies and the earth, and people deny. The stories they deny. For example, one nation asked for a camel to be, created by this mountain, and they saw the miracle with their very eyes, and they rejected it. So they're talking about things like that, not the definition that you come up with.
No, user. Again, it gives you examples of people, but the overarching narrative is that if a person doesn't believe, it's because God hasn't allowed him to believe.
Trust me, God. If God has allowed the stomach to digest the food is created, He's allowed plenty of time for everybody to believe me.
No. Because
trust me.
In the Quran it says, وَمَا كَانَ لِنَفْسٍ أَن تُؤْمِنَ إِلَّا بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ. Do you know what that means?
No. Have you heard the saying of Ali Radiallahu, where he asked somebody to lift one leg, and he lifts one leg, and says, now lift the other one, and I can't do that. He said, well, that's all you're responsible for. So going back to what you're saying, people are not responsible for things that they can't do, mate. Whether mentally or physically.
That's the point. People are not responsible for things that they can't do, and therefore punishing them for not being able to do those things.
No, the punishment that refers to those.
Hang on, AK.
Hellfire is not cheap just for everybody to go hellfire, mate.
I think Ems is going to give us the verse. AK, Ems is going to give us the verse.
People go to heaven as a reward, meaning more than...
Hang on. Ems, give us the verse.
So, the verse that I mentioned, it was, what it means is that it is not for a soul to believe, except with God's permission.
Yeah, I think you're really not taking the Quran in the context, my brother M. To understand Arabic, there's 3-4 depth knowledge that you need.
Hang on a second.
Sit with a scholar.
We've got to read it in context. That's the first of our Believer Bingo cards. Thank you very much indeed for that. And our normal conversation resumes now.
Okay, thank you for that. Take care.
No, I didn't mean to disrupt the conversation, but you did light the first square on our Believer Bingo, which is read it in context. We're very happy about that.
I said I like that if it's in the context of voluntary. But when you bring God's criteria, it's a completely different argument because God does not punish. He'll only punish those who knowingly, talk about the day of judgment, right? Talk about that with your Arabic knowledge. The amount of people that be forgiven for no reason whatsoever, just by excuses, be forgiven. Surely only those will go to hellfire, those deserve it. You don't know that notion, my brother.
But the logic of this situation pertains whether or not that verse is even in operation. If that verse just makes it even worse.
It's about the mercy of God and the wrath of God. And if you're
That's
aware
irrelevant.
of the mercy of,
That's
of
you don't need
Islam,
you don't need mercy if you haven't done anything wrong. You shouldn't need mercy. If you find yourself in a
sorry,
situation
oh,
where
my goodness, you need mercy because
no,
we
no.
owe it to God because we didn't pay for
Okay,
our eyesight, we didn't
okay,
pay for our tongue, we
okay.
didn't pay for our.
If you find yourself in a situation where you require mercy and you didn't do anything wrong in order to need that mercy in terms of being judged for non-belief, then that just shows that God is immoral. It just shows he's a tyrant, just an immoral tyrant, nothing more than that. So the verse that M's quoted that says people believe with God's permission just makes it even worse. But even without that verse, it's pretty bad.
I think you just hung up on that verse. I'm saying, when did you pay? You paid for your glasses, John. When did you pay for your eyes? When did we pay for our hands?
That's got nothing to do with being judged for non-belief. That's a completely separate...
that's part of it. It's for being grateful. Either we have gratitude or we don't. Of course it does.
I don't feel gratitude.
We live in a society.
Okay, I don't feel gratitude to anyone for giving me my eyes. Nature gave me my eyes because I'm an evolved hominid, and Homo sapiens evolved to have eyes. I don't have to say thank you for them.
So the argument is separate. The argument, does God exist or not? That's the argument then.
Is it possible to have gratitude towards someone you don't believe exists?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Is it possible to feel gratitude towards someone you don't believe exists?
That's why, my brother, you're on stage 10.
That's a yes or no. That's a yes or no.
No, the first point is we must believe that God exists, and that's where the punishment is.
And round and round we go. You just said it, AK. You must believe that God exists.
AK, is 1 + 1 2?
Yes, it is.
How is that? How hard is that? That's the first question you answered the entire time.
Yeah, because you're not asking the question as 1 + 1, my brother.
All right. I think I'm getting the feeling that maybe we've run out of steam a little bit here, AK, because we're trying to get you to see something, and the most charitable explanation I can come up with is that you're not able to see it.
So can I ask you a question here?
A less charitable one would be that you are able to see it, you just don't like it.
No, I know. Nothing like my personality is not like that. Your question is like this: you ask me to stand on water that's got raft in there, and when you're taking me to there's no raft, and you want me to believe that there's a raft in there. No, you can't make up criteria. You got to believe in God first.
Sure. Hey, you were talking about how the Arabic in the Quran is going to fix this issue. Could you expand on that?
Sorry, could you ask that again?
You said that the Arabic in the Quran is going to fix the issue that I had. Could you expand on that?
I'm really sorry.
What he said was that you made the claim that the Arabic in the Quran, a correct understanding of that, would clear up this big misunderstanding. So can you expand on that and explain why the Arabic would make it better?
Thank you for that question. Is because when we use the word Allah, Allah is an Arabic word, and when you're quoting Allah, then either you have to say to me that you don't believe in Allah. It's amazing. You believe in the next sentence that was said, but you don't believe in the word Allah. So that's why there's a mix-up. Believe in Allah, and you'll be amazed how much the equation will be 1 + 1 is 2.
So, when I mention a verse, I'm mentioning it to show you that it doesn't make sense in the context of the religion.
It's not going to make sense, my brother, if you don't believe in Allah. That's only for Hudan lil Muttaqin. Did you notice what I said? Alif Lam Mim Dhalika al-Kitabu la rayba fihi. This is the book in which there's no doubt. Hudan lil Muttaqin. This only is guidance for those who fear Allah. And if you don't have understanding of God and Allah, then the whole Quran is not for you.
Before you believe in God, you have to believe in God.
Sorry?
Yeah.
So before you believe in God, you have to believe in God.
Well, whichever way you want to put it.
Okay, this is a ludicrous level of special pleading. What you're basically saying is the only way to understand this and believe it is if your starting point is belief.
Yes, starting point is belief.
And the book declares itself to be true. So the primary evidence for the truthfulness of the book is found in the book. And you don't see a problem with that epistemically.
And it's not just the book. The evidence is found within the logic and what's around us, because the book says God has created science.
Okay.
And I'll give you a classic example.
No, hang on a second. I asked you a question. I asked you a question. Do you see a problem with the fact that the claim of truthfulness of the book is found in the book? Does that strike you as problematic at all?
No, it's not problematic because
Not
it's not just
problematic.
found in the book.
So
It's found
I've got a
everywhere.
book. I've got a book that says this book is true, the Quran is false. Is my book true?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what you mean there.
It says it.
though,
My book
because
says.
anybody's book
John,
can say.
John, I think where he's going is that he's gonna show us that the Quran demonstrates.
No, you should, yeah, the
Evidence.
Quran. Don't forget the difference between your and my book is different. The Quran is directly from God. That's the difference.
Well,
How
that's
do
the
you know that?
claim. That's the claim
Eh?
in all books.
How do you know that? Because
Okay.
John's book is
Okay.
from
Let me
God.
let
Yeah.
me ask you a question, M.
My
M,
book-
let me ask you a question, and also
my book
John,
is
let me-
also from
please,
God.
If
says so.
if us three we're traveling in a desert, right? And now there's a life and death situation because we've been running out of water and food, and all of a sudden you see footprints of a camel going towards right. What does that indicate? And if I say that we need to turn left to find life, what's your logic? What would your logic say to you? In a footprints of a camel in a desert when we are basically going to
Sure,
die now.
it would
There's no
mean
water.
it would mean that there's a camel who went to the right direction.
Exactly.
Sure. Could
Exactly.
you demonstrate the same for the Quran? Go ahead.
Yeah. So the 1 minute. Please let me finish. Now, the very fact that what's between the three of us is food and water. Camel is not what's required. It's the notion that the camel means there'll be people, there'll be food. So we're not interested in the camel or the people. We're interested in the food that will be there. So our logic tells us lots of things. Now, if I be pedantic and I say no, I think life is on going towards the left direction, and you say, well, don't be pedantic, as if life looks like in the right direction. And what's your sign? Have you seen the camel? Do you believe it's there? How do you know it's there? If I start asking all these stupid questions at that time when we're all going to die, it won't make sense. So the belief of life and the sources being there,
Okay.
that's the starting point. After that, I can when I get there and have a
M's
cup of
asked you a
water,
question.
I can have lots.
M's asked you a question. Go ahead, M's. Ask him again about the demonstration you asked him for.
Sorry, are you asking me to?
No, he teacup. So he asked you.
Look, you interrupted me, brother. You didn't end my. I'm saying that the first belief that if life doesn't exist on the left or right direction, doesn't matter. We can argue all day long and go straight and die. But the very fact that there has to be a starting point, what you're doing is you're starting from an authoritarian sort of demanding point where God controls life and death, which you don't believe and I do, to some a volunteering sort of logic where it does have no consequences. You know, it's not a very good way of putting a question, my brother, because people will be tripped and confused.
I'm really sorry. Okay. There's too much dissembling going on here. We've tried to have an argument, a discussion about a really, really simple point, and we've been talking about this now for 42 minutes, and I think it's probably time we leave it. I think it's gonna get a little bit repetitive.
Before he goes, could I ask him a question?
But one more question from Ems.
God bless you. Look, guys. God bless you guys, and
I will
I will pray for you as well, inshallah.
Real quick, Ems has a
people.
question real quick before you leave.
Sorry.
Ems has a question real quick for.
Okay, go on then, Em.
Sure. You mentioned that if I saw camel footprints going to the right, that would imply that there's a camel who went to the right. Now, if you superimpose that on the Quran, in real life you do see a camel footprints going to the right, but the Quran tells you it's going to the left.
The Quran doesn't tell you. The Quran, all the footprints of God are there for us to see, but we're blind to them.
But we do have God who's all-knowing, supposedly making mistakes in the Quran.
No. God doesn't make mistakes, my brother. God doesn't make no mistake. The finest of the finest creation. You see, don't forget, the problem is not all. Look.
All right, I think we're dissembling again, and I think this one's
a child
probably
can make 100 excuses for not doing their homework. But if they don't.
Okay, thank you for calling in and speaking to us. It's slightly frustrating that you seemed at points to glimpse and even agree with us on the involuntary nature of belief, and then
I think that's very funny, John.
And then you slipped back into insisting that it means something to punish not having it because it's a choice. So
I think your channel should start off with whether God exists or not, and then these questions make sense.
We talk about that a lot, but actually the discussion here is not about that particularly. This is a discussion about psychology of belief and whether it makes sense.
Look,
to
there's so many cultures that don't
it.
make sense to us. You know, people are. You know, if you go to Sri Lanka, right?
Okay. I know. That's it. like a wild horse straining to get out and run, which is wonderful. But thank you for coming to speak to us. We appreciate it, AK.
You take care, matey. Take
enjoy
care.
the
All
rest
of
of
you
your
take care and
evening.
look after yourself.
And you too. Technically speaking, he did say before he left that he was going to pray for us. So that is the second square on our Believer Bingo for tonight. I'm very excited about this.
Not even technically. He explicitly said it.
Absolutely said it. Okay. We do have Zevy waiting on the YouTube side. So we're going to bring Zevy in right now. And then we have a couple. We've got Grez and RC on the TikTok
on the
side.
YouTube side.
Yeah. So you flip over to YouTube while we bring Zevy in. Hey, Zevy, what's up?
Hello.
Hi, how are
Can you hear
you?
me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you
I'm
fine.
good. Okay. Sorry, I'm super nervous.
I
But I
can't hear them.
was happy to hear M's on too, because I had a question for him on behalf of my husband, who wants to know what's the best version of the Quran to read, like most honest or accurate to the Arabic. Is there like an English translation that doesn't like lie or do apologetics, or not really?
Great question. I'd love to know that too. Did you get that, Ems?
I can't hear them at all.
Okay. This is the old problem of not being able to route audio. That's okay. No, that's
right.
okay. Yeah, I understand why this, but I can forward your question on. So, Ems,
Okay.
Zevy's asking, is there a version of the Quran where the translations of the Arabic haven't been filtered through a political lens to make them sanitized? Is there a translation which is not kind of diluted by apologetics?
I have no idea because I've never read a translation.
Right, because you read the Arabic.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is something I think we need to find out, because I've heard you speak on this before. In fact, you've spoken to us about it when you've been on this feed before, where you showed us instances where the publicly accessible English translations are significantly watered down and sanitized. Like you gave the example of the poking rather than hitting, or the poking in the chest rather than striking. I think this is something we need to get on, because if we're going to grapple with this text, we should be able to grapple with it from a position of understanding what it actually says. And I know that translations aren't perfect, but it sounds like there's a gap in the market right now.
A lot of translations, like even in chapter 10, verse 5, they literally just ended it says that God has made the sun, he made the sun a lamp and the moon a light. The English translation that is accessible on Quran.com says that he has made the sun a lamp and the moon a reflected light. Where did the
there you
word
go.
reflected come from?
Right. Amazing. Yeah.
And
I
then
mean,
they come up and they try to debate you about how the prophet would have known that the moon is reflected. And it doesn't even say that.
that's incredible. And I think that at the very least, we need a book of listing these discrepant translations. We need a catalogue. I would like a catalogue of these cases, so that we can be better informed about what this text actually says, and better informed about the gaslighting that happens about what the text says. Because I think that's
hear
really
it a lot on Justin's stream, and I know Justin has a lot of things on his sheet, and he's been compiling more. But I just hear it when I do, and I I can't catalog it all myself. So I was hoping there might be one that's like a little bit more literal or something. But
it sounds like a project that we need to think about somehow, because I think I'd certainly be very, very interested to have a list, wouldn't you? Like a list of these different translations where the text actually says something, and then the majority of publicly accessible English translations or other language translations say something sanitized or watered down or changed to be more convenient. King James Bible does that too. But
same thing.
like I
All
could make a
Bible
translation of the book
translations.
if I had the time.
People always ask Justin what's the best translation, and
Yeah.
he has a ready answer, and obviously no translation's perfect, but yeah, that was just a
Yeah.
quick question I had for Ems. But
Well, thanks, Zevy. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, I
yeah,
forgot about there's a
well, I
funny
did
audio
want to have
audio
something.
routine thing.
Actually, I
I
did
tried
want to
to
talk about the topic.
reach out to
Sorry,
Justin to
but
help you with it.
was that okay, or do you not?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
fine. We just need to manage the fact that the audio one way doesn't work, so you won't hear
Does that mean
Ems.
that I can't hear Sean either?
You would Sean is able to join. No, I can't figure it out. You might not be able to hear Sean as well, but you should be able to hear Sean. No, you won't hear it. You won't hear Ems, but you will hear Sean, because Ems
Yeah.
is
So
not
Okay.
Ems is not in on the Video Ninja feed. But we'll have to
Okay.
do that
yeah,
next
and
time.
Okay.
I'm speaking. What?
Would it be okay to talk about the first topic, or
Yeah,
do you
sure.
need to move on?
No, you can go for it.
Yeah. I've been really enjoying listening to your streams, and I fully agree with this, and I liked when you link it also to action, and how can you, when your actions flow from your beliefs, then how do you hold someone responsible for their actions when they can't choose their beliefs?
Yeah.
And when someone is indoctrinated. And for example, I have a specific situation that I was really hoping to figure out where there's a difference. And the sorry, I'm tripping over my words. I'm
No, you're
nervous.
good. You're good.
The disparity, that was the word I'm looking for. So
Yeah.
so for example, I'm trans. My parents are fundamentalist evangelicals. Dad's a pastor, mom's a therapist who I'm sure does conversion therapy if she ever had any clients that were LGBTQ. And so I have cut off from them because it's too hard to have any interactions with them, and anytime I do, it kind of re-traumatizes me and makes it hard for me to just even function in daily life. But as I'm getting older and they're getting older and they're really far away from me, and I don't feel super responsible to care for them, but I do still have, I'm sure, from being raised and everything, like the idea that you need to respect your parents, etc. And also, as they get older, I am thinking maybe I should start thinking to give them more grace, even though they have, my dad in his professional work has worked extensively to hurt the LGBTQ community.
I'm sorry.
And
That's
I can,
awful. I'm sorry.
It's
I'm going to
he's,
be dropping
like,
to listen to the
prosecuted
conversation. I'll come
people in
back
the
up
church
when
and
somebody's
kicked
on.
people out and
Okay.
gotten people's careers ruined, stuff. So it's really bad, and for mostly for the actions is why I cut off from them, and the fact that any conversation or even a letter in the mail means I'm out for 2 weeks, just upset. So but I feel like maybe I'm being hypocritical because I'm saying, hey, you have to like believe in my identity, kind of.
Yeah,
or that this is okay.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
But
I think you can. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
I don't accept their beliefs. So
yeah, I understand what
where's
you're
the
saying.
difference?
Well, you can perceive somebody else's beliefs as wrong. You can perceive them as wrong in terms of being incorrect, and you can perceive them as being as wrong in terms of being, like, in your view, immoral, harmful, prejudiced, discriminatory. All of those things, you're completely valid to hold those views about somebody else's belief without needing to have a poor understanding of how they got those beliefs. So
right.
people can have horrible beliefs that they just have because they were persuaded of the things that undergird those beliefs. So you can still, the fact that you are honest about where they came from doesn't necessarily mean that you have to tolerate the entailments of those beliefs. You can still be honest about the fact that they arose through persuasion and all the stuff we always talk about. And then you can say, well, that's the same for all horrible beliefs, like racist beliefs or, misogynistic beliefs or, horrible beliefs all happen that way. We don't have to like them. We can be honest about where they came from, and then we can try to push back against them by saying, this is the harm they cause. This is why they cause harm. This is why these beliefs are not okay. These are the people who suffer as a result of the actions taken by people with these beliefs. And that's how we have conversation to try to get people to be persuaded of other things so that those horrible beliefs change.
Which I have tried.
And of course, you can't always get through.
Well, because the example is, it doesn't matter what argument I could produce when they have a core belief that the Bible is 100% true. And so even going to nature or something, they can always just go to Romans, whatever. I'm not as great with Bible verses, but where like we're fallen in our nature. So even an argument from that won't move them an inch, and they think that they're being loving by trying to like warn somebody that, oh, up ahead a bridge is out, and wouldn't it be unloving for me? That was the last email I got from my dad, and then I said, no, we're not doing this anymore. And because
I'm sorry, that must have been really painful for you. I'm really sorry.
I don't know. It's hard to figure out where the balance is, but when the starting point is that, and you can't explain to somebody how their beliefs hurt people when they actually really truly believe that they're being loving.
They do. And the road to hell paved with good intentions and all of that, and people often think they are. They're not being loving, they're being harmful and horrible, and even if they're motivated by what they think is care, they've bought into a horrible system that doesn't allow people to be accepted for who they are, and it's damaging. But you won't always be able to reach people. That's the sad fact.
What would you do in the case of something like one of the other things you mentioned, like racism?
All you can do is try and accept that most of the time you won't get through to people. That's it. It's just a sad thing. I wish I could say, here's the magic solution to, here's how you make other people see your view on things. I wish I could, if there was a way of doing that, I'd like to know it too. And sadly, some people are stuck where they are, and they're not going to look at things a different way. And you just need to stay true to yourself. And it sounds like that's what you're doing. And it sounds like it's really painful. So
I'm
really
worried
sorry.
I'm being hypocritical. And I guess that's the kind of the second part of the question is, what's the difference in me saying, I don't accept, like, maybe like you said, like the entailments of the beliefs, or like how these beliefs lead you to act in the world that hurts people. And so I really can't be around that kind of toxic behavior and actions, and yet they would be happy to still have a relationship with me even though we disagree. But I'm not okay with that. And I don't know I can't figure out how that's not hypocritical of
It's
me,
not being
and I don't wanna be
hypocritical.
that.
No, it isn't being hypocritical, Zevy. It's just having your own boundaries and protecting them. And you're entitled to say that. You're entitled to say, this is too painful, this is too difficult. And it must be a very difficult decision to make. To cut yourself off from family is a really, really painful, difficult thing. I'm really sorry that you have that. And it's not an easy decision to make, but you are entitled to protect your own boundaries. I don't think it's hypocritical at all. Even if you can see that their beliefs come from, they're victims of their beliefs in a way, right? They didn't choose to be persuaded of the things that persuaded them. You can even be compassionate towards them for having those beliefs. That doesn't obligate you to stand in the firing line of what comes as a result of them. And you're obviously doing this to look after yourself and to protect yourself, and we all have to do that sometimes. So I don't think you're being hypocritical.
Thank you. Okay.
All right,
That's
Zevy.
helpful.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thanks for coming in. Nice to speak to you.
Yep.
All the best.
You too. Thank you.
Take care.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, we're going to bring in back from the TikTok side, Grez. And after Grez, we have Boundless Cosmos, and we have RC as well, who we have spoken to before. Okay. Hey, Grez.
He's still loading.
Yeah.
By the way, you have me muted on the video side.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. There you go.
That's all right.
Got it. Fixed it. Hey, Grez. Hello.
You all right?
Yep. You're up, Grez. What would you like to say?
Zevy.
Doing all right, Grez?
Is there something you'd like to say, Grez? Because if not, we can move on. But if you'd like to have a talk, we're listening and ready.
All right, okay.
Okay.
No, I'm just wondering. I'm just here listening, me.
Right, but
You know what I mean?
you joined the queue to get involved in the conversation. So is there something you'd like to say?
About
Anything we're talking about? Because you don't have to be in the guest queue in order to listen. There's like 400 people listening who aren't in the guest queue. You could just listen if that's what you want. But if you want to,
no, I'm an atheist as well. You know what I mean? So, you know what
All
I mean?
it sounds to me like maybe you're just enjoying listening. Is that right, Grez?
Yeah, I'm enjoying listening. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well,
It's,
thanks for popping in to say hi, and we'll move on.
All right, cheers,
from
mate.
there. All right. Thanks. Take care.
Nice one.
Take care. Okay. Well, there we are. Yep. You are allowed to listen to the show without being in the guest queue as well. Being in the guest queue is strictly optional. Okay. We bring in Boundless Cosmos. Hey, Boundless.
Yeah, good evening.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. You're up with Sean and John. What would you like to say?
Right. So, yeah, I would ask, are you atheist? I disagree with. For TikTok, by the way, I'm 22. I'm Christian. That's usually typical.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that. I know we're supposed to ask. What I normally do is I kind of have a listen to the voice, and if it sounds close to the boundary, then we'll say, are you over 18? But normally I'll kind of hear you hear someone. So yeah, Sean and I are atheists, and hence our positions as outlined above. So nobody chooses what they believe. So you didn't choose to be a theist or a Christian. Well, you could have chosen to be a theist, a Christian, but you didn't choose your belief in God. We didn't choose to be atheists. No one ever has. God is not morally good. Hell is ridiculous. And by hell is ridiculous, I mean really for non-belief. But it's pretty ridiculous anyway, but particularly for non-belief. And God hates women. So these are the dishes on the menu tonight. What would you like to go for?
Yeah, well, yeah, I would say that I disagree with all, but you qualified the hell is ridiculous one.
Yeah, hell is ridiculous.
I think that's
yeah, okay.
I think that's
a hell for non-belief is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right, but that's not what Christianity teaches, though.
Does
Wait,
Christianity?
say that again?
It's not.
He said that's
it's not
Christianity.
fundamentally.
But doesn't Christianity teach that if you don't accept Jesus, that you go to hell?
Yeah, but it's not isolated to just not believing in God. It's implications that follow for not believing in God.
How do you avoid going to hell?
Right, accept Jesus as a savior.
So you need to so you need to believe in Jesus in order to do that, right?
Yeah, sure.
So if you don't believe in Jesus, is it possible to avoid going to hell?
No.
No. So not believing in Jesus sends you to hell, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're on the same page about that. We can look at whether it's ethical.
Well, I guess what I meant to say then is I don't say how that's invalid. Like I don't say how that's. I think it's based on your assumption in the first one, which is nobody chooses what they believe. So I would just challenge that, and I'll challenge a hell one. Right.
You're absolutely right that this idea of hell being ridiculous for non-belief is based on the assumption Thank you for the hat. Thank you very much for the hat. It is based on the first point, which is that you don't choose what you believe. And that is actually really obvious when you think about it, because you can only believe something if you're persuaded of it. If you're not persuaded by it, belief is impossible. So then the question is, can you just choose to be persuaded by something? Can you choose to find something convincing if you don't find it convincing? Is that something you think you can do?
No, I think humans are by default truth tracking, so we grasp what convinces us. You can't force yourself to be convinced of something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I'm
Yeah,
really
to be
pleased
true.
that you agree with me on this. So because we try to be truth tracking, right? We don't always succeed, but we're trying to be truth tracking. And as you said, you can't believe something without being convinced of it. If you find yourself not convinced, for example, that Jesus is God, then how are you supposed to accept him? How are you supposed to do the things that we're told you need to do in order to avoid the punishment?
Well, I think, well, to be honest, that's if you're truly ignorant, because you can be unconvinced, but you're willfully ignorant, which means that you have some sort of bias or presupposition that excludes you from searching further, or excludes you from, it's like it pre-exempts you from the evidence. So if it's the case where you have some sort of aversion, or you don't seek truly, or you don't even fully seek it and decide equally among all options, then I would say it's willful ignorance, and that is the same as saying you just don't care about God, or you don't care about truth. So it just depends. I think it just needs to be qualified.
Right, I see what you're saying, but is there any conceptual space in what you're laying out for then just honest disbelief? What if someone is not willfully ignorant? Like I might be wrong, but I think it would be harsh to call me willfully ignorant. I've spent decades looking at the Bible and studying Christianity and thinking deeply about these issues. There isn't an argument for God that exists that I haven't heard. I don't think I'm willfully ignorant. I might be mistaken, but do I get the punishment?
Right. So I don't think, to be honest, personally, I don't think you're truthful about your conviction. I think deep down you do know that God exists, and you have this bias against him. So I
Okay.
hold that even most atheists do believe in God. Like
Okay.
you just
So
don't
this
front
is
it.
this
You
is
don't
this
front
is
that
this
belief.
is Romans 1. Romans 1,
Right.
the evidence of the world is there, and they all
Yeah.
know
And
it
from
really.
observations,
Okay.
personally.
Well, if that's the rule, if you get to tell me about the contents of my mind, then presumably the rules work both ways, and I can tell you about the contents of your mind. And I can say, I don't think you actually do believe in God. I think you're just pretending to get the social benefits of belonging that accrue with that. And your claims of devotion to God and Jesus are not sincere.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, we can get into that. But at the end of the day, I don't think you're justified in saying that. I think I am justified in saying that you do believe.
But it's a dick move. Like I don't say it because I wouldn't disrespect a person by claiming to know the contents of their mind better than they do. I'm telling you as a fact that I am unconvinced about this stuff. I'm no more convinced about the existence of God and Jesus than I am about the existence of Santa and the Easter Bunny. I'm equally
And I think you're
unconvinced about all
lying.
of
I
them.
don't think you're being truthful. So that's just the thing.
Okay.
I think you
So
have a bias against God. So, and that's not
bound,
an honest position.
bound. Okay. So you claim I'm lying about me not believing, and I would know I'm lying because I have access to my own mind. But if it turns out I'm not lying, let's just say, for example, from your standpoint, it's hypothetical. I know for a fact I truly don't believe that God exists. Would that mean that I know for a fact that Romans 1 is wrong?
No, I'm not saying like that's just an exception. I believe that you can be truly ignorant. It can be the case that you're truly ignorant, but in the case of atheists, I don't think atheists are truly ignorant.
No,
Or else
I
you'd be
got you. I
agnostic.
got you.
Like if
I
you're
got
truly
you.
ignorant, why not just say agnostic? Like you seem to be against God, which begs me to question whether you really believe or whether God offends you or not. So it's
Okay.
just more than what I see.
Okay, I am not. I've heard all the well, maybe not all, but I've heard at minimum most of the arguments for God, and I still remain truly unconvinced. You say I'm lying, correct?
Yeah, I don't believe.
Okay, got you. You don't believe me. Okay. So now I have access to my own mind. So if it turns out I know for a fact I don't believe, that means I know for a fact that Romans 1 is wrong, correct?
Sure, but the claim is that you're still yet to prove that you're not lying.
Well, I can't prove the
Like I can't
contents.
like
I can't prove the contents of my mind, and I don't have the hubris and the epic level of arrogance it takes to tell people the contents of their own mind.
Yeah.
I
But
don't need to
so,
ask you for the
however,
contents of your
no,
mind.
no,
I
this
just
is
ask why you're atheist.
Hang on. Listen. Carry on, Sean.
yeah. So the wonderful thing here is those of you, if you're in this room and you've heard all the arguments and you know for a fact you don't believe in God, that means you know for a fact that Romans 1 is factually wrong, and which means you know for a fact that the Bible is not inerrant. So that's what we're left with. So I appreciate that.
That's not rational though. Like that's just ad hoc.
That's a logical entailment. You agreed
No, it's not.
that if I truly don't believe, I would know it in my mind. And if I know it in my mind, I know that Romans 1 is wrong. And if it's a logical entailment that if Romans 1 is wrong, that's an error. Thereby, I know for a fact the Bible is not inerrant.
Yeah, but that's
So thank
circular
you.
though. You're not externally proving that you're not lying. Like I can just lay
No,
out the
I
reasons
can't.
why I think you're lying.
I
No one
acknowledged.
So can I give you the
I acknowledged I cannot prove the contents of my mind. So basically, you came up here to say liar, liar, pants on fire.
No, I can
With
prove
no-
it. I can just ask you two
Oh
things.
yeah. Prove the contents of my mind. Go for it. I'm
No, I don't
ready.
have to prove the
I'm
contents of
excited.
your mind. I can just prove that more or less you're lying. So first of all, I would just ask you, why are you not agnostic instead of atheist?
Atheism.
Yeah.
I'm actually both. I'm an agnostic atheist.
Right, why not just agnostic? Why is it some sort of passive denial of God?
Atheism is not necessarily the positive denial of God. It's anyone who is not convinced any gods exist.
That's agnostic.
No, dude, you got
well-
this wrong. Agnosticism is not a halfway stop on the line between theism and atheism. Agnosticism just means that you're not making a knowledge claim about the subject of your beliefs or non-beliefs. That's all it means. You're not claiming to have knowledge. So don't worry about whether we're Gnostic or agnostic. We're not making any knowledge claims. We're not even making any claims about anything.
You are.
No, listen.
You are.
No,
So what about your prompt though? You said God is not morally good. You did
Yeah.
equivocate God to fiction. That's a claim.
Well,
And you're saying that
me saying that God is not morally good is not saying that he's fictional. Some people come in here and say
it was fictional.
Some people come in here and say that me saying God is morally good is implying that he really exists, and how could I say that without thinking he exists? So we get arguments for both sides of that, but they're both nonsense. I'm just saying the character of God is morally not good, as revealed in the Bible. He's a dick, and then if he does exist, the way the world is set up is not compatible with an all-powerful, all-knowing being who would allow this much unnecessary suffering. So either way, whether God exists or not, that particular character is not good. That's okay. That has no implications for whether we assume God exists or doesn't exist. And, I know that your hobby seems to be telling people about the contents of their own minds, but I'd greatly appreciate it if you would give me the respect of not telling me what I believe about this subject and rather asking me.
Right, but I don't say that you're rational in your stance, though, because you said that you didn't say that God is fictional when you literally said God is as Spider-Man or whatever fictional scenario you gave earlier, just in this conversation, which leads me to believe that you're against the proposition of God.
If you had not been listening properly, then that would be the conclusion you would take. If you had been listening properly, you would have heard that I said that in terms of what convinces me, I see no more evidence for God than I do for Spider-Man or whatever the thing was, right? That's just me saying I perceive the evidence to be the same. I'm no more convinced of one than I am of the other. So I'm not making a claim that there is no God. I'm just saying I'm just saying that I haven't been convinced that there is one. I'm just saying I haven't been.
Sure, I can go into that. The second point, I can go into that. It's incorrect still, but
what's
I'll
incorrect?
just go into that. Secondly,
what's incorrect?
Yeah, he knows more about our minds than we do. I love it. Go carry on though.
Right, sure. The second point I would tell you is that what was the second point? So the first is that I don't believe that
Yep, liar, pants on fire.
Second point. What was second point?
Just
Had
on
2
the last
points
one,
there
I
to
just
prove
have
that
to
you're
just
lying.
bring up this
I don't remember second point,
super
to be
chat from
honest.
Tim. Thank you, Tim. He's clarifying this very nicely. So there are 3 categories: I believe, I don't know, and I believe not. And only one of them is a theist. It's beautifully put, Tim. Thank you. Not theist are 2/3. There you go. So people hear about people not being, not having a God belief, and immediately assume the position they're taking on the matter. Agnosticism is not the thing you think it is.
Yes, it is. And I'm just saying you're not agnostic, you're atheist, you're
Does
against
someone-
I'm
God.
both.
That's
I'm
the
both.
nature of atheism
I'm
is
both.
fundamentally
I'm
it's against
comfortably
God.
both, and have described myself
It's
as
a
both
contradiction, though.
for it's not a
Yeah,
contradiction.
that's a contradiction.
Shall I clarify
Let me
it
ask
for
you
you
one
once more?
question. Let me ask you a question, Bound. Someone who just lacks belief in a God, is that an atheist? Yes or no?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
It
No,
just
it's
depends
not.
on
Okay, hold on. Merriam-Webster, atheism, a lack of belief or a strong disbelief in the existence of a God or any gods. So someone who lacks a belief in a God fits that definition, correct?
Sure.
Okay, good. So I'm glad you've changed your mind on that. All right, we can continue.
Yeah.
I didn't
So-
change my mind. Like
I said
believe that
I said someone who lacks belief in a God. Are they an atheist? And you said not necessarily.
not necessarily.
I
Yes.
read you.
What does not
someone who lacks
necessarily
belief.
mean?
So if they fit the definition, they are by definition an atheist.
It's not necessary. Like I'm just saying, lack
If
of
they fit-
belief. Lack of belief crosses the category of agnosticism or atheist. It just depends.
So
but in your case,
Okay.
it's a lack of belief,
So
and it's also sort
let's
of
not get
as
our knickers in a
disbelief,
twist
opposition
worrying
of
about
disbelief.
the words. Let's invent a new word that's going to do the job we need it to do here, because so we don't waste time. Let's use the word non-theist for anyone who isn't a theist. Happy with that?
That's redundant, but anyways, sure.
So okay, so I am a non-theist, and what does the Bible say happens to non-theists?
Right, so you're destroyed in the lake of fire as deserved because of your sins. So,
There you go. Non-theists,
Yeah.
as in Revelation 21:8, grouped together with the murderers, the sexually immoral, all the worst of the people. The non-theists are grouped among them. The apistos, as it was in the Greek, and all chucked in a burning lake. And you think God's a stand-up guy?
Wait, so
think
are you claiming that?
You think that makes moral sense?
Wait, so are you claiming that non-theists are perfect morally?
Nope.
Right, so exactly. So if you're not maximally good, then you're unperfect, which means
Right.
that you deserve hell.
So
And that includes non-theists in
so-
the category of all other
So
sinners.
your
So,
freak
like, it's a
God wants to
misrepresentation.
throw everyone in a burning lake of fire, apart from the people who are convinced that occasionally donkeys can speak Hebrew.
Wait,
Is
did
that
you
right?
listen to what I just said? So are
Let
you
him
claiming
finish.
that again? Are you claiming that non-theists are perfect?
Am I claiming what? Sorry.
Are you claiming that non-theists
I don't think
are
imperfect people deserve eternity in a lake of fire. That's absolutely barbaric and
Completely
disgusting.
nuts.
But furthermore,
Yeah, that's your opinion, but I don't hold that.
but furthermore, sending people there and then having a divine pardon, a way out, contingent on something they cannot choose, which is their own belief state, is also incomprehensible. But you get around that by claiming to know the contents of our mind, trying to say we're not really atheists.
Sure, that's meta, but
it's
like
such a
you're just saying that to
shakedown.
just
Do you not
like
see
vert a
that?
signal, bro. But
This is like
if
some-
I challenge you on that, you'll find that it's
This is like
irrational.
some horrible
anyway.
cosmic mafia shakedown. Like, really is. It's absolutely grim.
Right. So, again, I just ask if non-theists are perfect. If you say yes, then yes, it's unjust. If no, then it's not
Yeah.
unjust.
No,
Simple. It's a
because the
simple
premise,
syllogism.
the premise of what you're saying is that we agree that somebody who's imperfect deserves to be lit on fire for all eternity, like not even ever passing away.
Well, firstly, I
and
don't hold to
having
eternal
relief.
hell. I don't hold to
Okay, so-
eternal hell. I'm
okay,
an
so-
annihilationist.
Okay, so the death penalty.
The death
okay,
penalty instead.
So yeah,
No,
that's
it's
much
hell.
better.
No, it's,
that's
just
much
listen,
better.
bro. Like, just listen.
Is annihilation death?
I
Yes or
believe
no?
in hell. I believe in hell, but I don't believe it's eternal. Simple as that. I
It's
believe that
wonderful.
sinners die in hell.
Yeah.
Simple
Yeah,
as that.
you
So-
agree in annihilation, so the death penalty. So people
Can
who
I just
are
ask a question
imperfect
about
deserve the
that?
death
Do we
penalty.
get a
Yes,
bath? Do we get a bath
obviously.
in the lake of fire before we're annihilated, or is that symbolic?
Anything you want to
or-
do, bro. If you want to take a bath, then you take a bath, but just know you
That's a
die.
yes or no.
You
I'm
cease to
asking-
exist.
So do we get tortured before the annihilation as well?
Yes, you do.
Yes.
A
So
proportionality
torture and then
proportionality.
annihilation. Okay, that's great.
So,
To establish a ground line from where we are right now, your position is anyone who isn't perfect deserves to be tortured first and then annihilated. And then
Yes,
the way
that's God's standard.
and then that's God's standard, right? Yeah, because he's such a stand-up guy, lovely pillar of the community. And then the way
No, he's
that
good.
you
He's
and then
maximally good.
it's very good. And then the way that you avoid this horrific fate is to talk yourself into believing things that you can't believe.
Right. Again, I don't believe you're telling the truth. I believe that you do believe in God, and
Yeah.
you're just
Yeah,
salty
but
that
you're
He
wrong.
does
Right.
exist.
You're wrong.
And
I
you want to
reject that.
sin as how you want, but you'll go to hell.
Yeah,
Without
right.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ, you'll go to hell in
but
your
you know
sins.
what?
So
If you don't
I'm just
believe
telling
in
you straight up, bro.
if you don't believe in Puff the Magic Dragon, you're going to be in big trouble because his fiery breath is very hot and it's reserved for the
Wait,
non-believers.
so you think that a contingent claim is the same as a
Yeah, but
metaphysical?
he doesn't care about contingent claims. Puff the Magic Dragon's
right. So
fiery
again,
breath
is this
is
dragon
hotter
necessarily existing?
than the lake of
How
fire in
does this
Revelation.
dragon
You gotta
model
you gotta
exist?
quit talking over him.
It's all
How
right.
does this dragon model exist?
They've measured it. They've measured the temperature of Puff the Magic Dragon's fiery breath, and it's much, much hotter than the fiery lake in Revelation. They checked it. So you're in very, very grave danger of being burnt by Puff's
Right, sure. What's the
fiery breath.
justification for that? Sure, I can
It's
accept
very,
that. Just give me the
very,
justification.
it's very hot. They used a holy thermometer.
Just give me the justification.
Yeah,
bro.
I'm giving it to you now. They used a special holy thermometer and they measured the temperature of Puff the Magic Dragon's fiery breath, and it's much, much hotter than the.
I had a
lake of-
personal
lake of
Yeah, when you
experience
don't have
with
no
Puff the
arguments,
Magic Dragon.
that's what they resort to, bro. That's just low tail.
Yeah.
Like you don't have
Yeah,
arguments.
but you know in your
you're just
heart
spazzing
that
out.
you know that Puff does
This is
exist
hilarious.
really.
I don't believe you, Boundless. I think you know
This is
Puff
comedy,
the
bro.
Magic Dragon
Yeah,
exists.
yeah. It's time for you to accept.
You like you don't have a
Puff.
justification.
It's time for you to accept Puff the
You don't
Magic
have a
Dragon
justification for
because
it, bro.
stop fighting with yourself. In my book here says that it's true. It says that your book's not true. It says that Puff is real, and it says over here that that Boundless knows that Puff is real. So my book says that you're lying. So it's
Right,
about time.
epistemology is poor.
It-
Like, I
my
don't think
epist-
epistemology is
my
good.
book
So.
my book
He
tells me
mirrored
that
yours.
my book
That's
tells
not
me
what
that,
I claim.
that my
This
epistemology is
guy.
very good, better than yours. It says here
Give me the
your
historical evidence of your
epistemology
book.
is very, very
Give
good.
me the historical evidence of a dragon.
Yeah, it had 1,000 eyewitnesses to the writing of my book. Well, none of them were in it.
Yeah,
apparently.
where?
But
What's the
some
specific
some
source?
people said a guy called Gavin or Paul or something like that
Right, so
is in
what's
the
the-
book.
what's the specific source, though?
He'd
What's the
heard
specific-
about it from some other people after about 100
Yeah,
years.
what's the
of
name?
word of-
Give me a
word of mouth.
name.
Yeah, it was
me
Gavin or
one name.
Paul or something like that. And he assures me in this book that you
This is
do
super low tier,
know
bro.
about
Yeah.
So
It's
you know,
absolutely low
look,
tier. This is
time
so
is
funny.
running out because if you don't believe in Puff soon, it'll be your last chance, and then
Yeah,
you're
buddy.
going to
Again,
be
like you believe in God,
dragon
bro. Just
toast.
repent.
But you can, but you know,
You're gonna go to hell. If you've got it,
yeah.
Oh
if
no,
God is wrong,
threats
you
of
still
hell.
lose, bro.
Yeah,
Threats
I
of
know.
hell.
We're
If
all
you've got this wrong-
terrified
just
of
going
the
into a
threats.
live, because going into a live and saying "liar, liar, pants on fire" is like so high tier.
It's
hard to keep up
absolutely
with such a keen intellect.
remarkable demonstration of the guidance of the Holy Spirit in matters of hermeneutics, as demonstrated by Boundless, whatever his name was. So there we are, mercifully ending that call. I think there's only so much we can impose these people on our fine audience,
Yeah.
who frankly deserve better.
But we did flesh out something. Hey, folks, if you know for a fact, this is according to the other caller, if you know for a fact you've heard a bunch of arguments for God, you're still unconvinced because you know the contents of your own mind. That means you know for a fact Romans 1 in the Bible, where it says the evidence for God has been made plain to them, so they are without excuse. You know for a fact that is absolutely bullshit. So you know for the fact that the Bible is not inerrant, according to him. So there you have it.
Yeah, and he did live by the sea. We all know
That's
it in our
right.
hearts. We all know it in our hearts.
Yeah.
So praise Puff. Okay, we're going to read a few messages because they've been stacking up. I'm so sorry. Sometimes we get so carried away, I forget to read them. So it's very, very bad of me. Thank you so much for all these kind messages. This is a lovely one from Tim. Bigotry is laziness. Take time to really get to know them and find a reason to hate them personally. Always value from Tim. Awesome. Thank you very much,
Some
Tim.
of these comments are just
on fire.
Gold.
Yeah, they're on fire. Brilliant. And Shane says, thank you for your donation. Well, thank you for your donation, Shane. I'm not sure what to say about that other than thank you. And Bryce, education plays a huge role in how easily we are convinced of claims. This is true. Critical thinking should be taught from a young age. Did you know dihydrogen monoxide is a deadly liquid? We should ban it. Yeah, I mean,
That's
this is
water, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, this is an idea that we often say. We often talk about critical thinking, and to me, it makes absolutely no sense that the kings of England and the history of the Industrial Revolution and plate tectonics are mandatory to learn at school, but learning how to tell the difference between a good argument and a crap one, learning just some basic fundamentals of critical thinking is not core curriculum is a mystery to me. It really should be. I couldn't agree more. We have another one. I can't read this actually. It says from Zatches. I'm so sorry. I'm terrible with reading these names. Theist says belief is a choice. Theist to former theist. You were never a true believer, right, Sean? Theist to any atheist. Deep down, God exists. Oh, I love this. I love this comment. Conclusions. Former theists never chose to believe until they became atheists. Yeah, and we hear this all the time. The no true Scotsman fallacy is in abundance in these waters. We hear it all the time. We don't get through alive without someone telling Sean that he was never really a believer, right? You never were, and it's horrible.
Or you still believe.
I have
different Christians telling me different. I have different Christians telling me different mind states. Telling me they're all reading my mind and they're giving me different answers. One's telling me you never believed. The other one's telling me you always believed and you still believe. They're all claiming to read my mind.
Yeah, that's wild. I hadn't thought about it like that. That's absolutely true. Yeah, they are tripping over each other's feet, left, right, and centre. That's so funny. Oh, Philo, I'm glad you came back in, my friend. I know you were off doing your taxes this evening, so I hope that's going okay. That's a nice eternal soul you have there. Be a shame if something were to happen to it. From Yahweh. I mean, absolutely right. I put a video out on TikTok about exactly this about a year ago, or no, a bit less, gangster style. That's exactly what it is. This whole thing is a shakedown. It's a shakedown. And again from Philo, thank you very much. All insults sound so much more effective when delivered with a British accent. Oh, well, thank you very much. It's the only one I have.
Jimmy Carr comes to mind. He's one of my favorites.
Jimmy Carr knows how to burn. He knows how to burn well. No question. And Johnny T. Oh, nice to see you, Johnny T. Just a friendly reminder to look at the trees. Loving this channel. Keep it up, guys. Well, thank you very much, Johnny. I'm very, very happy to have you in the audience. And actually, speaking of Johnny T, so for I know I mentioned that the memberships are now live on the channel, and the next tier memberships, second and third, allow you to submit questions which we can talk about. So Johnny T has submitted one, and I will get to it shortly. And we'll come back to it. Flibbity Gibbets, lovely to see you, and thank you for the very kind donation. Says, I'd rather have a root canal than listen to this. Another word from this absolute jerk. Well, yeah, I think we all shared your feeling there, which was why I thought time to end the pain. And it is a tricky balance, because sometimes these people come in and they are insufferable. And I think, do I keep them on to shine a light on just how bad this stuff looks so that other people can look at it and go, bloody hell, I don't want to have anything to do with that. And there's a part of me that wants to keep them on and kind of lead. They always end up hanging themselves with the rope you give them and making themselves look ridiculous through the things they say. And eventually, at the end there, he just collapsed into making threats about how we're all going to burn and stuff like that. He just comes off as an unhinged lunatic. At that point, he's the barefoot guy in the town square shouting at birds by that point, right? So on the one hand, I think, do I let them get to that point? Do we keep it roasting and just let them become? or do we just spare everyone the pain and boot them out? I'm honestly not sure. And I know I don't always get that right. And some people say you let this one stay on too long, and I accept that as a valid criticism. Sometimes I don't get it right. Okay, let's get our next guest in. We'll bring in Shaquille. Hey, Shaquille.
Hi, John.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, not too bad.
Good. The floor is yours.
So yeah, I was just listening in earlier on, and you were talking about belief, and I just didn't quite get your position, so I just wanted, just a
Sure.
bit curious to know what your position was on belief.
Yeah. Do you mean on the actual, on belief itself, or do you mean
Yeah,
on what we believe?
belief itself.
Yeah. So belief itself is an involuntary process. It's something that happens to your mind, not a thing you do.
Not necessarily.
Necessarily.
What do you mean?
So in order for you to have a belief, something has to happen to you first. And the thing that has to happen to you first is your mind needs to collide with a concept or a proposition or a thought or something that someone says, and you have to find it persuasive or convincing. If you don't, belief is not possible. And if you do, you can't do anything but believe. You have no choice. So if I the example I used earlier is if I say to you now, I have a glass in my hand, you can there's no particular way that you have to go. But the moment I show you that I have one, at that point, you have no choice but to believe it because you're persuaded by it. Now, you could say you have reason to think that it's not a real glass, it's an optical illusion. Well, if that's the case, if you are persuaded that it's an illusion, then believing I actually have a glass isn't possible for you. So either way, your belief state happens as a result of conviction or persuasion. And that applies to everything you believe, whether it's obvious or not.
Very well explained. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Sure.
Well, my concept of belief is basically going along or living by something that you don't have significant evidence of, but still going along with it. And that's something that can possibly happen by choice.
Yeah, that
No,
can.
I can't.
Well,
maybe
going along with something is decisions of how to live. That's not
Yeah,
belief.
but believing it without, I'm incapable of believing something if I don't see sufficient evidence for it.
But I think
Right,
Shaquille defined belief as forgive me if I got this wrong. If I heard you rightly, Shaquille, what you said was that the way you use the word belief is to mean like how you choose to live. Did you say something like that?
How I choose to live. So, for example, I don't have significant evidence that people that generally wake up in the morning, early hours of the morning, tend to be more successful. Yeah. However, if I believe that this is necessarily true and I go by it, yeah, that's my belief for a greater reward. And there's lots of times where people, athletes as well, have said that, they didn't really have any hope throughout their career, but they carried on, they believed in themselves, and they carried on, and eventually they achieved their goals.
So you're talking about like self belief there. You're talking like believing in yourself.
Yeah. Now, this is the
Is
beneficial
it possible?
part of,
Is it possible to believe in yourself if you think you're rubbish? Like if I decided to believe that I'm going to be an NBA athlete, I'm going to go to America and get signed for millions of dollars a week to play basketball in America, and I believe in myself, right? Can you see that there might be a problem there? Because in order for that belief to actually take hold, I'd need some evidence to create the conviction about that.
you still have a choice. You still have a choice to believe whether it's possible or not, and go by it.
If I did believe it was possible, it would be because something had convinced me that I have the potential to be an NBA star. And that thing might be something like a mental illness, because I'm not going to be an NBA star and I can't play basketball, right? So it would have to be something other than it always doesn't matter what it is, right? Something would still have to convince me of that belief. And it might be erroneous, it might be a justified belief, or it might be a complete delusion. But in either case, I still will have had to have become persuaded. I think the thing you're talking
Yeah,
about
I
isn't
get what
really
you're saying.
belief. I think what you're talking
No,
about is when you sort of say, just have a positive attitude, just like try and be positive about things. And I don't really think that's belief. I think that's like
well, you
having
know,
an attitude.
right, first of all, I don't think everyone starts their ambitions at your age. Yeah?
Nobody what?
And sometimes you have to have a element of being realistic.
It doesn't
So
matter.
sh-
I could have used a different example. I was just using an
Yeah,
example of a
and
difficult to believe thing. Let's not get sidetracked by the details of
well,
the silly
my
example I used.
yeah, well, fair enough. Like I explained when I first come on, my idea of belief is pursuing something that you don't have enough or significant amount of evidence of, but you're still going to pursue it for a greater reward that you actually believe in. And people do this all the time, whether it's for religious reasons, whether it's for personal reasons, whether it's for,
When you say a
you
greater
know,
reward that you actually believe in, that means something's persuaded you that those actions are justified. When you said the money shot there was that you actually believe in, right? So you're using that you believe in your definition of belief. It's a little circular, but
you
you're
have to,
saying that something's persuaded you that something is true, and having been persuaded of that a particular course of action is justified. Yeah, that's
you
fine.
have to carry some ability along with your beliefs. You can't just believe blindly and expect things just because
I agree.
you want them to be
I
true.
agree.
And
That's why you have to be persuaded.
yes, and what's the issue with that?
Well, the issue is that it's involuntary. Is you can't just decide to be persuaded. You either are
No,
or
but
you're not.
you're not persuaded by anything tangible when you're believing, apart from your actual belief and hope that this is possible.
No, everything I believe. No, inevitably there are some things that I'm wrong about. I think everyone's wrong about some
Well,
things.
you're
We
well,
just hold on. Let me
yeah.
finish. We're not aware that we're wrong about them. Otherwise, we wouldn't be wrong about them. But when we say believe, it sounds like you're giving life lessons. When we say believe, we mean to be convinced that something is true or likely true. So the example you first gave, someone is convinced that the early bird gets the worm. If you get up early, you accomplish more things. And I think there's a lot of logic to that. Being convinced that that's true is not a choice. Acting upon it is a choice. Those are two different things.
And that's what I said. You can choose to believe in what you want. And also, in my response to you, what you're trying to say is that your belief is limited to what you see as evident, and anything
For
other
me,
than that,
yes.
anything other than that. So, for example, you didn't see your own, what do you call it, conception,
Wait,
but
what
you
now?
still, but you still believe it, don't you?
That's
Believe
You
what?
silly.
choose to believe
My
that.
own conception? I don't know what you're saying.
There's evidence of Sean's conception, and it's
Did he see it
Oh,
himself?
conception.
how
You were
tall are you,
talking about
Sean?
not. Yeah. I was talking. Oh, you were talking about that kind of conception. I was thinking
Yeah,
a concept. Like, yeah. All right. Yes. So
yeah.
I know that biological creatures procreate. I know how it happens, and
And Sean
I've
is the
taken
evidence
science
of his
classes.
own
I
conception.
learned about.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
he don't know who his dad is then in that sense, does he? He can't believe that that's his dad, who claims to be his dad.
That's
Well,
a bit silly.
I
No,
have.
in that sense.
That's a bit
Yeah.
silly.
So I have evidence of all of the things you just mentioned. I believe
What,
them
paper
based
evidence?
on.
Paper evidence?
Yeah, I have a birth
Yeah,
certificate, and I don't
yeah.
even need that. So
So
it's
like a
conceived.
religious
Hold
book.
on, hold
So
on.
like a religious book. Okay, I get it. Yeah, fair enough.
Not like a
No, but it's
religious
still
book.
paper evidence, isn't it? That form of kind of evidence on that kind
No,
of level. Yeah,
because
fair enough. Fine.
Okay, you're being. I don't think you're arguing in good
Yeah.
faith right now.
You can also do a paternal DNA test, by the way. I mean, this is a completely
Yeah.
ludicrous line of argument to say that because you weren't there at the moment of your own conception,
Now then
that
you
you're not
would believe,
that you're not justified in
So
accepting it.
Do you
The
do you
point we're
think
making.
every paper is equal?
Good point, John. John, I need to get back at you at that one. About the
Shaquille, do you think?
about the DNA test, yeah? Would you
Yeah,
think?
but
Would you, Sean? Would you believe that's an element of doubt of who your father is until you have a DNA test?
No, because okay, so first
No,
of all,
come on,
I'm
because
trying to
come on, if you want
ask
to
you.
believe ultimately, come
I
on then.
answer your
Yeah.
question. You're talking over me as a defense mechanism. Do you think every piece of paper is equal evidence of a thing? Because by way of them being made out of paper, that the weight of the evidence presented on the paper is the same.
Well, sometimes according to you it is, and sometimes according to you it isn't. Make your mind up.
I see what's going on here. I see what's going on here. I think respectfully, you've massively missed the point here. I think that you sound as if you think that what we're saying is that belief is only warranted in the presence of certainty. That seems to be the position that you think you're arguing against. And if so, you're shadowboxing, because that's not a position any of us hold. None of us are saying that belief is only warranted if you have certainty. That's not what anyone here is saying. Right? Because it sounds to me like the arguments you're making. I'm trying to think, why is he saying that? And it suddenly dawned on me that you're making the noises someone would make if they thought they were dealing with people who were saying you can only believe in the presence of certainty. That's not what we're saying.
Right.
What we're saying is that you can only believe once you're persuaded. You can be persuaded without certainty. You can be persuaded on the balance of probabilities. You can be persuaded by just thinking about it sometimes.
But that's the way we see belief.
That's just what
keep on
belief
shifting
is.
the goalposts.
That's just what belief
keep on
is.
shifting the goalposts.
No, the goalposts are
Yes,
exactly where they were
according to you now,
at the
what
start.
you've just said to me now, look, according to you now, what you've just said to me now is that everything that you believe can have an element of doubt because you're not certain about some things.
Correct.
However, you still believe in them.
Correct.
Yes. So I don't believe in absolute.
What's the difference between me and you now?
I don't believe in absolute certainty about anything. Let me finish. Don't talk over us, please. I don't believe in an absolute certainty about anything except that I exist because I'm experiencing my own existence. We apportion the level of our belief to the evidence that's presented. I know it's plausible, for example, that my biological father wasn't my biological father because that happens sometimes. But I have reasonable certainty that he is actually my father because we share a lot of the same character traits. I don't think my mother's like that. And, I don't look anything like the milkman. All right. But it's plausible. I accept that it's plausible that I'm not related to him, but I highly doubt it because we share a lot of features, which is a normative thing when two people are biologically related.
So basically, you're telling me that apart from being 100% certain, you have various elements, or various factors that give you enough reason for you to believe the possibility of that to be very highly likely.
Yes. I have, based on the evidence that I have, I think it's very highly likely that who I believe was my biological father was actually my biological father.
Right, and you choose to believe that?
No.
Oh God.
No,
come on.
I'm convinced. I'm convinced to a certain degree.
Are you really struggling to understand this? Are you really struggling to understand this? It's such a simple concept. This isn't about this discussion isn't anything to do with whether a given belief is warranted or justified. I love having those discussions. They're really interesting. We have them all the time and they're great. This isn't about that. This is about what it means to believe something. What has to happen to you in order for a belief to form, in order for you to have a belief. And the thing that has to happen to you is you need to be persuaded that it's likely to be true, that it's true or likely true. That doesn't mean you need to be certain about it. It doesn't mean that I believe lots of things that I'm not certain about. I don't believe them with a 100% confidence level, but I believe them because I'm convinced of them. An example would be, I believe my mother loves me. I don't have it 100% certain. It's possible that she doesn't, and she's just been really good at pretending to love me my whole life, and that she doesn't really. I don't think that's true. And so on the balance of probabilities, I believe she loves me. But the reason I have that belief is because the experience of being loved by her convinced me of it.
Right, okay. So now this is a very fair point, and we, even people that follow religion and believe in religion, do have reason from other factors for them to believe in what they believe in, yeah?
They
Just
do.
the same as you. The only difference is that people that believe in for religious reasons or from that kind of way, whether it's for personal reasons or religious reasons,
Yeah.
not intellectual reasons like you, but personal reasons and religious reasons, they have a higher level of commitment than you because you're not, yeah.
That's fine.
So
I don't
so
doubt
that's a win
that.
for us. That's
I
a win
don't
for
doubt
us
that.
then.
It's not a win for you. I'm
Yes,
okay.
it is because we have a
hang
higher
on.
level of commitment.
No, you're not. Again, you're not tracking where I'm actually coming from. I'm never suggested for one moment that people who believe in their religious ideas haven't been persuaded by them. Of
So
course
what's the
they
issue
have.
then?
You,
So
if
what's the
you're a
issue then?
if you're a religious person, you have no choice but to believe because the evidence that you've seen and the arguments you've heard and the experiences you've had have persuaded you of the truth of religious claims, and at that point you have no choice but to believe. The reason why I talk about this is that some idiotic religious systems, like Christianity and Islam, claim that it's morally sensible to punish people for not having reached the same point that you clearly have. And that's the point. That's why I talk about this. That's why it matters that belief is not chosen. If there was no threats of violence for not having it, I wouldn't care. Like, there's a reason why I don't come online and talk about the Loch Ness Monster. Some people believe in the Loch Ness Monster. Other people don't believe in the Loch Ness Monster, but nobody's made to feel bad for not believing in it. Nobody's told that they are unworthy or worthy of punishment, or that they should feel shame, or that they've fallen away from what's good, or that they're not fulfilling their moral obligations as a human being because they don't believe in the Loch Ness Monster. That's why I don't talk about it. The reason I talk
Okay,
about
John.
this stuff with religion is because these religious traditions hurt people by telling them that they deserve punishment for not being
Right.
persuaded.
Okay. You
Shakeen, before,
right, okay,
just a
John.
second.
No, Em, you look, your sound is too weird. I can't engage with you. I'm sorry.
You're
I think
gonna
he's too weird.
you're gonna
No,
have
no,
to engage with him. You're gonna have to
Interesting.
go ahead, Ems.
And what does
no,
my
he's
sound is
irritating. I'm
like?
gonna.
He's irritating.
Yeah, his voice is.
It was made by your God, so
No, if you want to speak,
Go ahead, Ems.
if you want to speak to me, I'm good. Otherwise, I'm going.
Well, Ems is on the panel with us, and so he's entitled to speak. If you don't want to participate,
Well,
that's
feeling
I'm
he's a
gonna
your
Muslim.
leave
mistake.
then.
You
I
can
have a
leave if you
feeling
want.
he's a
Look,
Muslim.
rather talk to me, or I'm gonna leave. I'm not speaking to him. His voice is just irritating.
Well, you can leave then. Off you go. Yeah.
What
Sorry.
I was gonna ask is, he said a lot of like cues that gave the impression he's a Muslim. So I was gonna
Yeah.
ask, who is we?
Yeah. I got that impression too, and I have spoken to him before, and I think he is. So yeah, and I
think
don't
that is why he
think.
left.
Yeah, because he was terrified that he was about to get completely roasted. He was probably wise to leave before the pain started. But yeah, there we are. Okay, so we are going to bring in from the YouTube queue Anti-Atheist. Now, there is some weird audio routing stuff because Ems is not joining on video as well. That's what we have to do next time.
I'll be in the comments so I can
yeah,
listen.
yeah, he won't be able to hear you, I think, is how it works, or you won't be able to hear him. But anyway, let's see. I said him. I'm presuming it's a him. It may not be. Hi, Anti-Atheist. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
Good. Are you an anti-atheist?
Yes.
What does that mean?
I don't like atheism. It's just absurd.
You don't like it. Funnily enough, what God do you believe in?
Christian God.
Your Christian God doesn't like atheism either. So you two are birds of a feather, clearly.
Well, that would put me in a pretty good place.
Well, that's to be
If I was
debated. I'd be ashamed.
birds of a feather with Jesus.
I'd be ashamed to be in that place myself. But so
Okay.
So the
real
God
quick,
the God that you believe in seems to be rather fond of torturing people who haven't been persuaded by things they don't find convincing. Do you think that's a morally coherent position?
I don't know, but I did want to follow up on like something you were talking about with the previous caller.
I'd be delighted to. I'd be delighted to get to it, but I'd love an answer to the question I asked you. Is it a morally coherent
didn't
position?
I answer it?
Well, you said I don't know, but I mean, I'd like to
Yes,
think
I
about
don't
it.
know.
I mean, I don't know is almost a valid answer. It's a high stakes question though, because we're talking here about
I'm agnostic about
you don't know if it's right or wrong. I mean, if you worship God, then doesn't it follow from that you think God's choices are right and moral? Or is it possible that God does something that's not moral?
No.
No. So in other words, you're not really agnostic about it, are you? You do agree with it, you just didn't want to say.
I don't know. I just haven't really thought about it.
So it's possible that there's a subcategory of actions that God does that you don't like.
You were talking about with the previous
we'll get to it. I just want to clarify this. So there's a subcategory. Yeah, we will do. But I just wanted to check. So there's a subcategory of God's actions that you don't approve of. Potentially.
No, not at all.
Well, you said you don't know if you approve of it or not. That means...
I guess I was wrong.
So you're right. Okay, so we can take that one back. So let's just say that you do agree with God that it is right to torture people for not being convinced of things they don't find convincing. Just wanted to establish that as a baseline at the beginning of the call. Okay, now that we've done that, you can clarify what you wanted to clarify.
So I couldn't hear the previous caller. I could only hear you talking to him.
Okay.
But you were saying that you had issues with like Christianity about them doing a bunch of bad stuff. I think so. Am I right?
I have issues with lots of religions. I have issues with any system of thought that threatens to harm people for not being convinced of things. That's morally idiotic.
Okay. So wouldn't atheism fall under that?
No, atheism isn't a belief system. Atheism is just a position on one specific question. It's just saying you're not convinced of a claim that someone else has made. That's all it is.
Right.
But you have a lot of background noise. You have a lot of background noise. Can you mitigate that? Is there a way for you to mitigate that? Yeah. Sounds like a guitar. There's music playing.
Let me see if I have YouTube going.
Yeah, weirdly, I can't hear that. But if there is any noise in the background, it'd be great if you can remove it.
I don't hear it anymore.
Okay, all right.
Do you hear it?
So
it's good now, actually.
Okay, great. Okay. Thanks. Okay, so what I just said was that atheism is literally just a response to a claim. Atheism is you saying you think there's a God and me saying I'm not convinced. That's it. There's nothing more than that.
Well, no, it's you saying that there is no God.
I haven't said that. When did I say that?
So you do believe in a God?
No.
So is there no God then?
I don't know.
Okay, well, that would be atheism.
Well, it is atheism.
Do you understand the difference? Do you understand the difference between I don't believe X and I believe X is false?
Yeah, I get that, like, atheists want to cope and try to make it where they're not making a claim, but they absolutely are, because you're saying
what's
God
the claim?
exist.
So, no one's making that claim.
God doesn't exist.
Hold on, you know the contents of my mind? Are we going through that again?
Another one.
Do you believe God exists or not?
No. Do you understand the difference between I don't believe X and I believe X is false? Yes or no?
I don't think he does.
Yes.
I don't think
yes, I do, but you're just
so
coping
I'm saying
now.
I don't believe in God. I'm not saying no gods exist. I'm not convinced there are any gods. All propositions.
That would be the same as saying they don't exist.
I'll tell you what, though. I don't think your
so
God
you're
exists.
Too scared to validate your point.
I don't think your God
So
exists.
atheists are too scared to back up their ideology. Is that what's going on here?
So question for you. Do you believe I have an even number of blades of grass in front of my house? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you believe they're even. So your epistemology is such that you're definitely arguing in bad faith right now. So what convinces you?
Why? Because I didn't follow into your little atheist trap. Saying yes.
So you knew answering it honestly. You knew answering it.
Who are you, by the way?
Would expose.
I thought I was talking to the host. Why are you jumping in?
He's my co-host.
Oh, why can't I see him?
So basically, everyone knows you have no idea how many blades of grass I have in front of my house. So everyone knows.
How do you know that?
So everyone knows right now.
Wait, how do you know?
That you decided to
because most people are sensible and have like at least like a 3-digit IQ, and they would know that you have no way of knowing how many blades of grass are in front of my house. They can do basic reasoning. So everyone knows that you intentionally lied for Jesus right now by claiming to believe a certain answer, and when you don't know, and you knew answering it honestly would poke holes in your position.
Yeah, he's not arguing in good faith, but there we are. Have you got anything else? Because that was a really crappy argument.
100 million dead under atheism.
Right. Okay. So under atheism is idiotic. The 100 million dead weren't killed because of atheism. They were killed because of people who had violent, brutal dictatorships who may have not been theists, but there's an equal number of people who have been killed by people who were theists, and the people who died under people like Stalin were not killed for any reasons to do with God belief. Anything else?
Wait, so when Stalin killed all the religious Orthodox in Russia,
yeah, he had political reasons for doing that. He had political reasons for doing that.
Okay, but that comes out
Anything
of
else?
his atheist worldview.
Have you got anything else?
Are you going to run away?
No, I'm not running away, but this is a ridiculous argument. That people were not killed
Just
because of
you don't
atheism.
like it doesn't make it ridiculous.
Stalin had a political agenda, and if that involved killing people in religious sects, that was nothing to do with atheism. They weren't killed because of atheism.
Hold on. So here's what happens. You have autocratic, authoritarian leaders, right? So one of two things they're going to do. If they're religious, they're going to clamp down and oppress and brutalize other religions, because religious institutions wield power, and they don't want threats to their power. If they have no religion, they're still going to be hostile to people of countering religious beliefs because they are centrals of power. So if they're religious, then they're going to do what autocratic governments do, but just in favor of their own religion. We have countless examples of that. It has nothing to do with atheism. I understand you want to portray us in a negative light because your theology has taught you the in-group, out-group mentality, wanting to demonize people who don't think as you do, but that's just bigotry that's been ingrained in you, in your religion.
Yep.
Okay, what a bunch of coke, because I can say the same thing for religious people. I could say they did it because of politics and just dodge the question like you did.
Yes.
We wouldn't make the claim. I don't.
So then that would still put us in the same place, wouldn't it?
I'm not accusing my accusation here is not about body counts. It's about ideas. My criticism is of poor ideas. It's the idiotic idea, as expressed in Christianity, that people get to the end of their life and they've not been persuaded of the truth of a bunch of completely ludicrous claims, that if they've not been persuaded by those claims, that they deserve to be punished. That is a morally idiotic doctrine.
Well, I think a morally idiotic doctrine such as atheism leads to a bunch of hedonism.
Well, atheism, as we've already described, isn't a doctrine. It's a response to a claim.
That's just your cope.
Is leprechanism a doctrine? Yes or no?
Yeah.
The lack of belief in leprechauns, is that a doctrine?
Why do you guys keep muting me? Can you have an open conversation, or are you scared?
Because you keep interrupting.
You atheists seem very fragile.
No one's fragile.
Very fragile. Yeah, very fragile if you have to keep muting me.
It'd be great if you answer the question, is leprechanism a doctrine? Yes or no?
I don't care.
Okay, so you don't want to answer.
Such a stupid question.
Your non-answer is also an answer. So is your false answer.
Yeah, you're non sequitur.
Yeah. Okay, so the other thing is coming in and just responding to every claim that's made or every point by saying that's a cope isn't an argument. It's an admission that you don't have one. So do you actually have any morally cogent responses to any of the things? When you're not disagreeing, you're just saying that's a cope, like it's a magic wand. Address the actual claim.
You I disagree with you.
Why is it morally coherent to judge people for not being convinced of claims?
What does it mean to be morally coherent for an atheist?
Why is it morally coherent to judge people for not being convinced of claims?
An atheist doesn't have moral coherence.
Why is it morally coherent to judge people for not being convinced of claims?
There's no such thing as morality.
Why is it morally coherent to judge people for not being convinced of claims?
Are you going to keep muting me?
I'm going to give you one more try to answer the question. And if you can't answer it, I'll move on to someone who knows how to have a conversation. Why is it morally coherent to judge people for not being convinced of claims? That's what your religion does. So you stand by it. You've already admitted that you do. First, you said you didn't and you were agnostic about it. Then you admitted that you were wrong about that and backtracked on it. So you've taken the position that it's right to judge people and condemn them and punish them for not being convinced of something. Present a case, a moral case for why that's okay.
Okay, I don't see why that would be bad. I think that's a good thing.
I'm asking you why.
Because God said so.
Because God said so. There we go. I think we're done with him. That was where we got to. Because God said so. That's the extent of the moral depth that you get from an adherent like that. That's what you get. Just divine command theory, because God said so. Heard it here, folks. Okay, we are going to stay on the YouTube side and bring in DB next. Hi, DB.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yourself?
Very well indeed, thanks. What would you like to say?
Excellent. I'm a Christian.
Hi, welcome.
And thank you very much. Yeah, you had some claims that you put up about nobody chooses what they believe. I don't get that.
Yeah, shall I explain it?
Morally... Oh, please, yeah.
Yeah. So this is the core of my thesis. This is what my book is about. My book looks like this, everyone, by the way. It's actually coming out on November the 3rd this year. It's available for pre-order now from everywhere in the world that sells books. So my claim is that belief is something that happens to you once you've become convinced by something. This is just a statement of the completely obvious, right? It's not profound, it's not deep. If you're not convinced of something, you can't believe it. And if you are convinced of something, belief happens whether you want it to or not. It's just a thing that happens. The question then is, can you decide to be convinced of something? And the answer, obviously, is no. Something has to persuade you. If you're currently unconvinced of something, you can't just flip a switch in your head and say, this thing that I currently believe is untrue or I don't find convincing, I'm now going to start finding convincing. That isn't a thing that people can do.
100% concur with that, for sure.
Great. So thank you for that. So the reason why that's important is because we have these religious systems like yours that threaten punishment for people who don't believe the right things at the point they die, right? If you so many times people have said to me, get right with Jesus while you can. Time is running out. If you get hit by a bus before you've got right with Jesus, all of this stuff, right? So we have this idea that there's a sort of ticking time bomb of propositional assent, that if you don't get on board with the right set of ideas within the allowed time, that suddenly your path to redemption evaporates and you're going to be eternally punished because you weren't convinced. And I think this is a morally idiotic doctrine.
Yeah, understood. When put that way, yes. Now listen, I do believe what you just said to be true, that there's a certain amount of time. I believe that God has presented each individual with enough evidence to persuade them one way or the other. And there's sort of and I hate to use this because I know it can be construed in a negative way, that it is a test, that there's enough evidence that God is exposing what's in their hearts. He doesn't come out with, I guess, the flags all unfurled, saying, hi, this is me, God, it's 10 a.m. this morning, just coming to say hello. Does that every day to convince everybody he exists. He gives enough evidence that those with the right heart will see that, and those that don't. So it's like you don't go up to a liar and say, are you lying? He's going to say no.
But did you see what you did there? You sneaked in those with the right heart. So do I not have the right heart? Is there something wrong with my heart?
There's moments where we all have our heart is in the wrong place. There are moments, there's some people may be definitive of them. Is your heart in the wrong place? Listen, John, to be frank with you, I would say yes, that you're not perceiving what you should be perceiving. I say there's something impeding you by your own volition.
DB, can I ask you something? So you believe Jesus is Lord and Savior, right?
I do, yes.
Okay, so we know that less than 1% of people living in Iran, I shouldn't have brought them up with what's going on now. Sorry, what's happening there. But anyway, what's going on in Iran, less like very, very few people who live in Thailand. You get what's happening here. Religion is very centralized in different locations, and people are global, so they've more than likely heard the word and just are unconvinced by it. Is it such that very, very few people in some countries, like less than 1%, have the right heart? But if you happen to coincidentally be born into a mostly Christian country, into a Christian family, you're more than likely to have the right heart. Is it a lottery system like that, having the right heart?
No, the right heart is very is innate. It's not geographical. It's not circumstantial
Well,
necessarily. It's
it factually is. If you look at statistics, less than like 99% of people living in Iran are, or Saudi Arabia, or many countries are Muslim because they were born and raised into that religious culture. Like 95% of people living in Thailand are Theravada Buddhists because they've been
right.
born and raised in that culture. You're saying it's a heart thing, but if we look at, you can't ignore statistics. So statistically speaking, Jesus only gave somehow only very few people in those locations have the right heart, and it seems to coincide with what religious culture they end up being born into. Doesn't that not track for you?
I understand your position. Yes, it seems to be like if you're born in the right place, chances are you're going to follow that same religion and so forth. That's not the heart to me. Like I'll tell you right now, the majority of Christians may not be saved. Their heart's not in the right place. Many are called, few are chosen. So I would go as far as to say that if that changes your understanding of what I'm saying, even the Christians, you take any America, predominantly Christian and so forth. I'm not saying they're all saved.
No, I
You
know
got
that, but it's a logical entailment of what you said. So basically, what you're saying is anyone who is not convinced, because Jesus gave everyone, your words, just the right information that if they have the right heart, they're going to be convinced. It's logically unavoidable that what that entails is that people that are overwhelmingly of a different religion happen to have the wrong heart.
Yeah, but heart the right word to use in that case?
You used
Like
it.
no, I know, but if you have been, I don't believe a lot of those Muslim countries have even had exposure to the gospel of
Oh,
Christ.
they have. People are this is the internet world. There's tons of Muslims on here talking and saying their side, arguing with Christians, hearing the word from other Christians. We live in a
Okay.
you've heard, I'm sure, like we live in a global world now where everybody's heard about all these different religions, especially Christianity and Islam, the two largest religions. It would be
Right.
preposterous to say that like everyone living in all these countries like have not heard the word. Maybe there's a few that haven't, but
Okay.
it just so happens that those who end up being saved are just happen to be born in the right circumstances. Doesn't it make more sense that people are just convinced by their environment that you're born into this religion, you're taught that religion from birth, you go to a synagogue or a mosque or a temple or what have you all the time, and it's constantly reinforced in you, and you just end up believing something different, as
And they,
opposed
they,
to all-powerful deity giving everyone the right information that will convince them. But if they don't get convinced, they just have the wrong heart.
when you are presented with the gospel, it should appeal to you in a certain manner. It should move you. So this is what I mean by, so if that predication is correct, that people have heard it, if they have heard it, then yes, I will say their heart's in the wrong place. It hasn't appealed to them that they are sinners and God is merciful. Those two sort of principles, I
But
sort of sum it up with.
there is a problem. There's a problem there with that though, because in order for you to think that God is merciful and you're a sinner, you have to believe this stuff is true. So I'm not trying to say that faith and religious devotion is nothing more than propositional assent. But without the propositional assent, you don't have it. Like a car is a lot more than just an engine, but without the engine, you don't really have a car, right? If you
Right,
take out the
right.
engine, you've just got a piece of metal with some wheels and a seat, right? So
It's something else.
so you need to have that degree of going, yeah, I believe this stuff is true. You have to have that element of persuasion first in order for all the other good stuff to happen. And if you don't have it, you just don't have it. Like, this isn't an issue with my heart. This is just me not being convinced by these claims. And you know what it feels like to not be convinced by religious claims because you are not convinced by many religious claims. If I said to you, the only reason why you're not a Jain is because of your heart's not in the right place, you would think there was something wrong with me. You would say, no, it's just because I'm not persuaded by the claims of Jainism. And you know what it feels like to hear a set of religious claims and not find them convincing. That's what it's like for me with regard to your religious claims.
If there was something in Jainism, if there was something in Buddhism or Islam that appealed to the gospel of Christ, and I sort of specified moving the heart because there is something very contrite. It should move you to contrition when you hear you're a sinner. I think that's just being introspective, John. That if I said to you, before God, we're all sinners, and you were to sit here and say to me, no, Dan, I've been pretty good, I've been this or that, I haven't killed anybody or dealt drugs or this and that, I would say, but you're not really going in depth to have you lied, have you misguided somebody, have you missed, like that sort of thing. If I don't think
that's kind of the Ray Comfort argument, isn't it? Have you ever done anything wrong? Have you ever, parked on a double yellow line? Have you, ever said something? Yeah,
definitively, John.
But I think that's a horrible, horrible doctrine. Isn't it more sensible to just say human beings are flawed, we are imperfect, we don't make the best decisions all the time, 100% of the time, but we can strive to be better. We have a moral sense. We have instincts towards compassion and altruism and empathy, which are evolved traits. We understand why we're made this way, and we can forgive ourselves and others for being less than perfect, and we don't have to define ourselves as sinners. I just think it's a really horrible concept. But, even if I didn't think it was a horrible concept, I'm still not convinced that it's true. Even if I thought it was a beautiful concept, I'm still not convinced it's true. And if I what more can I do than listen to the claims, read the books? In the UK, we have a thing called Alpha. It's like a sort of introduction to Christianity kind of. It's a course. It's like an 11-week course that is run in churches all over the country. I did Alpha 3 times, and then I did a similar thing to Alpha in another church. So I've basically done it like 4 times, right? Just to see. I wanted to have an open mind and see and check it out and see how this religion is presented to people, and I didn't find it persuasive. I've read apologetics texts, I've read Mere Christianity, I've read the more modern, I've read your Lee Strobels and your Case for Faith and your Christ, and I've done Purpose-Driven Life and all of this stuff, across the board, from the kind of classics to some of the more modern things. I'm interested, right? I'm interested in this stuff. I just don't find it persuasive. I don't find any of the arguments persuasive. I don't find any of the evidence persuasive. I think it can be clearly shown that the Old Testament predicted a Messiah figure, and Jesus didn't match up to what was predicted in the Old Testament. So Jesus was not the fulfillment of the Old Testament messianic prophecies, and the whole thing just doesn't hold water. The whole New Testament account, the fact that there's no extra biblical evidence of those events, all of it put together, just takes me to a place where I'm not convinced. Now, I grant that there are other people who are convinced, and that's fine. That's great. But the idea that I should be punished for having looked at this with an open mind, I genuinely did. Looked at it with an open mind. I just want to know what's true, right? I just want to be led where the evidence leads. If the evidence leads to Jesus, then that's something I would want to know, right? So I went into it with an open mind, and I just found myself, the term I use is honestly unconvinced. Sincerely unconvinced, right? And if the only response to that is to say that that's because there's something wrong with my heart, then I would say, well, God made me that way. God must have designed me with this cardiac imperfection that led me to not be able to be persuaded by this stuff, and he should have done better. And it must be the case that he's happy for me to be a non-believer, because you said earlier he has provided the evidence. And I would ask you, would he know would he know what evidence it would be needed for me to know he's there?
For you specifically, absolutely.
For me
For myself,
specifically, he would know, right? What evidence he
Yes.
could provide. Has he provided it?
Yeah, absolutely, John. Especially with all the studying you've done, it's been rather outside of just the natural revelation. I would say I would appeal to Paul, speaking in Romans, like you cited earlier, that the God's power is made manifest by what has been created and so forth. I think there is where
Romans
every man's
1:18.
accountable.
But it's
Yeah.
tricky, because listen to what you just said. So I asked you, would God know what evidence would be successful in convincing me that he's there? And you said he would.
Okay.
And
I know
I
where you're
said
going, yeah.
and I said, has he provided it? And you said yes. Well, that would have made him wrong, wouldn't it? In knowing, because it hasn't convinced me. So either he was wrong and he thought it would convince me, but he'd done a boo-boo and it actually didn't. It actually not true. In which case, that puts a big question mark over his, claims of omnipotence. Omniscience. Forgive me, omniscience. Or he just knows what it would take, but has chosen to withhold it so far. Maybe he's keeping it up his sleeves for later.
I'm sorry. Maybe the proper way of putting it is that he knows exactly what should persuade you, and if you're going to defy what you see, I'll be obstinate about it and so forth. I was a little bit. You, Hypothetically, if God exists and He is as holy as is claimed, you don't see yourself as being a sinner. You sort of mitigate it on your behalf that well. Even still, I don't get down on myself. I don't self-deprecate myself. I just carry on, recognize my faults. Do you hold other people to that same accountability? If somebody robs you, somebody steals from you, or does something extremely egregious, would you say, "Oh, he's just working on himself. Just we'll give him another chance"? Or will you incarcerate him?
No, I think that we have a duty to protect each other from people who would do us and each other harm, right? I'm not saying that everything should always just be kumbaya and sit around and sing songs no matter what anyone does, but that's different. Right. That's a different question. That's a different question, because you're sort of comparing somebody who's deliberately trying to hurt other people and steal from them and harm them and inflict harm on them, from someone right. who is being indicted just for not being perfect. That's very, very different.
It stems from the same place. You haven't reached such a level of maliciousness, but you have deceived. I mean, I don't know if I don't care to know John personally, or I'm not going to divulge all my sins. But if I've tried to pick up women with a deceptive sort of thing, if I've hasn't been forthright at work, if I made a mistake and tried to cover it up, just daily, just little deceptions, just such. Now, I know people sit there and say, well, that's just somebody trying to go through. I think it reaches a more egregious level than just that in time. If push comes to shove and I'm put in the right situation, I think I'd surprise myself how corrupt I can be. And typically, most people regard me as rather benign in general. But I know myself enough, John, that I would sit here, not necessarily insecure, just saying I could be wretched.
This is one of the things I don't like about this religion, though, is it denigrates the value of human beings by telling people that they're corrupt and bad.
It glorifies God. It glorifies God.
Well, I don't think it does. I don't think it glorifies God. I think it makes him look like a needy, dysfunctional boyfriend in a toxic relationship, demanding obedience and therefore and adoration and perfection.
And therefore, he offered mercy. But that's the thing.
Is he a tyrant?
And he offered mercy.
Do you really think, like, if you have a person who, in 18 years old, stole a pack of cigarettes, 24 years old, got into a bar fight, little later in life, cheated on his taxes, probably multiple times throughout his life, lusted after someone or whatever, that they deserve to be tortured for all eternity? I mean, do you really believe that? And would you run a judicial system based on that? Steal a pack of cigarettes, lit on fire for you. I mean, do you really think that that's appropriate?
I don't think it ends there. You did cite three sins, or four or five. It doesn't end there. Those are just every day he's
So,
doing. If he's doing that much, he's doing a
so
lot
if
more.
hold on, so basically, doesn't any sin, big, small, any sin means you are deserving of eternal damnation, right?
Not with the grace of Jesus Christ. That's the mercy of God.
No, no, no,
So
no, no. I'm saying if you're not saved by Jesus by being convinced of the right
Oh,
things
right,
and
right,
doing the
right.
right
If
things.
you're
Yeah,
not
yeah.
saved, it's bigger than that, Sean. If you're not saved, it's not just
No,
like I said.
I'm not worried. Yeah, I get it that there's a divine. I'm just saying, on its face, if you're not granted mercy, you think somebody who steals a pack of cigarettes deserves to be burned alive for all eternity.
I think somebody who's been a saint all their lives and still denies Jesus deserves to be burnt for eternity. Listen,
Oh, wow.
burnt. Now listen. Burnt is not. It's no one's getting burnt with hellfire. No one's getting burnt with hellfire. That's not hell. Hell is a
Okay, so what?
conscience.
Yeah, all right. So basically,
horrible.
someone's been a saint their whole life, but they're unable to be convinced that God exists. So
It's a
what?
hypothetical thing, but yes, that's right. Go on.
Yeah. What is the punishment?
It is exclusion from the kingdom of God.
And what
Perpetually.
does that entail?
That entails that you will be weeping and gnashing your teeth.
Reaping
due
and
to that
gnashing your
fact.
teeth from what?
From the resentment, that the regret that you have for denying something that was so simple, so
Okay,
free.
so I'm not going to be burned. Where am I going? What's my environment going to be?
I don't know utter darkness. I don't know figure out what
Yeah,
that means.
so basically, it's going to
figurative
be
state.
eternal torment because I'm unable to be convinced of the right thing.
I think you will be tormenting yourself. Is the illusion?
I got you. And here's the thing: I want you to know this sincerely.
Yeah.
If it turns out you're wrong, let's say we're both wrong, and the one true God is the God of Islam, Allah,
Yeah.
and with Muhammad as his final prophet.
Yeah.
When we're both being sent to hell for like eternal torment or whatever their hell happens to be,
Yep.
I'm going to have your back and say, you know what, DB, he didn't have a hardened heart. He was just convinced of the wrong religion. And he truly believed Jesus is not just a prophet, but he's Lord and Savior and all this stuff. And he's an honest person. So he didn't just have he wasn't just obstinate to the evidence. He was genuinely convinced by his environment that Christianity is the one true religion. And Allah, why didn't you tell him when he was sincerely unconvinced of the wrong religion? Why didn't you let him know, hey, Islam has it right? I just want you to know I'm going to have your back. And I hope if it's the Christian God, you'll have my back.
Sean, thank you very much for that, but it doesn't work that way. I'm going to incriminate myself. The fact that I denied something that was beautiful in and of itself. If the gospel of Islam, if you can call it that, is beautiful, it gives glory to God and shows His mercy and compassion, then I would be rather wretched to deny it. I wouldn't find something appealing about it.
So
that says something about me.
So if you're wrong, if you're sincere, you don't have a hardened heart, you're sincerely convinced Christianity is true. But if it turns out you're wrong and the Muslims have it right, that makes you wretched. That's your position.
That makes me thinking Christianity is true for all the wrong reasons. That's what it's denoting. That I have chosen it for the wrong reason because it's not true. It was fallacious. The Revelation did not reveal that to me, so I got it from somewhere else.
But we still have a problem, though. We still have a problem, which is we still haven't resolved this problem of honest non-belief, right? Of good.
It's a bit
faith.
of an oxymoron.
Well,
it's a bit of an oxymoron.
I don't think it is, and I think calling it an oxymoron reveals the problem, because calling it an oxymoron reveals the fact that the Christian doctrine doesn't allow for it. There's no conceptual space for honest doubt. It's either belief or rebellion. Those are the only options. And so someone like you has to, I understand where you're coming from, right? We speak to a lot of people. I understand why you're taking the position you're taking. You have to take it because you're in a fairly unenviable position, because you either have to follow me on my journey where you realize that I'm an honest person who's looking at the evidence and being led by it, doing the best I can to try and figure out what I find convincing and what I don't find convincing. I'm applying the same evidence standards across the board, right? So I'm the same standards that make me say, no, I don't believe Scientology is true, make me say I don't believe Islam is true, make me say I don't believe Christianity is true. I'm just being consistent with my evidence. I'm trying to be open-minded and fair. They lead me to a point of honest disbelief. If you come, hang on, let me finish what I'm saying. If you come with me there, then you then get torn away from the position of having to claim that the punishment that awaits me for that is ethical, is acceptable. And you can't do that because God has to be good in your schema. So in order to keep God good, you have to make me bad. Can you see that that's what's happening right now?
Well, I can see the logic, how you rationalize that. Yes, that makes sense, but I know I don't. I think the core of the issue is that you're not recognized. You don't think you need a savior, John. You're convinced you don't need a savior. So everything else after that is just unnecessary, and God is a frivolous thought or whatever.
But why don't I think I need a savior? Get to the heart of it. Why don't I think I need a savior?
You do not have a proper conception of righteousness and holiness. You've been desensitized, I believe,
but
in
why?
this world.
If that's the case, if I'm just a victim of the world, why should I be punished for that?
But you're not. But by your own volition, I mean, why and why do you not? Like you can't sit there and say we're all victims of the world. We've been misled. I'm saying you.
Yeah, I'm answering your question. We don't think we need a savior because we are unconvinced that there is a deity who created us that's going to toast us alive for all eternity for any transgression or for non-belief. We're just not convinced of that. That's the reason you believe you need a savior, because you're convinced this God exists and is going to punish you if you don't have mental assent, intellectual assent that he exists. John and I, here's the thing, both of us, if Jesus actually exists, genuinely want to know. And many of us, not John, he's always been an atheist. I'm a former Christian myself. There are tons of former Christians in the chat who wanted to continue believing, lost their faith. In many cases, it was very traumatic. I prayed about it. I know we've talked to countless others who prayed about it, wanted to continue believing, got crickets from God, and then we stopped believing. And the thing is, a lot of people, like my situation wasn't as bad as others, but a lot of people went through terrible, like a disruption to their life when they stopped believing, and you're blaming them. Oh, they just wanted to rebel, or they had the wrong heart, or blame explanation X, and you're forced to do that because if you accept the notion that there are actual non-resistant non-believers, it throws a wrench in your belief system. So as John said so eloquently, you have to believe we are bad in order to continue believing God is good. And that's toxic.
Right. That's one side of the story. I asked both of you, John and Sean, then tell me, why do I believe? Am I credulous? Am I flaky? Am I
no,
is it
listen.
placebo? Is it a placebo? What's going on?
No. So why people believe is multifaceted. First of all, I want to say from the outset, like, one, I don't think people with a different theology from me, including Christians, deserve to be punished for it. But two, I don't think you're stupid. I don't think you're in sum and total irrational. I think, and I don't know your life story, so I can't tell you why you specifically believe. In most cases, people are born into a religious home and environment where they're taught it at a young age. When kids are more susceptible to especially trusting other parents, what they say, they can believe in Santa and the Easter Bunny or what have you. Then they're raised into it all the way through adulthood. They get the reaffirmation when they go to church every day. Other believers, their social proof right there. Like, I don't want to carry on too long, but basically,
you've been indoctrinated.
Yeah, it is a form of indoctrination. But I can tell you, I think most Christians, just like everyone else, are reasonable, intelligent people. I may have some irrational beliefs myself. I don't know what they are. Otherwise, I wouldn't believe them. But yeah, I don't think anything negative about you.
I would add something to this, though, DB. Whatever the background causes are that have led you in your life to be a Christian, I almost don't care what they are. The most important thing that we can say is the reason why you believe is because you are convinced that this stuff is true. Now, that could be for a million different reasons, and the specific ones actually don't matter. All that matters is that you are convinced of the truth of these claims. That's enough for me to conclude that your belief is you have no choice but to believe because you're convinced of these things, and that's fine, right? Now we could look into are the reasons that led to this conviction and this sense of persuasion, are they justified, right? Because people can believe things, people can be persuaded of things for poor reasons. That may well be the case, right? It could be the case that if you gave us your main reasons why you believe, and I'm not asking you right now what they are, we could look into them and see if they're justified. And I suspect they may not be, but in a way, it doesn't matter. I'm not judging you for being persuaded at this point. I'm just saying I'm granting that you are. And so because you're persuaded, you have your belief. I'm just not persuaded. And the idea that represents a moral failure is what we're really pushing back on here.
Well, no, but you just said that you don't care what the source of my belief or unbelief is, and that's the point. That is the source that God is judging my body. Is my heart? Am I believing for the right reasons? Am I believing for the wrong reasons? Are they misguided? Are they sincere?
When I said I don't care, what I mean, I don't mean that I'm
no, I know
indifferent. I just mean for the purpose of this conversation, all that's really important is that you're convinced.
It's not relevant.
Is that you're convinced?
Understood.
Yeah.
Well, understood,
so having
you.
been convinced by something, you are then a believer, right? Whatever it was, you're a believer because you're convinced.
But I'm saying that the gauntlet that God dropped was just that, enough to entice the people who are seeking him out. It's just enough. Again, you don't go up to a liar and ask him if you're lying. You use a different method to find it. You use not something a bit more clever, to pull that out of him. He's doing that to us right now. He's given us something like not writing his name in the clouds every morning. He just presented Christ crucified. Do you have enough a sensitivity to realize that we have failed before God's eyes? If he hypothetically, if he exists, John, if he is as perfect as they say, I would have to conclude I have been defiant, stiff-necked, all that stuff.
But if the stakes are so high, if people are in danger of being, chucked in burning lakes or annihilated, or whatever one's particular views on this issue are, if the stakes are so high, isn't it incumbent on him to do a bit better than, have a story written down on animal skin 2,000 years ago in languages that don't exist anymore, where we don't have any copies anymore? All we have is, translated copies of copies of copies and all the rest of it, and word of mouth for decades and flimsy superstitious stories. Like, is that the best he could have done? Could he not have just come up with a better way?
It's been effective on many counts.
Well, there's many billions of people who, according to your eschatological framework, are going to be punished in some way for all of eternity. So I would say it's been a tragic failure.
Well, no. See, the message got through. So the sending the message was not the failure. Again, it exposed people. Many are called, few were chosen, John. It's a sad truth. It's a shame that the majority of people who have lived are not going to the right place. Even I would think the majority of Christians, in my personal view. But it's a sad state of affairs. There was a flood because just the majority of people, 8 people were saved from that. It's just telling us.
And you still think he's good? He killed every baby, every pregnant woman, every little girl, every fawn, every dog, every horse, all of these animals wiped out because he couldn't get it right the first time. He sounds like a bumbling idiot.
No, I think he's showing us that there's a price to pay when you have free will. It's a privilege to have it, and when you have it, you can abuse it, and man has done just.
Who set the price? Who set the price?
So, what did all the kittens he drowned do to deserve getting drowned by God?
I don't have too much empathy for animals. They kill each other. They eat each other alive. I think they're a different breed altogether. Their threshold for pain is very different.
You have no empathy for kittens drowning?
No, I don't. I'm not cruel. I don't accept that. But if a dog eats a squirrel alive, or a tiger tears apart an antelope, I begin to learn that they're different beasts.
Okay, so why kill every baby? So you're okay with God drowning every animal on the planet. So let's set that aside. What about the babies?
Yeah, the babies is hard to understand, but God knows what He's doing. I mean,
So God works in mysterious ways.
well, no, I don't mean to just appeal to that. That's a little
I mean,
frivolous, but
you
no,
did though, because
I did. I think we all
what
deserve to die, Sean. I think we all deserve to die. I do believe I'm wretched. I'm saying that very candidly.
Such a
and-
well, you're
horrible
wretched.
doctrine. It's horrible
You're
to
calling
hear
yourself
this.
you calling yourself wretched for accepting
Yes.
what God did to babies.
No, well, no, not for that reason, not at all. I think God did something in His wisdom that makes total sense, and we'll find out one day. But I mean, I have enough implicit trust in God's judgment just for other reasons. That's not a deal breaker.
So you can't reconcile. Let's say there was even a valid reason to drown babies, which there couldn't be because God's all powerful. If he could have, whatever greater good, if he's all powerful, he could have achieved that without drowning babies. But let's just throw all that aside and say, for some reason, he had to unalive all the babies. Would it have been more moral or less bad to do the Thanos finger snappy thing and just make them disappear instead of drowning them?
Drowning is a really, really painful way to die. So not only did God, just remove everyone, as Sean just said, He inflicted some minutes of torture and agony on all of these living things, and you think that's good?
That's a good point. Yes, He could have made it less painful. I think maybe, listen, I don't know. It's not my realm of expertise or anything. Maybe there's something symbolic about that. Maybe they abused nature. They abused a lot of things. Guys, I don't know. You got me there.
Those bad babies.
He could have been merciful.
Something else I wanted to pick up on. So you were mentioning like tigers tearing into their prey, right? So predators eating them right now. Do you agree that before the fall there was no death?
No, I'm not. I'm a little torn about this because when God said you eat from this you will die, they understood what He meant. You had to eat something, so even plants died. Like if they were vegetarians at that point in time, something died. So I'm not sure.
You don't believe that before the fall, because some people hold this rather amusing view that large predators had exclusively vegetarian diets before Adam and Eve had their fruit gate. You don't hold to that view that death only came into the world after Adam and Eve.
Death to humans. Death to humans came
only
into
humans.
John, I believe.
So God designed predators like lions and tigers in such a way that their digestive systems need meat, right? They can't be herbivores, right? So God designed them in such a way that they need to eat the flesh of previously living organisms in order to survive. Did God have a choice about designing them that way, or did He have to do it that way?
100% had a choice.
He had a choice. So He wanted all of that animal suffering, could have engineered it differently because there are animals that don't eat meat. But He wanted the animal suffering for some reason.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it that way, but yes, that's right. He designed it as such, and there's a reason for it. Yes.
Yeah, he could have avoided the animal suffering and made all living things herbivores, but He chose a way that would have involved enormous amounts of animal suffering.
Yes, John. Yes, that's right. That's my understanding.
And that's compatible with goodness in your view. How?
There are different. John, I don't know. There are different beasts. Their threshold of pain is much higher than humans can imagine. They're very stoic when they're confronted with this potential to beat them. Even a rabbit fights back.
Have you seen a lion eat a gazelle?
I have.
They're not. It's not painless.
No, but they're kicking right until the end. They're kicking right until they're very resilient.
That makes it worse. That makes it worse. A swift kill would make it more merciful if the first bite killed them. Instead, they have to lie there kicking while the lions tear chunks of flesh off them while they die slowly.
I've seen quite a few escape after about a 5-minute battle, so there is something to be said for their resilience that they survive that thing. They're robust. They really are. But John, I don't listen. You have a point there. I'm not sure how conclusive it is. I'm not sure.
God designed parasites that burrow into the eyes of children.
Right.
Why did He do that?
John, I do not know. I don't know.
I'm going to give you props for at least saying I don't know, but you know, we'll tie things up there, DB. You have been really polite and you know, respectful, and I do appreciate that.
And honest. I want to add that. I do want to add that.
Yeah, it does.
Well, likewise, guys. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, thanks, man. It does make me really sad to hear people that have such a negative view of humanity. You know, it really does. Thanks, DB. We'll speak again.
Absolutely.
That's one of the things that I hate most about this doctrine, is that it just teaches you to think that you're bad. I mean, he said it himself. He thinks he's bad. He thinks that he is born basically deserving punishment, that every person, the default state for a human being is that they deserve to have a violent punishment. I just think that's horrible. It's a horrible way to look at humanity. It's a horrible way to look at the most precious thing we have, which is each other. To look around at each other and look at every person and think, yeah, that person deserves to be tortured forever, or to be brutalized, or to be cast into whatever it is that they're going to get cast into. And that's the default state unless they make the correct propitiations in return. I think it's so sad. Okay, we're going to read a few messages and then get our next guest in, which is going to be Johnny on the Rise on the TikTok side, and then we've got Platonica and Silver Cat Witcher is back to speak to us again as well. YouTube queue is currently empty. There was someone in there, but they've dropped out. So if you fancy getting involved on the YouTube side, you know the drill. It's tinyurl.com/JCGuest. We'd love to talk to you. Okay, let's see what we've got. We have, Tracy again. Thank you, Tracy, for the message and donation. Oh, sweet and gentle Puff, the dragon above all others, the one true God. This is serious stuff. I hope you're all listening. Please bless these, your heathens, with the dew from your radiant scales. Well, I think that's very, very beautiful words, Tracy. Thank you. And Puff will be watching this and will be very pleased with you for your...
And I think it's official now. Puff is now your moniker. You own it. It's a part of you. Like it or not, it's there.
I had a few people reach out to me after I said, because for anyone who doesn't know, I started talking about Puff the Magic Dragon in debates online on Twitter in about 2018. It was a thing that I would just bring up when people would tell me about Jesus and just make claims about the Bible that was self-referential to saying, you know, the Bible says this and the Bible says that. I would talk about Puff the Magic Dragon and I would always have this little cartoon avatar that I would bring into my posts and stuff like that. I used to debate a lot on Twitter before it fell apart. And so I talked about resurrecting Puff here because it's such a useful kind of concept to be able to bring up. And then I thought, I don't know, should I do it? Because I'm aware, of course, that, you know, Justin's got Doug and that whole beautiful law that he's built up. But quite a few people have reached out to me to point out that a number of other people in this space have got similar kind of icons and similar kind of things. So I thought, okay, we can go with Puff, because Puff he's very scaly and his fire is very hot, and the sun is proof of his fire. So let not the non-believers declare that Puff is not God. Philo says, thank you very much, Philo. Charlie, the God-destroying Chupacabra is the true God. Oh, Puff has competition, apparently. Love him or feel the wrath of his razor-sharp teeth and talons tearing your guts out. Well, yep, that's it. Religions run on threats, folks. That's how they do it. Tim is back again. Thank you very, very much, Tim, for this. God removed the big feet because Neanderthals kept snooing them, but when he took them back, he couldn't find them all because some were hiding in the woods. Fair enough. That explains the Bigfoot law, apparently. Thank you very much for that. And Bryce says, I'm going to appeal to Paul. Why? Paul is a liar who contradicted both Yahweh and Jesus. This is true. Why do these Christians worship Paul, the liar? I think this is absolutely right. All the believers who come in here claiming that the old law doesn't apply anymore, but the 10 Commandments still do, have abandoned Jesus. They've abandoned Yahweh. Yahweh said in the Old Testament that the law is going to be in place forever. Jesus said in Matthew 5:17 that he didn't come to abolish the law, and that anyone who doesn't teach it and follow it is going to be considered least in the kingdom of heaven. It's only when Paul comes along later and starts pulling this stuff apart and going, no, don't worry about all of that, following all the laws stuff. Just keep the ones I like. This is a Paul idea, not a Jesus idea. So absolutely right about that. We have Philo again. Thanks, Philo, very much for this. So I'm going to hell because as a teenager and an atheist, I lied to my mother about how the car got damaged. But Timothy McVeigh is going to heaven because he received absolution. That is morally reprehensible. And that's absolutely right. That's exactly how it works. And if you believe there's an age of accountability, let's say the age of accountability is 13, as was the case, the sort of in the Torah, a boy was a man at 13. Let's peg it at 13 and say on his 13th birthday, the boy just tells one little lie, The mother says, have you tidied your room yet? And he says, yes, he hasn't quite done it yet. He was planning to do it later. So he's told that lie. Well, now he's above the age of accountability threshold. If that boy unfortunately dies that day, he's going to hell forever because he told one little lie. It's a ludicrous concept. And yeah, Timothy McVeigh and various other people up in heaven with their victims. Funnily enough, that's fun, isn't it? Then we've got Best in Show. Thank you very much for this. What could God gain from sending humans to eternal pain and suffering with no chance of anyone gaining rehabilitation and freedom from hell? Absolutely. Like this idea of just a mindless punishment that doesn't rehabilitate, it doesn't make right anyone who was wronged. There's no restitution. There's no point to it. Absolutely, you're absolutely right to point that out. It's such a horrible idea. And Philo, thank you, my friend. This is the beauty of Christianity. It sells both the disease and the cure. I mean, absolutely, right? God makes us all in a fallen state. He made the world in a fallen state. People say it was Adam and Eve. No, they may have done the crime, but God was the judge passing sentence on the crime. He was the jury as well, and he was the executioner. So he finds them guilty, he convicts them, and decides to place the entire world into a fallen state, which is going to affect everyone, every living thing, because apparently all the natural disasters and hurricanes and tsunamis and earthquakes are all because of this too. So animals suffer, people suffer, and then he invents the cure, which is, we all know what the cure is, and it's completely ludicrous, the cure as well. Yeah, thank you, Philo. Well observed. And then we also have one final comment, which is, again from Tim. Dang it, Puff wasn't in Galilee, he was in Hanalei. Yeah, something like that. That is true. He was, but he's also in all places. So Puff can be wherever he wants, because that's just what he does. He's very, very powerful, very big. Right. I said earlier that I would mention a question that was sent in by Johnny. So Johnny is on the Inquirers membership, where you can gain access to a Q&A form. There's a link that goes out to people on the Inquirers and Inner Circle memberships, and you can send me questions and I will try to address them if I possibly can. So Johnny said, in Matthew 21:33, the parable of the vineyard, is there any logical reason why the landowner would send his son in after they murdered a bunch of his slaves were murdered? Do you understand this? Yeah, so this is a parable that Jesus tells. I believe he tells it to the Pharisees, and he talks about this landowner who buys a vineyard, and then he puts tenants in there to sort of work on the vineyard, and then he sends his servants or slaves to collect his share of the produce from the vineyard, and they get roughed up. I think they get beaten up and one gets killed and not very good. So he sends a bunch more, a greater number, and they all get the same treatment of violence. So then he decides to send his son, thinking that will be a good thing. And the people in the tenants in the vineyard see the son come, and they think that they're going to be able to inherit the son's inheritance. So they do the son in as well. And so the idea here is that, you know, the landowner obviously in this story is God, and the vineyard presumably is, I'm going to say, Israel, and the tenants are probably the religious leaders, the Pharisees, the other people of that time, and the servants or slaves that he sent there who have met their ends at the hands of the tenants are probably his prophets. And then in the end, of course, he sends his son, and his son gets done in. And obviously this is just a symbolic replay of I guess Israel's history, culminating in the death of the son. And so it does look like stupid advice. If you look at it as a sort of business advice, why would anyone, having sent their people in who continually get murdered, then send their son? It does look idiotic, but I think that this was just a retelling or a reframing of that story. But thank you very much, Johnny, for sending the question in. And if anyone wants to do that, if you're in the inquirers or Inner Circle tier, you get access to the question and answer form. So you can send me stuff, and I will, to whatever extent I can, talk about it. Okay, let's get Johnny on the Rise in from the TikTok queue. Hopefully Johnny is still on the rise. Hey, Johnny.
Hi, can you hear me?
Perfectly. How are you?
I'm doing okay. So I'm a little bit nervous. It's the first time that I'm trying to join any of these conversations, so there's that. But yeah, before all of that, is this like a opposition only, or do you just
No.
take casual talk?
Yeah, it's not opposition
Okay,
only.
great.
Sometimes people come in and talk about deconstruction and their experiences with that. We tend to keep the friendlies a little bit shorter just because they're maybe a bit less
Yeah, that's no
interesting
problem.
for the audience. But if you're not opposition, it's nice to meet you. And if you are opposition, it's also nice to meet you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so in my case, so if I'm gonna talk about my deconstruction, so I'm from a small town, like a really conservative town, and I grew up in a Christian family, in a Christian household. And I think like my deconstruction started way before I realized it. I think it started like in my early childhood, where I started to notice certain inconsistencies. And but I didn't really like notice them like that. So yeah, when I started to follow up on them was when in my teenage years I had a teacher who talked about Jesus' resurrection. And so the teacher mentioned that like the resurrection of Jesus could maybe not have been like a actual resurrection of Jesus, but like a spiritual resurrection. Like we believe in our minds he's still alive. Like we if we lose like if we lose like an animal, a dog or something that we love, but we keep thinking of them, and in our minds that pet is still alive or so.
Right.
And I thought at that moment when she said it, yeah, it makes sense. But like in my one of my classmates, her parents were like some member in the church, and so she got ousted from the church. She got in trouble in a society because it's a small society, it's a small town. So she got in trouble for that, and that's when it like started to kick in. And later on, then I noticed there are like tons of inconsistencies. One of the main ones is the Amalekites and all of that stuff. But like the final nail in the coffin was me asking for a proof. So like I sent a prayer, like, God, if you really exist, show me that you're there. And there were like literally crickets. So I didn't get a sign. I didn't even ask for anything big to happen. It was just like send me something that I can that I can believe that you're there. But yeah, I didn't get anything. And yeah, I think since then I felt freer. So since I realized that it's not really something real, instead it's man-made, it was like a relief. Yeah, it's like what you have been saying, that the Christianity tries to push you in the corner that you are a horrible person. You have done something horrible, and if you not accept God, then you're gonna suffer forever. But I don't think that's true.
It's such a horrible, horrible thing to tell people, especially when we realize, I know we speak about it a lot here, but when we realize that if you're not convinced of it, you're not convinced of it. You can't just command yourself to be. Mm-hmm. The idea that anyone would think it's okay to punish people for that, it just never stops surprising me and shocking me. I mean, it should stop. I see it all the time. I don't know when I'm going to stop being surprised by it, but it's just so horrendous. So what age were you when you finally kind of got to the point of being able to say, no, this is, I don't believe this stuff?
That was probably like age 25 to 28, about that. So like about 5 years ago. So, it was like a gradual deconstruction. I wouldn't right now to pinpoint it exactly to one date, but about
that's
that
very
time.
common. That's very common, that it's like it just shifts slowly and you sort of become aware at some point, I don't believe this anymore. It's like there isn't always a moment, is there?
Yeah.
Oh, that's excellent. And are you still in a place where there's a lot of religious belief around you in terms of friends and community and family and stuff like that? Is that all okay for you? Is it hard to manage that?
To give a little bit of context, so I live in South America, so English is not my first language, but I found like English is my most comfortable language, so I consume most of my media in English. So but I still live in a place where there are like most of people in this community are like very strong conservatives and all of that stuff. And for the most part, I don't care. I don't care what you believe in, as long as we can get along, as long as we can have like a good conversations, then I just don't care what you believe in.
Good for you. Good for you. Well, thanks for coming in to talk to us. I really appreciate it. And
thanks for having me.
No need to be nervous, right? You did great, and it was great. Thank you for sharing your story. And feel free to hang out in our community. We've got lots of really great people here, lots of ex-believers. It's a real nice vibe, really welcoming, warm, supportive crew. So big props to you for coming in to say hi, and it was great speaking to you, man. Take it easy.
Thank you, John.
All the best.
Thanks, Johnny.
Take care. Okay, we are going to get Platonica. Platonic. My eyesight's going. Gonna have to change these. Platonic, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Very good indeed, thank you. Very good indeed. The floor is yours.
So you've got a few topics up. Are they topics that you're up for discussion, or just
Sure.
anything?
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to be these topics. I provide these as a starting point because they all sort of are in the neighborhood of the stuff we like talking about and thinking about. But if you've got something which is related to belief, faith, stuff like that, which is tangential, that's probably okay.
Yep. Okay. I suppose I was raised up as a Catholic, and as a child, I think you believe that your parents are trying to do the best for you, or you can see that they are. You know what I mean? It's not really a belief, because you see that they're feeding you and clothing you and all that sort of stuff. So you know that they are doing the best that they can for you. And so it was sort of a shock to discover that them bringing me up in the Catholic faith was leading me away from God. Because, even if you just take Jesus Christ's words, let's just say, take the hypothetical that he is the living son of God, and everything he said was the truth, like he said, then, he said things like, let no man teach you, and there's a teacher within that I have sent to you. So, and that the world is what you must overcome. So, just sort of on that logical standpoint, your parents, if they were doing the best for you, they should say, don't listen to anybody about God, about what reality is. You have it within you to know.
I mean, that strikes me as dangerous advice. I mean, that the reason why we do well is we are able to teach children how to survive, and teach children that plant's dangerous, that plant's safe to eat, that's where the dangerous water is, this is the safe water, or whatever it is. That strikes me as very poor advice, to tell people you have it within you to know.
I wouldn't say let your 3-year-old make all their decisions. They're obviously not. A child is a child. But let's say, take your example of a man being a 13-year-old. At 13, a child has seen enough to know he shouldn't put his hand in the fire. He shouldn't grab a hot pot without a cloth. But these basic things. So I'm not. You're right. You're correct there. Like, you shouldn't.
Should we
child.
Stop teaching children things when they get to 13?
Probably.
What do you think would happen if we adopted this policy across the world now, and all education finished at 13, and people at 13 were told everything that you're going to find out for the rest of your life now, you're going to find out on your own steam, on your own, by just examining the world on your own? What do you think would happen?
Well, isn't that true anyway? Like, let's say I didn't know anything about quantum mechanics, and then someone showed me quantum mechanics formulas, and then I went, what? I don't get it. And then, I asked them to explain it again until I could see, you know what I mean? That moment of cognition. But isn't that what happens with every individual? The teacher teaches, but the learning happens inside the student. Is that correct?
But I took what you were saying earlier to be the suggestion that at a certain point teaching should stop, and you have inside you what it takes to understand the world. And that was what I understood you to be saying. Did I misunderstand you?
No, that's right. That's correct.
Okay. So if we did that at 13, we ceased the provision of new information to people once they got to 13 and let them figure it out on their own. How long would it take for us to run out of doctors?
Well, I would say that some people would say, I want to be a doctor. How can I be a doctor? And they would seek out people that could teach them. But then
the provision of learning wouldn't have stopped. It would have resumed.
No, that's right. I mean, there's practical learning, like, things to do with the physical world. And then there is understanding. I think they're different things.
So do we then split knowledge up into practical things and non-practical things, and just stop the non-practical things but continue teaching the practical things?
that's probably a good idea. Because I mean, like the example would be like all these religions teaching about God. There's no physicality to that understanding. I mean, they even all say that God is spiritual. God is a spirit or something beyond this world. So not part of the physical, practical world.
Should we continue teaching at age 14, for example, critical thinking skills or advice when it comes to social circles or dating, because they're getting at that age when they're going to start meeting girls in school, respecting women, those types of things. Should that learning stop?
Definitely. You can see, I think you would agree with me that the teaching of, let's say, morals, how to behave in a society, is when you take it to its logical consequence, is the separation between people. There's groups that are Christians that say this is what you should do, and that these people are wrong. There are Muslims that teach the converse. There are atheists that teach another converse. There are groups of people, all these different titles, that continue to teach about the non-practical things, about the things that are within.
Yeah, I'm not following you there. The benefit. How much wisdom? How much wisdom does someone gain at the age of 13? How wise were you at 13? And is it helpful to have positive adult role models that will guide you and show you the way? I wish I had more of that when I was a teenager. I can tell you that. Looking back, more positive adult role models.
Would a positive role model be someone that you saw doing the right thing and you could see for yourself that it was the right thing to do, or someone that told you what is the right thing to do, even if sometimes they went against that?
Could be either.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Sorry, what are you saying?
What's wrong with an adult mentor who could be your own father? It could be a teacher in school or somebody, a trusted adult that's positive, that you could use as sort of a life coach, a guide to help you make better decisions. Because I can tell you, I made a lot of stupid decisions at 13, 14 years old.
But if you hadn't made those decisions, you wouldn't be exactly where you are now, would you?
No, I might be in a better place than I am now. Like every single person on the planet wouldn't be where they are now if not for everything that happened to them leading up to that point. That doesn't necessarily mean just because you are where you are that necessarily you wouldn't have benefited from better role models or more wisdom being taught to you, things of that nature. But we're kind of getting off of like faith and religion, though.
I do feel like we've drifted away.
My question. My question was, I thought it was all related. That there's faith, right? Which is, in Latin it's fidelis, which means truth. And then there's faith in the modern understanding of the word, which is to believe without seeing. Is that a fair enough statement?
Yeah, and?
What I'm saying is that if you only rely on the teacher within, still going along with that hypothesis that this exists, then the truth is not revealed to you from another person, something outside of you, but it lives within you. And if you followed that trail, and then it was revealed to you that you knew the truth, and that that everything was all lies and misconceptions, which I think you'd agree there's a lot of misconceptions in the world. Wouldn't that be the way to go? If you could like objective, I don't even like to use that word, actual truth, if it could be discerned from within, then only you'd only have to say like, well, am I crazy or not? That's sort of the last question. You know, I've had this is what I can see that is true. You know, and you go, well, am I seeing the truth or not? You know, you're not saying, am I believing this person?
I have to put my cards on the table at this point and say I have no idea what you're talking about. Like I don't mean to be rude, but I have no idea.
Let me put it in one sentence.
Can you sum up the point you're trying to make or the question you're trying to ask? Because I'm totally lost.
Okay. Do you believe that you can know God or only know about God?
I don't think God exists. So I don't think that anyone can know God. I think there are people who delude themselves into thinking that they do.
That's what I meant by asking the question, am I insane or not? You know, because you've come up with this concept yourself.
I mean,
you know,
it's just my view that every God concept I've ever heard of sounds like a sort of fantasy to me. And so because I don't think any gods exist, answering the question, do I think people can know God, is a sort of, it doesn't really work, right? It's like if I said to you, you know, can you know fairies? We'd have to have a conversation first about whether there's anything there to know. But whatever we think about that, we can still have a conversation about what's going on when people claim to know God. So I'm saying that people obviously think they do. There are people who are convinced that they have a relationship with a God and that they know God well.
Yes. Do you believe that you could be wrong?
Yeah, of course.
In your belief of there's no God?
Yeah, absolutely.
And is that because there are, you know, you could come to a different perspective and things like that?
It's possible, yeah. I'm not claiming to know that there's no God. I just lack a belief in every God concept I've heard so far because they're silly, and there's zero evidence for any of them. So there might be another God that you and I haven't heard of. It might be that there's an ultimate creator of the universe who's laughing at us right now and laughing at all of humankind for coming up with these silly parochial religions that seem to captivate people by the billions, whereas actual fact there is a God. Nobody knows about the God because he's keeps himself hidden, and we may find out about that God one day, or we might not, or there might not be one, or we might be running in a simulation, or there's lots of different hypotheses that could explain the world. But I think that any particular God that we speak about, the Abrahamic God, the God of the Bible, is vanishingly unlikely to exist.
Yep. Would you ever, as an experiment, because you're setting like a seeking intellect, try the prescribed method that Jesus put down? Not what the Christian churches teach you, just what Jesus said to do.
Being what exactly?
Well, he said, let me paraphrase it very quickly. He basically came down and said, listen, you're all evil, accept that, and you need to repent, which means to accept that.
Yeah.
Even if you just do it on an intellectual basis at the start, just go like, okay, all right.
I am physically unable to do that. It's not an unwillingness to try. It's a physical inability to do that because I am not persuaded that it's true.
No, but as an intellectual experiment, would you be prepared to follow through the steps? You know, just because you don't have to go and do anything.
Yeah, but
just follow the steps.
I wouldn't. I'm saying
mentally.
I'm saying that I wouldn't be capable of following those steps mentally. It would be like if I said, "Would you be prepared to intellectually do the experiment of believing in Santa for an afternoon?" You wouldn't be able to do it. You could declare that you did, but you wouldn't be able to actually
that's right.
do
it. That's right. You would have a struggle inside yourself, saying like, "Well, I'm pretending to believe that I believe this."
You'd just say I'm performing belief. I'm not experiencing it. You'd know that, and any deity would know it too. So they would know that you were just faking it and hoping that you might make it. But no, not capable of doing it.
I understand. Do you think if someone decided to follow the steps and take Christ's message at his just at his word, I mean, not believing it yet, but going like, hang on, what did this guy say? He said we're evil. Oh, what? And of course, everybody rejects that, But let's just say, intellectually, in a corner of your mind, you can go, all right, let me just do this thought experiment. I'm evil. Okay, that's what Jesus said. Let me just accept that. All right, and you still haven't accepted it truly in your heart. You're just intellectualizing
So kind of role play it.
Yeah, role play it. That's right.
Okay. Yeah. Let's
So
say
let's
say I was prepared to do that, and I did that, and then what?
So yeah, so it would be these steps. You would say, say like, all right, okay, I'm evil, and what's wrong with that? He goes, oh, nothing if you prefer that, but I'm just telling you that's what evil is, and that God is good, and and so he would say, all right, if you can see that you're evil, then that's what repenting is. Going like, oh, right, okay, I'm evil, and there is another way.
If I don't believe I'm evil, is it really repenting to just say the words, I'm evil?
Oh, well, you would have to, sincerely carry out this experiment in your mind.
Which I can't do.
There you go. I mean, some people can't do it. But I mean, I learned a few years ago not to believe anything. So it became easy, I guess. And like, I didn't come to this through the Bible or anything. I came through it through, let's see, I suppose near suicide attempt, and just wondering to myself, like, well, how does a person get to the point of being so anti their own existence to do this? And because another thing Christ said out loud is, he goes, all your thoughts are from Satan. It's like, well, okay, well, I still don't believe, but that makes sense. Go and kill yourself. That's like a malignant thought. And so if Jesus is telling the truth, then he's saying, like, what evil is all of you. So he's basically saying the universe itself, the physical universe, is a representation by evil, which we all buy into as being the true reality.
Okay, let's refocus then. Let's refocus. So your question was, would we be willing / able to do the experiment of pretending that we're evil as prescribed by Jesus? And the answer was, we could kind of role play it, but we couldn't manufacture conviction in the assumptions of the claim in ourselves. So we could role play it, and then there's two ways that could pan out, right? One is the process of role playing it causes some shift inside us, and we actually become legitimately convinced of it, which is an experience that a lot of people have, I grant, right? There are lots of people who do it. They kind of try it, and then they buy it, and then they're in it. Granted, it happens a lot. But there are millions of people for whom that does not happen. They try it, and it doesn't work, and they feel a bit inauthentic, and they're like, I feel like I'm role playing here. I feel like I'm pretending. I don't believe this stuff. If there is someone who is in that position, say someone like me or someone like Sean, in that position, what happens to that person when they die?
Well, it would, I mean, all right, you're talking about physical death.
Yeah, when we die, are there any consequences imposed or penalties applied for having been unsuccessful in the experiment?
Well, I suppose if, like, let's just take a hypothetical and follow it through to its logically. If God is real, the thing that is not physical, let's call it nothing, because we'll call it nothing. If nothing is real, if God is real, and he did send his son to explain what's going on so that we could be freed and return to him. What is the object of that? Like, why is he saying that? And why does it say in the Bible, there will be the end times and, cast into the burning lake and all that sort of stuff? It would be that, if you do follow, if you believe the word that came from Jesus, the message, which, and you see that it is true, then you are following the way, or that trail, or that track, whatever you want to call it.
Move it along. If you're not, then what happens?
Well, if you're not, then what happens is you never overcome your ego. So you never are able to depersonalize or disassociate.
And the consequences of that are?
That the ego cannot exist in the spiritual dimension. Therefore, it will be experienced as an annihilation.
Annihilation. Okay, so
annihilation.
Yeah, an annihilation. So
you yourself being like, this is, I'm just again just going off the words of Jesus. I'm not making this up myself. If you are, as he said, a representation of God, like your soul, then that will return to God. There's no issue about that. Your soul is always going to be part one and one with God.
Right. So when Jesus says,
ego,
and they will throw them into the furnace of fire, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth, is that the annihilation of the furnace of fire and the weeping and gnashing of teeth?
Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. Yep.
How long?
Weeping and gnashing.
How long does the weeping take? How long do people weep and gnash their teeth for?
Well, I guess it would be a temporal time in, like I can see that God's plan is, I'm not saying I can read God's mind, is that everyone comes back to him knowing that they have always been a part of God, and that the physical realm has been like a first step into physicality, and that it's
I'm just trying to get a steer on what you think happens. Like, there's a lot of talking going on. I just want to know, like, are we going to be tortured for a while before we get annihilated? Because he's talking about we're going to be gnashing our teeth and weeping, and there's a fiery furnace, right? So either Jesus was lying about that, or it was metaphorical, or it was poetic, or whatever. If we take him at his word, I just want to know, in your view, how long we deserve to be tortured for before we're annihilated.
Well, the torture is self-inflicted, but as long as
if it's self-inflicted, then I choose not to do it. If it's self-inflicted, then I just choose not to have it.
No, you inflict it on yourself by believing that you are yourself.
No, I'm choosing not to have the torture, please.
John, that sounds like you send yourself to hell. Is that on there?
I think.
Ooh. Well, I mean, really, like if you have up and down emotions, like if you judge people for being right or wrong, or if you think yourself things are right and wrong, then you're taking away from reality and choosing to make yourself like the arbiter of and the author of existence.
And the penalty for having done that, the penalty for having viewed the world that way, is enforced by who?
Well, it's just a penalty because it's incorrect, it's untrue, it's
wrong. Enforced by who?
Well, it's not even enforced, it just is. So, I mean, the enforcement is by reality itself.
So God didn't choose for us to go to hell?
No. I mean, I guess he could see that it was going to happen. Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
We also need to look again at the wording here. We need to look again at the wording.
Yeah,
here
we do, because we're
the wording
conflating
doesn't
spiritual
say,
meanings.
Well, the wording doesn't say that you do this yourself. The wording says they will throw them. They meaning God, by the way. They will throw them into the furnace of fire, where there will be weeping. And the word in some translations is cast them into, right? So that doesn't suggest to me a voluntary perambulation on my part. It doesn't suggest to me that sort of a pathway lights up ahead and I walk down it gently. It suggests having control of my position taken away from me and being thrown into something that I don't want to go into, right?
That's because all victims believe in an oppressor.
That's silly. Come on, that's silly. The text says I'm going to get thrown into a furnace. Who's going to throw me in there?
Well, it will just happen. I
By
mean,
who?
God will do it.
God will do it. So God's going to throw me into a furnace.
Well,
I'd say that qualifies pretty well as being oppressed, wouldn't you?
Well, but he's given you the way out.
That's by the by, right? That's by the by, because that's like saying, that's when the mafia come along, right? And they say, you know, lovely business you've got here. You know, if as long as you pay the protection money, I'm sure you won't have any unfortunate fires. We're giving you a way out, you know, of having unfortunate fires. That doesn't work. That's just coercion. That's just threats inverted in the way they're described. Nothing more than
Well,
that.
you could close your business. You don't have to stay in that paradigm.
You could, exactly. So you know, you've then been coerced into doing that, right? So all of this is totalitarian control. That's all this is. It's literally looking for utter subjugation and saying, if you find yourself unpersuaded of various claims, then at the end of your life, you're going to be thrown into a furnace. Now, you've got an easy out. The easy out is you just need to make yourself convinced of things that you don't find convincing. Does that strike you as reasonable?
You must. The intellectual experiment part will always fail. You must be convinced of it.
Right, but what if you can't
for it to be real?
But what if you can't be?
If you can't be, then you're. I guess you're what
back in
the
the
Bible
furnace.
refers to as children of the lie.
Back in the furnace.
And blind. Yeah, that's right. Look, only the blind and the deaf, the people that will not see and will not hear.
There you go.
It says, we'll go there.
There you go. I mean, it's this insistence, and I will never ever get tired of saying this, is this insistence of framing honest non-belief. Honest doubt has to be framed as willful rebellion. It has to be, because if it isn't, the moral logic of this doctrine collapses, right?
No, if you've got to take the beginning steps for logic to reveal itself.
But people take the beginning steps.
What steps did I fail to take? Please educate me.
Can you see that you are evil?
No.
No.
So,
well, then,
I'm not capable of it. So the first step is a step that I'm not capable of choosing. So don't you see a problem there?
Oh, no. You spoke absolute truth there. It is not something that you are capable of choosing.
Right.
Yep.
So what steps am I? Go ahead.
Well, I'd say the other things. One of the other things he said is all thoughts come from Satan or come from evil, and
whatever the reason is, I literally cannot just decide to believe I'm evil. Like, I'm not capable of it. Not that I'm not willing to. So basically, the divine pardon starts with something I cannot actually choose, right? So what am I supposed to do about it?
Well, I suppose you would just have to see that you are choosing to believe your thoughts.
I'm not choosing. I literally am incapable of believing I'm evil.
That is the thought.
Well, that I'm expressing a belief state that I cannot change. Can you choose to believe in leprechauns right now by an act of will?
Well, I believe in leprechauns, as in like they are a fictional. Probably,
no. You know what I meant.
Fictional thing.
No,
believe in that they are real. Well, I don't know.
Then we can use another example.
There's historical tiny villages.
Don't go down there. Can you choose
John
to
is
believe
your mother?
Yeah, believe that I'm your biological mother.
That's a good question. I mean, physically, of course not.
Okay, good. So,
but spiritually and mentally, once you see past the lie that is existence, then there is no separation between us. We're all part of the same thing.
You cannot. You know what we're asking? Like you're trying to kind of like bong rip philosophy your way around it. But John is not your biological mother. You know who your biological mother is, presumably, probably. So you cannot choose, and you know John is a male. You cannot choose to believe John is your biological mother, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So belief isn't something you can just choose. So basically, what God, this all-powerful deity, knows who's going to be convinced he exists, who isn't. The people who are not convinced, it's not by choice. He could, if he's all-powerful, let everyone know he exists, including myself, including John, but he chooses not to, yet he wants to punish us for not believing. Make sense of that, please.
Sorry, could you say it one more time?
Okay. Belief isn't a choice. We established that. God knows who all will be convinced he exists and who won't. If he's all powerful, he can convince all of us he exists, but he chooses not to. But he's going to punish us for not believing he exists. Where did I go wrong with what I summed up?
Your unconscious, I'll say, I'll use that term, knows that God is real. But your conscious mind, your ego,
your unconscious knows that John is your mother. I'm just going to claim that right now.
Yeah. Yep. Good enough.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
But I mean, that could be termed, you could say, well, that's insane. But we know insanity is also a real thing. So it gets very, the world is very convoluted.
Yeah.
But
dude,
it can be made simple.
This is fantasy. I'm going to make it simple. Donkeys don't ever speak Hebrew. Snakes also don't talk. Oceans don't part. People don't come back from the dead. This is nonsense. This is the stuff of myths. This is the 21st century. We are living in an age of artificial intelligence, of the Hubble deep space field, of genomic sequencing, of quantum computers, and we have billions of people concerning themselves with Bronze Age blood sacrifice magic. It's time we stop this nonsense. Come on. Really, this is not the way for us to solve
I'm not proposing that
challenges
we follow
of the world.
some sort of. I'm not proposing that anyone follows any religion.
Well, this is, you sort of are. I mean, you might be one of those it's a relationship, it's not a religion type people, but it's religious. If you believe in concepts like the need for salvation, if you believe in prayer, if you believe in sin, if you believe in a divine maker of the universe who has great concerns about what people do in their own time in their bedrooms, these are religious concepts. You are participating in religion. You can choose not to call it that. It's still religion. It's still religious in nature.
Isn't like we have the word cult, which is applicable to those groups.
Yeah, it is.
And from that same word, we get the word culture, which is a group of people believing in the same thing.
Well,
aren't they? Isn't it just a step apart?
No, because they're completely different. Because culture doesn't involve control. Culture doesn't involve imposing ways of how people have to live on them. Culture doesn't involve the blatant denial of reality. Culture doesn't involve separating people from their families in many instances. Culture is not coercive. So yes, there might be some connection etymologically between the word cult and culture, but they are very, very, very different. Very different.
I would disagree in that culture doesn't demand acceptance of doctrine. I mean, your belief systems that you hold dearly are shared by many people. And you're reinforced, back and forth by sharing that.
What belief system?
Would you term yourself an atheist?
That's not a belief system.
Don't you believe that there is no God?
Not necessarily.
I've
said I don't think your God exists, but that doesn't mean I think there's no God. There might be a God. I'm undecided on the matter.
Right.
I currently am without a belief, but that doesn't mean I believe there's no God.
Right. So agnostic.
Yeah,
mean,
also, that's not a belief system. If being an atheist is a belief system, so is a leprechaunism, the non-belief in leprechauns.
Yeah, no, I agree. They're all belief systems.
I
not.
don't agree that they're all belief
Of course
systems.
they're not. Of course, it's not a belief system. A belief system is broader. I mean, if I have a belief system, it would be something like, you know, being rational and following evidence and valuing, you know, enlightenment values or something would be the closest I would come to something like that. But I don't have a belief system. Atheism isn't a belief system. I know you want it to be because that then creates the perception of a level playing field. But there's no belief system here. I'm pushing back on a set of claims that are in my view two things. One is they're unjustified in that there is not anything even close to the level of evidence that would be required to warrant belief in them. And the other is they're immoral. I think it's immoral to threaten people with punishment for not being convinced by things. I think the morality of the God as revealed in the Bible is that he's some kind of psychopathic lunatic. He's extremely thin-skinned. He's extremely capricious. He seems extremely indifferent to the suffering of people, animals, conscious beings. He believes in group punishment. He endorses slavery. He treats women like shit. He commands genocide, including the explicit killing of children. I think he's an absolute monster. So I think all of this taken together is both implausible and horrific, all at once.
I get the feeling that you are perhaps conflating my statements with everything you've heard about Christianity.
You sound like you have a slightly idiosyncratic take on all of this, but you've still talked about the need for propositional assent, the need for believing these things, a requirement for salvation. You agreed with me that we get thrown into a furnace of fire and that it's God who does it. So any differences that may exist between your personal eschatology and that of more mainstream views are not significant.
Well, but me accepting that what you said about my statements was true was more of a attempt to, be agreeable, because, like, I can see that you can't see what I can see, and and it goes back to that teaching thing. Like, I can't teach you what I know. You have to see it for yourself, and that God putting people into the burning pits and flame and all that, is like a physical, I'm doing inverted commas in the air here, is the physical reality, and barbarism, yes, that's right. And to accept it on that level, of course, is horrific.
You agreed with me that people are going to be tortured by God to be agreeable. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, look,
does that make you? Do you think that made
decisive.
you? Did you think that makes you agreeable? I mean, I don't mean to be personal. I'm not being personal, but endorsing that kind of thing doesn't make you agreeable. It makes you endorse barbarism. It makes you disagreeable.
Well, it frees me from the bind of seeing that that evil, barbarism, all these horrific things is actually real.
Oh, come on.
So I know it's illusion.
Come on. You're not serious. Come on. You're just joking, right?
Well, no, I'm not joking.
Oh, come on.
I mean, evil is an illusion.
This is silly.
And anyone who doesn't think that is, part and parcel with it.
I don't think evil is a thing that exists. It's a word we attach to actions of which we strongly disapprove. Agreed?
That disapproval is part and parcel of it. I agree with you.
Right.
But that disapproval, that deciding that what is and what should be and what shouldn't be, is part and parcel of evil.
Dude, I think we've reached our sell-by date because we're at 40 minutes now, and I sense we're probably not going to make an enormous amount of progress here, and I feel that we could spend a lot of time achieving relatively little from here, and I say that with love in my heart, but it feels to me like we're not really gaining traction. I wanted you to be able to join us in the realization that belief is involuntary and agree with us that punishing people for things that they can't choose differently is immoral. And it says something that I can't figure out whether you actually did or not. I think on balance you didn't, because I think on balance the position you seemed to get to was subconsciously that this is all true or something like that. And that gives you the justification that you need for accepting the imposition of these consequences on people who don't share your views. But
I don't know, there should be no imposition. I don't agree with that. I'm not imposing my will on anyone.
No, not you, but God's going to, and you think he's great. So,
no, God doesn't either.
Well, you said God throws people in the furnace.
That's a very shallow physical understanding of it.
He throws people in the spiritual furnace, which is infinitely more fun.
You have to first know what is the definition of people.
What is the definition of the?
Know what you're talking about.
We could
exactly.
Talk about
what
that.
Is the definition of that?
I know, and I'm not going to impose discussions like that on the people who are generous enough to give us their time. But I bid you farewell and thank you for coming in.
Thank you, John.
All right, take care.
No worries. I wish you well. Bye-bye.
All the best. Okay, yeah, we're not doing that. Okay, a couple of messages, and then we're going to get our next guest in from the TikTok queue. I can't pronounce your name because you've written it in Arabic, so forgive me for not speaking Arabic, but you know who you are, and we'll have you in just a moment. On the YouTube side, the queue is currently empty, so if you want to get involved, you know what to do. Tim, again, what's the difference between Jesus and a picture of Jesus? It only takes one nail to hang the picture.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that a lot. Very, very good, Tim. Tim, you have to stay. This is very good. And Tim says, I have sex daily dyslexia. Very good. It's all happening with Tim. Tim is providing the entertainment tonight, as are some of our guests, it must be said. And then Gordon, welcome, Gordon. So nice to see you again. Gordon is one of our very few Inner Circle members, by the way. I'll tell you more about that in a moment. It's fascinating to me that believers in a God can't seem to believe that there are people who don't believe. No matter what you say to them, they're not convinced. Yep, this is the crux of it. This has kind of been the flavour of the discussion tonight. There've been a few people have hit on this. This is, we call this the Romans 1 territory, just an inability to accept that other people don't share their views. Philo again. Hi, Philo. Thank you so much for this. Zombies don't wander around Jerusalem, although they occasionally wander around Soho and Hollywood. Yeah, and of course that's an allusion to the account in Matthew of the ground opening up and the dead coming out of their tombs and wandering into town to say hello to everyone. An event which no one else cared to write about or note down or make any reference to. No contemporary historians ever wrote about it. No one wrote it down anywhere that all the zombies walked the streets of town. Pretty wild. So we are bringing in Ems first. Welcome back, my friend. And now we're going to bring in our friend from TikTok as well. Forgive me, sir, I don't know what your name is.
Hello. My name is Hamza.
Hamza.
How are you?
Yeah, very well indeed,
nice to
Hamza.
meet you.
You're on with Ems and Sean and John. What would you like to say?
I'd like to debate the topic that God hates women.
Sure.
Sure. What religious affiliation are you?
I am a Muslim.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
well, do you think that the Quran and your faith describe women on equal terms with men?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Then what is a tafdil?
Huh? I'm
Then
sorry, I
what
couldn't.
is a tafdil?
I'm sorry.
What does the word tafdil mean?
I cannot understand him.
ما هي معنى كلمة التفضيل?
I cannot understand.
That is Arabic.
Do you speak Arabic?
No.
Then why is your
Okay.
name in Arabic?
I read the Quran in English.
Okay. What does the word tafdil mean? God describes that he has done tafdil upon men over women in chapter 434. What does the word mean? It means that he has preferred some characteristics in some of them over others. So they cannot be equal. And he also describes men as the guardians of women, and that they have authority over women. And he says that again in chapter 4, he says that the inheritance of women is half of that of men. In chapter 2, he says that the word of a woman is equal to half of that of a man, etc.
Yeah. Did you know that? If women are going to witness a legal document, the witnesses can be 2 men or 1 man and 2 women, because the witness of a woman is only worth half that of a man. Does that sound egalitarian?
John, could you read Bukhari 304?
Yeah.
304.
I'll find it.
Don't have that with me right now. Do you want me to pull it up?
I'm asking the host to do it.
Yeah, I'll be able to do it now. Just give me a second. I'll find it. 304. Oh yes.
Can you lower it some for the TikTok side?
Yeah, I'll try to do that. Do it like. Give me a second. Trying to see it more. 2 secs. Okay. That should be better.
And to
to
our right some.
Yeah. This is all formatted for
go.
the other site. Okay. So once Allah's messenger went out to the Musalla to offer the prayer, then he passed by the women and said, "O women, give alms, as I have seen that the majority of the dwellers of hellfire were you." They asked, "Why is it so, O Allah's messenger?" He replied, "You curse frequently and are ungrateful to your husbands. I have not seen anyone more deficient in intelligence and religion than you. A cautious, sensible man could be led astray by some of you." The women asked, "O Allah's messenger, what is deficient in our intelligence and religion?" He said, "Is not the evidence of 2 women equal to the witness of 1 man?" They replied in the affirmative. He said, "This is the deficiency in her intelligence. Isn't it true that a woman can neither pray nor fast during her menses?" The women replied in the affirmative. He said, "This is the deficiency in her religion." So he's nicely proved there that women are deficient in intelligence and religion. What do you think about that?
Well, when he says that most of the inhabitants of hell are women, it is because in the culture of that time, most of the women were being ungrateful to their husbands and unappreciative of the good treatment that they were receiving from them. And they would be complaining and using harsh language a lot.
Naughty women. Were the husbands ever ungrateful for the treatment they got from their women? Or was it only women that were ever ungrateful?
I do not know.
Does it seem likely to you? Does it seem likely to you that there would be a statistically significant number of women over men that expressed ingratitude in a particular culture?
It may be possible.
Possible. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think women are untrustworthy? That we should have two women and at least one man, like 2 women per man, or if you're going to have, the witnesses can't be all women. Has to include at least one man. If it's not going to include another man, 2 women have to replace him. That doesn't seem like saying that women are lesser than.
Well, I do not know the specific context of that verse, but
It is not a verse.
What?
It's not a verse.
Ems, what's the context?
It's a hadith. I'm assuming you would know that. So.
Yeah.
Ah.
Do you think it's ever okay for a man to strike his wife?
The Prophet condemned it.
No, he didn't.
I'm sorry?
No, he didn't. He allowed it.
The Prophet
Shall I read you Surah 434?
Sure.
It says, men are in charge of women by right of what Allah has given one over the other and what they spend for maintenance from their wealth. So righteous women are devoutly obedient, guarding in the husband's absence what Allah would have them guard. But those wives from whom you fear arrogance, first advise them. Then if they persist, forsake them in bed. And finally, strike them. It does say lightly, but I don't really care about that. But if they obey you once more...
It doesn't say that in the Arabic.
In the Arabic, it doesn't say. This was another one of those, wasn't it, Ems, when this was added in to sanitize this view. So finally strike them. But if they obey, seek no means against them. So do you think does that strike you as morally acceptable thing for God to command it?
It's like a slap on the wrist, Habibi.
Do you think a slap on the wrist is okay?
And it is not.
And it probably isn't. But even if it is a slap on the wrist on the wrist is signalling physical dominance in a relationship to assert control. Do you think that's okay?
I think that a slap on the wrist is okay.
So, notwithstanding, Ems explained it's not, and Ems knows quite a bit about the Islam and the Quran and the Hadiths. But let me ask you this: is it ever okay for a woman to strike her husband?
I don't think it's okay for either.
But according to what John just read, it is.
Can we just pause to clarify what you've just said? Because you are now in the unenviable position of defending domestic abuse.
A slap on the wrist is not domestic abuse.
It is.
Is a punch to the chest domestic abuse?
Yes.
The Prophet punched Aisha in the chest.
Where does it say that?
In Muslim 974.
Ems speaks Arabic, so he can read the unsanitized version in Arabic, and he's explaining to you what it actually says.
Right. I did not know that.
Awkward, isn't it?
Hamza, can you see the
Yes.
shahada?
I'm sorry?
Can you see the shahada?
Not in Arabic.
You can't see it in Arabic.
No.
That is the only thing you are required to know in Arabic. What do you mean? Can you read Al-Fatiha?
Can I what?
Can you read Al-Fatiha?
The what?
Al-Fatiha.
No.
He's not a Muslim.
It's a shame.
No, he's actually not a Muslim. He's probably someone trolling.
Are you sure there's not some people who have been converted to Islam but maybe are just ignorant about basic tenets of Islam?
This would be the equivalent of a Christian not knowing Jesus. So
tricky. What do you think, dude? I mean,
I don't know.
I just don't know that much Arabic.
Well, now that you've learned something about these verses in supposedly your holy book that you didn't know were there before, does it make you think about it any differently?
Yes.
Good for you. Good for you. Carry on in that direction. The exit's straight ahead, and it's sunny outside.
Yeah. Yeah, this religion's fucked up.
Yeah. Ems, question for you, Ems. I don't know if you've tried this, but if somebody doesn't speak Arabic and they're going through the Quranic verses and they copy and paste the Arabic into Google Translate into English, how reliable or off is it? Is it accurate enough to be worthwhile for people to experiment with it, or is the translation too off?
it's better than relying on the ready-made translations, but it's still off.
Got you. So it's actually better than the translations that they provide.
Most of the time, yeah.
Most of the time. Interesting.
It's crazy. And is there a reason, Ems, in your view, why there aren't more honest, accurate translations out there? Is it because it would be tricky for someone to do that?
And it's not tricky. It's just that the Arabs are more likely to accept the horrible shit than a Western audience. Like you're not able to go to like a random guy in Germany and tell him, "Oh well, like I'm gonna kidnap a woman and rape her all night and have her be my sex slave." But it's more likely to apply in Arab countries.
Yeah. I'm still seeing a gap in the market.
I mean,
for
that's
honest translation. Crazy.
That's quite a revealing answer from Ems right there. It's a very blunt, answer as to why.
Yeah. Craziness. Well, Hamza, thank you for deconverting live on my live stream. I think that's a first.
He was never a Muslim.
I know. I know. But thanks for sort of deconverting live from the religion that you didn't really have anyway. Weird. I don't understand the motivation of coming up to do that. I'm trying to get my head around that.
I am too. That seemed odd. He did seem kind of lost and also overly willing to capitulate to like points that were made against it. So I think Ems might be honest. He certainly knows better than you or I. It sounds like he might have been onto something there.
Yeah. Weird stuff. Okay, well,
yeah,
that was easier than I thought it would be. Fascinating. And actually, on the 434 M's, it definitely is. It the case that this lightly thing has just been added afterwards?
So it doesn't exist at all. Like in the Arabic, it's just the guy, whoever translated this, just adding his like insertion. Like it probably has like quotations like around it in what you're reading.
It does.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah.
Sometimes they do not even put the quotations, so you cannot. It's like a person can't tell if this was added by the person who made it, or it's just like within the text. Like for example, when I told you the whole reflected light, go to 10.5.
Yeah. Shall we have a look at that? I'll just find it. Which one is it?
10.5.
I'll find it now. 10.5. I'll just find it right now and get it. Oh, this is a different website. That's fine. That's fine. Let me do this.
Great. You said the editor, this is not going to sell copies. So they edited it.
Yep. That's not working. Hang on. Try and make it There we go. Like that. Okay, it says.
Now go to Quran.com, not this website.
Okay,
this
the
is
wrong
like
one.
a good website. No, this one is good. It's just like Quran.com is the most widely used, so
Yeah.
it is where people go to mostly.
Cool. Okay. Let's find the search. What was it? 10.5. Here we go.
You see what it says there, and the
Yeah.
moon are reflected light. That word simply doesn't exist. Like it's not there, and there is no quotation, so you cannot tell that it was added by the translator.
Right. Yeah, that's
And people
so
come
disingenuous.
and they use this verse to tell you that how could the prophet have known that the moon was reflected light?
And the answer is they didn't.
And even like regardless of the point if they did or not, because anybody could tell that the moon is a reflected light simply because when it's in the sky in the morning, you can simply just see where like the lit point is always towards the sun, blah 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 blah. But even then, even if I granted you that nobody knew it except the prophet, or not except the prophet, if nobody knew it at the time, the book doesn't say that. It's added by the translator.
That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Sloshy, well, welcome back. Sloshy is always awesome value. Thank you very much for this. Does this count as donating to a non-profit? Hooray! He's here all week, folks. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I just can't get my head around it. It's so Orwellian to me, the idea that there's this text written in Arabic that many, many, many people are interested in, but don't speak the Arabic. And that creates a sort of vulnerability that can then be, leveraged by making it look different to what it actually is. I just, to me, it's crazy that something like that wouldn't get out more, that it wouldn't be more widely known. Until I heard you speaking about this, Ems, I don't think I had any idea that these translations are so obviously
egregiously altered.
Politically altered, yeah. It's shocking to me. Absolutely shocking. Okie dokie. Well, right now, the guest queues are empty. So if you're on TikTok and you want to come up and speak to us, request on up. If you're on YouTube and you want to come speak to us, you can follow the link. I can put the link in the chat right now. There it is. You can come in that way. And we have Rob has done exactly that from the YouTube side. So we can bring Rob in right now. Hey, Rob.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well indeed, thank you. You're very welcome here.
Yeah, thanks. I'm a friendly. I just I haven't called in before, but I've been having trouble lately. In my teen years, I was very anti-theist, and as I've come to know more people and get a bit older, I've come around. But just sort of seeing how our country in the U.S. has been going, and some things have been.
Yeah.
It's hard for me not to start going back to a way I don't really want to be.
Yeah, I hear you.
And I tune in a lot. I see you deal with a lot of people, and that helps me. Seeing you being able to remain like calm and reasonable with people helps me a fair bit. But it's something that I found myself having some trouble with
I hear you,
recently.
mate. I hear you. I mean, the advice I would offer is that you can be strongly opposed to things without being like against people, against specific people. I mean, there are obviously egregious, horrible people, but where I come at all of this from is really from a point of principle. Like, I'm really against certain ideas. I'm against people being told they're bad and wrong and broken and deserving of punishment. And I'm against bad ideas so much that I never ever run out of energy to speak out against bad ideas. So I don't even necessarily call myself an anti-theist, even if I kind of technically am one. It's more that I'm anti-bad ideas. And so when I see bad ideas, I'm going to call them out. I'm going to say, this is a bad idea. This doesn't stack up. This isn't defensible. This doesn't hold water. This crumbles once you shine even the modest light of critical thinking on it or moral light on it. And that enables me to feel like I can push back against this stuff without feeling like I'm sort of attacking people, and that makes it easier. It's not, I don't feel like I'm fighting with other human beings, even though it looks like that a lot. I'm really fighting with the ideas. And so I don't know if that helps you a lot. We should all care about pushing back on bad ideas. This is not a spectator sport, people. This is the world we live in. We all have to share it together. So when we see these horrible bullshit ideologies, and they are harmful and they cause real world harm, it's not okay to sit it out. It's not okay to be silent about it. We should all be pushing these ideas out there, because you never know. You never know when someone's listening. You never know when someone hears you say a thing in a certain way. It's not normally the person you're engaging with. Like, we have all these debates on here. Very, very rare that someone comes in and you have a conversation and their mind is changed. So many people say to me, why do you do that? You're not going to change anyone's mind. It's like, yes, they're not the audience. They're not the people who are maybe going to get value from this. So we should all be out there being mouthpieces for pushing back against immoral doctrines, against ideas that marginalize people or denigrate people or shame people just for, being who they are and what they are and stuff like that. So, you should, if you're feeling more of an invigorated sense of purpose, given everything that's happening in your country right now, I can well understand why. That's not a bad thing. It's not going to, you're not obligated to going back to being like angry atheist on the internet. You can just have your principles and speak out when you see something that you feel is not okay. I think that's good. I think that's self-actualization.
And I do like the reframing of not the person, the idea. So it's not anti-theist, it's more anti-theology.
Yeah.
It's anti-idea. I like that. That does help a lot. Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's a username that was in here earlier this evening, anti-atheist, and it's funny you said that, because I was just about to say it brought into perspective to me that the better word would be anti-theism, because anti-theist, the term implies, and it's not the case certainly with me or John, that you're anti-theists, the people. It's more like their ideas, particularly toxic theistic ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. So Rob, thanks for coming in to talk to us. Where are you with this stuff now? So like, are you just like hanging out in online spaces and starting to consume this kind of content more?
Yeah, I've never really been in any sort of belief. When I was a kid, I'd go to church to hang out with my dad. I wasn't, but I'd spent time there to hang out with him. So I learned some stuff about it, but it was never really for me. And yeah, more recently, just with how things have been, I've been getting kind of more active in the online communities and just trying to learn more to be able to like speak out when I see things that I disagree with, and have the ammunition to come and say, hey, I understand your viewpoint. Here's why I disagree with it, in better words than I would have had before I was able to come through with this.
That's brilliant. And if I may ask, this is just because this is a personal sort of interest for me, this approach of, rather than focusing on the actual religious claims themselves and showing why the ontological argument doesn't work and why the cosmological argument doesn't work and why the which is what so much of the sort of atheist activism is about, is leaning into this idea of the kind of epistemic warrant for all of their ideas not existing, which is great, and there are people who do it so well. This idea of coming at it from the point of belief and looking at belief as a system and as an involuntary thing. Is that something you've come across much before? I'm just trying to sort of gauge it from people I speak to.
I don't think a lot, but I've sort of just started getting more into the arguments themselves, because for me it's just never made sense. Like you say, it's like I've not been convinced. It's just never made sense to me, and so it's always made sense to me that it doesn't make sense. But so yeah, like that and all of the like philosophical arguments way over my head. It's things I'd like to learn more about, but I don't have the time for it. But just the plain belief happens. It's not something you choose. That makes sense to me. It always has. So like this is something I can get behind and actually like give to people. So
good. Well, I mean, I am on a bit of a mission about this, because the beautiful thing about it is it doesn't require us. This line of argument doesn't require us to prove their claims wrong. Their claims could be true, and it would still be the case that condemning someone for non-belief is morally incoherent. Even if all of the bullshit they speak is true, it would still be true that you can't choose to believe something. You can't make yourself believe something if you're not convinced of it. And so it's, to me, quite an effective tool in the toolbox of pushing back against these doctrines, is to come at it this way. So I'm very animated to hear that when people are taking it on board, and I get very excited. I sometimes look in the comment threads and see people using the arguments and stuff, and it's good. I really like it. We need to do it more. So thank you for coming to join us, Rob. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and thanks for the reframing on that really does help a lot.
Good. Well, we're always here. Come and say hi anytime.
Yep. Have a nice night.
And you, my friend, all the best. Okay, we are going to go back to the TikTok side, and we're going to bring in J in if why no if, or something like that. I can't quite say that. Are we in? That is not working. You might want to try that again. J in if, why no if you want to come in. Just request up again. If not, there we go. Just try once again. Hopefully it works second time around. There we go. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, you are in. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. What would you like
There's
to
a
say?
lot of clicking around. All right, it's better now.
Yeah, I think they're sorting a phone or something. Good evening. What would you like to talk about?
This claim that you made that the Bible supposedly still continues to apply with regards to the Mosaic laws regarding dietary restrictions and whatnot, that is just completely not accurate. The ceremonial law is explicitly discussed in the epistle to the Hebrews as having been a symbolic foreshadowing of Jesus Christ's first coming.
Who wrote that epistle?
The authorship continues to be disputed even amongst Christians.
Right. Were they Jesus's words?
Jesus Christ, his words are recorded throughout the Gospels,
yes
but
or no?
His words are not recorded.
So let's look at some of his lovely words, because I like these ones. So this is Jesus saying, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets." So when Jesus said, "Do not think I've come to abolish the law," did that mean he had come to abolish the law?
Well, he came to fulfill it, as he said.
Right.
In that
when he
verse.
said he hadn't come to abolish the law, did he really mean that he had come to abolish the law?
No, he fulfilled it because there was no more need for the Levitical priesthood, the animal sacrifices,
Indeed.
the
So
temples.
so you agree with me that when he said he had not come to abolish the law, that didn't mean that he actually had come to abolish the law. He said, I've not come to abolish, but
he
to
didn't abolish
fulfill.
it.
Right. For
Yeah,
truly I
he
tell
didn't-
you,
he didn't abolish it.
until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments, teaches others to do the same, will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So this sounds like a ringing endorsement for the law, doesn't it?
I agree that the moral law continues to apply to Christians in that they are obligated not to break God's moral law, which is affirmed in the Old Testament. Absolutely. The Mosaic laws, moral applications continue to be in effect. I agree with that. But obviously, the ceremonial law is completely different. That was foreshadowing Jesus Christ's atonement. That's why they sacrificed the animals. And it explicitly says, without the shedding of blood, there is no remission of sins. That's a foreshadowing of Christ's brutal death on the cross.
When God gave the law, how long did he say the laws were going to be in effect for?
It doesn't explicitly say this is ceremonial law. This is going to be fulfilled by the, first coming of the Messiah, who's then going to die and be resurrected and ascend and then return a second time. A while later, he's going to have a second coming. It obviously doesn't explicitly say that. That's progressive revelation. That's revealed in the New Testament. It's not explicitly.
Does it explicitly say how long the law will be in effect?
Well, the moral law remains in effect forever. I mean, Christians are obligated to abide by it forever. But the civil law is said to be perfect, a model for all nations. But the ceremonial law is never said to be eternally binding in that it's not going to be fulfilled by the Messiah incarnation. That's his first coming, his incarnation. He fulfilled it. His death, his resurrection, it's gone. Any restrictions on wearing mixed fabrics or eating shellfish or any of this that was
or being
all
allowed to own slaves, that sort of thing.
No, that was civil law. I don't dispute that has not been. I would say with slavery that it was even allowed to own other Israelites, unlike unlike usury, which you could only charge interest to non-Israelites because the nations around Israel were grievously sinful. And so it's like, all right, you might as well just, charge interest on loans to them because, it doesn't even really.
Got off slavery real quick.
Yeah, slavery. I could never call slavery intrinsically immoral because God never prohibits it and never condemns it in his word. It's mentioned in his numerous times. Now, I'm not saying that it's necessarily his ideal, that he's not going to have people enslaved in the kingdom of,
real quick,
of heaven.
What's your age?
Me? I'm 19.
Okay. If you're 19, then this is permitted. I did have a
all
similar
right.
thought.
So you cannot say that slavery is immoral. You
not
cannot make
intrinsically. That it depends on that whether there's violent abusive conduct going on, it's racist, something. It's just
So let's just say you buy a slave, you own them for life, you keep their children remain your property, they can be passed on as inherited property, and you're allowed to beat them with a rod. Is that immoral, or you can't say it's intrinsically immoral?
I obviously I can't say it's intrinsically immoral. It's explicitly permitted, but that was for non-Israelites. That
makes it better. Yeah, that I agree with you. That makes it better.
I mean, it wasn't permitted for those who were actually devoted followers of God. It was permitted for these people of the surrounding nations who were a bunch of pagan, idol-worshipping, child-sacrificing, grievously sinful individuals.
They weren't.
The Canaanites,
and even if they were, that doesn't create a permission structure to enslave people and their children and make them slaves for life, including their children.
Too, I'll admit that.
So,
but
are you aware?
67
You sound like a reasonably well-read chap. Are you aware of the difference in the the laws for Hebrew slaves and non-Hebrew slaves?
Yes, I'm familiar with
He
it.
had alluded to it.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
we
yeah,
agree. We
go ahead.
agree that in the case of fellow Israelites, the slaves, you could become a slave to work off a debt, right? This notion of indentured servitude,
Yep.
that you could work off a debt for 6 years, and you could go free after 6 years if you were a
Israelite, yeah.
male Israelite. If you were a male, if you were a woman, that didn't apply. If you were a woman, you didn't get to go free.
With that the Jubilee year, every time that occurred.
Yes, and if the slave owner had given the male a wife and they had had children, then when the man went out, what happened to the wife and children?
They continued to be enslaved,
Yeah,
or captive, or owned.
And when did they get released?
They were property. The children were born into it. So, from what I recall,
the word you're looking for is never. The word you're looking for is
yeah,
never.
for life.
Yeah.
That's what I recall.
Right. And that's good in your view.
I don't think it's necessarily good. I think that slavery only exists because of human sin. I think it's not evil. I think
when God commanded them, gave the commandments of how this should be done, and specified the parameters for these laws, he was making bad laws?
No, I'm just saying it's within a fallen world. I don't think it was his ideal that he wanted at creation for slavery to take place.
He had no choice but to do it.
It's a result of human. It's a result of human choice in response to.
It was God's choice to allow it.
God was completely powerless because of the fallen world that he had made fallen. He was completely powerless, but to create legislation that allowed people to own babies born into slavery for their entire lives that would never be let go. I'm glad we clarified that. So then the commandment about beating slaves, this one was specific to those same Hebrew slaves. When a slave owner, this is in the same section of the law on how to treat the Hebrew slaves. When a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished, naughty owner. But if the slave survives a day or two, there's no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. So this is the maximum amount of protection from murder that was accorded to slaves who were the most, at the highest level of slavedom, being the Israelite slaves. We have every reason to believe that this level of protection didn't apply at all to the foreign slaves, the slaves from other nations, or those from other nations living within the Israelites. So they didn't even enjoy that level of protection. So this is a culture where you could buy slaves, and we'll look at that right now. This is how you would buy the slaves from elsewhere. As for the male and female slaves you may have, let me just find it right here. Here we go. As for the male and female slaves you may have, it's from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing within you, and from their families who are with you and have been in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. And then it gives a throwback to the Israelites, just in case you've forgotten. As for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. The implication, of course, being that these slaves could be ruled over with harshness. So these are laws that God could have given differently, correct?
Yes, I think that something not being immoral doesn't mean that it's eternally what's ideal, that there's going to be an eternity of slavery of God's elect. I think that's, I'm obviously not going to say, oh, what he did was evil, it was a mistake or anything like that. No, obviously I affirm that God is perfect and that his laws are just.
These were good laws. So giving laws on how to own other people as property are good. just to clarify what you're saying.
Well, yeah, I mean, his
Yeah,
ways are
thought
above
so.
my ways, and his thoughts are above my thoughts. So I can't exactly explain why
that's fine.
in detail it was justified without further study of it. But I would say absolutely, I agree that what he did was not unjust.
Is there anything God could do or order done that you would consider, well, okay, that's bad?
No, he's confined by his nature. He cannot create square circles. He cannot rape infants or animals, etc., etc. He's not able to do anything that is in violation of objective morality, which stems from his nature.
So basically, just by definition, if God does it, no matter how sadistic or cruel or what have you, if God does it, it's just by default good, right?
Well, if it was actually sadistic and cruel, in my view, God wouldn't do it.
Is
Wouldn't be able
slave
to.
ownership is slave ownership cruel?
I don't think it's intrinsically cruel, because I don't think you intrinsically have to treat the slaves the way that they were treated, such as in the southern United States.
I think beating slaves is cruel, right? Well, taking someone's freedom or having them born into a captive environment where they have to do your bidding or be beaten, is that cruel?
Well, kidnapping is explicitly prohibited.
I didn't say anything about kidnapping. A child is born. A baby is born into slavery. They never taste freedom. They're living in a harsh slave environment where they work for free. They do the bidding of their master, and they are beaten. Is that cruel? Yes or no?
If they are beaten for just arbitrarily, essentially, like if it's not about them.
How about disobedience?
Yeah, I think it really depends on whether or not the master's commands are sinful, cruel, actually, are arbitrary or not necessary or just.
No, they're beaten with a rod whenever they disobey their master. They are forced to do their master, born into captivity. You can't even say whether that's cruel. It's not even a subjective assessment, like, for example, good. It's just, that's cruel, is it not?
Well, that's certainly, they certainly don't enjoy being beaten. I think
is that a yes or no?
Would I say that it's cruel? No, I wouldn't say that it's cruel if you're actually disobeying a command that is not unjustified, that is not
a command from your master.
Yeah.
You've worked all day and you didn't chop the lumber in the backyard. I'm gonna beat you. That's not cruel. Or even just owning you against your will as literal property, that alone is not cruel.
Well, you have to remember that if they ran away and were accepted by someone else, they could not be returned. The runaway slave law.
So what? I've got a question.
There are human beings.
They could escape any master that actually treated them legitimately unjustly.
Have you read the Quran much?
I've read some about the Quran and the Hadith, but I haven't exactly.
Have you read about the passage in the Quran where if you captured another town, you could, if you found a woman that you liked the look of, you could just pull her out of there and take her back to your house and then have your way with her after a little bit. What do you think about that?
So, I think I see what point you're making. I think you're referring to, I saw some atheists commenting on some passage in the Bible that they were interpreting that way. And so if there's actually a similar passage in the Quran, I wouldn't know whether or not there is. But if that's the point you're going to make, that's actually not in the Quran, that's in the Bible.
What would you think about that? What would you think about that, though?
Well, from what I recall, it didn't say anything about force, about this woman not actually agreeing to, even if the man's initiating it.
You're right. It is in the Bible. It is in the Bible, and we are going to read it together. We're going to read it together because it's charming. It's charming. So it says here, when you go out to war against your enemies, this is in Deuteronomy 21. When you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captive, so you've conquered this town nearby, your enemies. Suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry. You just see a woman and decide, you want to marry her. And so you bring her home to your house. She shall shave her head, pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house a full month, mourning for her father and mother. Why might she be mourning for her father and mother in a situation like that?
Yes, they've been killed in the.
They've been killed by your army. So potentially you are the one
Yes.
who might have killed her father and mother, right? Because it's possible, right? We can't rule that out. So you've gone into the town, you've done war on the town, you've killed a couple of parents, and then spotted their daughter amongst the survivors, and taken her back to your house, forced her to shave her hair, and given her a month to mourn for her father and mother. After that, you may go into her and be her husband. What do you suppose "go into her" means?
Well, that is how marriage occurred, such as with Jacob.
What does "go into her"
Marriage
mean?
was formalized by sexual intercourse, which so that of
Right.
course it's
So
that's
you've
referring
killed her
to.
parents, and now you get to fuck her. Yeah, that's right. And
Well,
do you
you
think
get
do you
to
think
marry
she's
her,
do you
and
think
that
she
is
do you,
how
do you think
marriage
she's
takes place.
likely to be of a mind to be amorous with you, having murdered her family?
I think that since she no longer has anyone to provide for her, this is exactly like Numbers 31. I think that she would absolutely agree in this case. If she has no provider or protector, that she wants resources, she wants security, she wants safety, she
wants to be in your
her
ever-loving
health
arms.
and welfare.
Yeah, you've killed a family,
Well,
and you
it's
just have
marriage.
a winning
It's not just-
smile. She's looking for a hubby, and
It's
you fit
marriage.
the bill.
It's not just
Yeah,
sexual
absolutely.
intercourse. That's how
Oh,
marriage. That's
it's
how
not-
marriage is.
Does she have a say-so as to whether or not she marries you?
It doesn't explicitly say that, but I think
You're-
it doesn't
you're the-
explicitly say that when the father arranges a marriage that of his daughter that she has a say. But I
What
think
do
the father would seek the daughter's input.
You're-
And so I think
I'm
The
sure
father is
having killed her family,
No,
you're
I'm
the
not
man
talking
of
about
her
this
dreams.
passage.
I'm sure she can't wait
I'm not
to
talking about this.
have
I'm talking about in
nuptials with you.
general arranged
Yeah.
marriages in general in the Bible is what I'm talking about. That there would always
Yeah.
be
Okay.
consideration of the woman's
This is not
attitude.
an arranged marriage. This is you've slaughtered her family, forced her back to your house, given her a month to mourn, and then decided to have your way with her. No, and
Well,
let's
I think
remember.
I think you're reading into the text. I
I'm
think
reading
that
into
it
the
doesn't
text
say,
exactly what it
say
says.
that it doesn't say that she's opposed to marrying you.
Are
It
you?
doesn't-
Can I ask you a question? Are you out of your mind? Are you out of
I
your
mean,
mind?
she. As
No,
I said, she has
I
nobody
want
to
an answer.
provide
No,
for.
I actually want an actual answer to this question. Are you actually out of your mind? I genuinely want. I'm not even asking ironically. Are you actually insane?
Well, as I said, if she has nobody to provide for,
No.
or protect
I
her
want
anymore,
you
then
to
it's not
answer the
equivalent
question.
To modern,
No,
modern
I think you think I'm being rhetorical, but I'm not. Are you actually
No,
insane?
I think that she would certainly
No.
feel
You're still
maybe
talking about
somewhat
her. I'm talking about you.
conflicted
I
or-
want you to answer my question. Are you
No,
actually
you'd have
out
to
of your
claim
mind?
that any actually
He's still
sincere
talking about
Christian
her.
would be out of their mind. I just
want-
said you'd have to claim any sincere Christian would be out of their mind for defending biblical inerrancy and infallibility.
They would. Any person who can imagine for the slightest millisecond that in a scenario like this, the thing that would be on her mind is cozying up to the person who's just slaughtered her family.
I didn't say she'd be
Has to
thrilled
be-
about it. I said that she would care
You-
enough about safety, security, health.
Oh, that's so
protection, and
charitable.
provision.
So she's so terrified that with you having slaughtered her family, she's so terrified that the next thing that might happen to her is that she might be physically endangered in some other way, that through fear she submits to you going into her. So I'm going to ask you, is this a good
you
law?
killed
Is
her
this
father,
is this
obviously,
a
and her
good
brothers or
law?
whatever.
Is this a good law?
Well, as it explicitly says, her parents are dead. So I think that, it's equivalent to what happened in Numbers 31. If her parents are dead, maybe her brothers are dead, etc.
We're going to look at
etc.
numbers. We're
That's
going to
the
look at Numbers
situation.
31 in a moment. I was saving that for dessert. Is this a good law?
I mean, I think it's an acceptable law. I think
think
if her
it's
parents are
acceptable?
literally, her parents are dead. They're dead. They're deceased. They're gone. And I'm sure
while you're on the line, I'm going to
other
read
people in our
this super
community are
chat
also
from
dead
Dr.
as well.
Greenlight, who says, "John, this isn't trolling. This is a proud USA, TPUSA grade Christian nationalist. Take notes, people. This is the reality they're fighting for. I agree. I think it's hard to believe that you're actually serious, which is why I asked you a couple of times whether you
turn my back on the word of God because there's
having some
passages
sort
that
of
are
mental health
controversial and
episode, because
unsettling.
it would be quite hard to tell this apart from some sort of mental collapse. The idea that you would come in with a straight face.
I'm very familiar with these controversial Bible verses.
Yeah, you're very familiar with it, and yet somehow not completely fucking sickened by it, which anyone with a heart beating anywhere remotely in their chest would be. It's absolutely appalling that you would stand by this. And interestingly, you're the first person I've ever spoken to who would dare to bring up Numbers 31 as an example that might be exculpatory to your position. So for that, we're going to have a look at it, because for anyone who hasn't read it, it's a doozy. So after Moses sends the Israelites to go and conquer the Midianites, which they do with aplomb, they come back saying that they have successfully conquered the Midianites. But Moses finds out that some of the young ones, some of the children were left alive. So Moses sends the army to go back to Midian again, and he says, "Now therefore, kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him." One wonders how they would figure out who fitted exactly into that category, but there we are. "But all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him, keep alive for yourselves." So this is distributing young virgin girls to soldiers as war booty. And this is the verse that our friend here decided to appeal to as a justification for explaining the moral logic in the other verse. Do you think this conversation's going well for you right now?
Well, I think that it simply is the case that their fathers were dead, their brothers were dead, etc., etc. And so Numbers 31, it makes a lot of sense, as I said, in the same logic that they are going to be at risk. They are going to be
having orphaned the
protected
kids.
or
The only
secure.
charitable thing to do, having orphaned these young girls, is to fuck them, the children.
Well, no.
Yeah. That's what this means. That's what this means.
It explicitly said that
It explicitly
you're going to wait
says
until
that you keep. No, it doesn't say that. It says you keep the young girls for yourselves. It does not explicitly say anything of the sort. I'm appalled. I'm not surprised, because you're not the first person I've spoken to who tries to defend this barbarism, but I'm absolutely appalled that you can do this. I mean, I'm really appalled. This is what religion does, folks. These people have votes. They vote in elections. In fact, we've got someone saying that right now. Here we go. This kid is allowed to vote on women's rights. Absolutely. I mean,
I would never turn my back on the Word of God. It's that simple. I'm emotionally and spiritually invested enough in the Word of God that
to be a total psychopath.
would never discard it because of some.
I know.
It's not psychotic. It depends on. Are these passages
it depends on having absolutely no sense at all of human decency or kindness or empathy or anything good. Your religion has hollowed you out as a human being, and there's virtually nothing left apart from blind, mind-dead obedience. That's all that we're hearing here. Nothing. I've heard more compassionate speech from a tree. Really, you need to consider this. If this is the path your life is on, change it. It's not good enough. It's not good enough to be a member of the human race and be so completely disconnected from reality. There we go. I didn't drop him, actually. He must have dropped himself. Going to read a couple of messages. I feel grubby. Do you? I feel grubby. That's disgusting.
I need a shower.
Yeah, that is disgusting. Fix up, young man. Fix up. Just some random dude on YouTube is back again. Thank you very much for coming back and for saying, I don't understand why people say, well, it's okay because their family is dead, so they want protection. Do you not remember who killed their family? Exactly. This was the preposterous claim he was making, that after a brief 4-week period of mourning her parents who you've killed, the first thing on her mind would be jumping into the sack with you is completely insane. Insane. Bryce, welcome back, and thank you again for another comment and donation. Hugely grateful. That kid was a troll, not because of what he was saying. Some Christians are that morally bankrupt, but because of how he was talking. No serious person talks like that in real life. You know what? I'm not
We've
sure.
heard this so much in real life. Yeah,
I'm not sure
not
you're
so
right.
sure he was a troll.
I
Yeah.
think he was serious. I mean, and I don't know what would be worse. I mean, what does it say about him if that was insincere? And what does it say about him if it was real? I mean, I suppose if it was insincere and his job was to come and caricature some crazy lunatic religious fanatic who doesn't care about child rape, then yeah, I suppose it could be said he did a service. He's shining a light on what this religion endorses. But I didn't get that impression. He just sounded like a very, very heavily indoctrinated person to me. And
yeah,
and I'm trying to be better about seeing people like that as a victim. He's a young guy. He's probably been brought up in an environment where he wasn't exposed to other ways of thinking. He probably hasn't thought about this very much. He's just had it drummed into him since an early age, probably by people he trusted. And so at the same time as I say that we need a degree of grace and understanding because we don't choose our non-belief, I try to remember that people like that didn't choose to believe either. He believes what he believes because he's been convinced it's true. He's been convinced that blind obedience to this war god is the perfect expression of moral perfection. That's it. That's the highest thing you can do. And he believes that's true. So I'm trying to be compassionate, but it's hard.
If this were the late 1600s, he would be the exact type of person that would be burning witches in Salem.
He would.
Like people that are indoctrinated to that level.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's exactly right. And it's so dehumanizing. It's so horrendous. The thing that's going to cheer me up now, is to bring in our very good friend, Sir Jeddick, because he is always awesome. Hey, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are y'all tonight?
I need you to be our palate cleanse, my friend, because we're feeling a bit grubby after that last conversation. That was vile.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was absolutely horrible. I wanted to add some context.
Sure.
To that, I saw a lot of people saying that he was a troll. And I think you guys nailed it. I don't believe he was trolling at all. This is how I grew up. It's very, very horrifying, very damaging. I had that exact same mentality as the previous guest, and it's one of the things that caused me to begin thinking, because it's so immoral and it's so wrong against humanity. I hate crimes against humanity in any form of the word. But this, I believe that I truly believe that the previous guest was not trolling. I think that he really believes that. He kept falling back on, I cannot turn my back on God. And this actually played in perfectly. I've been wanting to ask you guys about the question that you have up here, or the prompt that you have up here. Nobody chooses what they believe, which I completely agree with. But I wondered if you guys had interacted or could interact with me on maybe a different take on that, because I've seen this so much in my life growing up, and it's so awful because of the mental shaming that you get. You wake up every day wondering if you're doing the right thing, wondering if you're committing some heinous crime, just thinking some sort of thought somewhere.
Yeah.
And you have to continually mentally check yourself and ask for forgiveness about things you don't even know that you possibly could have done. And so it's really, really awful. And I think that there's a side of this, not choosing what you believe, maybe. I don't know that that you guys have interacted. I've not heard it interacted with, but I've seen it. I know it was true in my life for quite a few years. Even though you may not be able to make sense of X, Y, or Z from the scripture, as you see that, how, as you question how that might play out in real life, based on, the immoral aspects that might have. So you're kind of bouncing back and forth, but you're pressured so much in these cultures of these religions to conform and to go ahead and make that decision that you will never turn your back on Christ. You will never, and I could go on and on and on about you will never and you will always. And so I know this was true with myself for 10 plus years. And I've seen this happen with so many and teenagers that I used to teach week in, week out. You see the struggle, and it's so real, week in, week out, day in, day out. I used to spend tons of time with them trying to help them in their day-to-day life. And they would come to this point, whether it was at a youth camp or whether it was some specific church service somewhere that may have, clicked in their mind, and they make this conscious decision to accept and adopt. And from that point on, there's a dramatic change in their behavior, in their mentality, in their attitude. And it's a frightful thing to see. And so I think that maybe the previous guest is dealing with this aspect of religion.
Yeah, could be.
When you saw changes in, you said behavior, can you elaborate on any of like the behavioral changes you saw once they kind of made that decision to just blind loyalty, click in, accept everything? Like, what changes did you notice?
Yeah, for sure. Very much more, very, very much dogmatic. Very much just accepting of whatever the pastor might say. And it can boil down to our church used to have these things called housekeeping, like once a month or whatever, where they would kind of go off on tangents about what you could and couldn't wear. Teenagers might have been listening to some sort of music that somebody had told the pastor that X, Y, and Z was happening. And so all of these things are happening, and they just adopt, and then implement by speaking out very loudly about those things. And it creates a person that's just not amazing to be around.
Wow.
Yeah. That's such an incredible insight. I honestly think, in fact, I wanted you to be a palate cleanse after the last call, but you've actually been so much more. You've actually contextualized it in a really powerful and interesting way, and only someone with your insight could have done that. I'm so grateful. Actually, this was the tonic I think we needed, because I mean, you've really given us a glimpse under the hood there. Like, it's so authoritarian, it's so totalitarian, it's Orwellian, it's mind control, this idea of living in perpetual fear of becoming wrong, becoming, not displeasing the celestial invigilator, must just kind of stop you being a normal person. You must just live your life in a constant state of anxiety and self-checking, and I can imagine it sort of wearing away all the edges to make it all round and soft and not stick out very much and be kind of nothing there.
There's another aspect to this that dawned on me a while back, is that when religion turns to such extreme levels of even cultism, the religious leaders must enjoy a fantastic, and I mean that in a bad way, amount of power. Like, the religious leaders are propped up. I've even seen it that way just in normal churches. The pastor, the religious leaders, they are sort of venerated, they are exalted, and seen as sort of higher than, and these great people. And they possess a lot of power, but when it turns to like cultish sort of adherence like that, the amount of power and abuse that could take, the amount of power they have is great, and the susceptibility to them to abuse that power greatly increases as well.
Yes. Yes, you're
Go ahead.
exactly right. They wield in a tremendous amount of power, and it's not physically right. It's all mental and emotional,
Right.
and in the, I guess, for lack of better terms, in the spiritual realm. But there, that's the goal, Sean. That's the goal, is to take literally everybody else in the congregation and turn them into the same. And so, yeah, it's such a terrible, terrible, terrible mentality.
It's horrific, absolutely horrific. Wolf in the YouTube chat has said, I hope John considers turning the tables on people like the last caller. Ask them to imagine what it's like to be the victim, not the victimizer. That's a really good call.
Yeah.
I should probably do that. But, I guess it would be, my prediction is it wouldn't be an edifying exchange, because he'd already justified in his head. He would probably say something like, "Oh, I'd be so grateful for, I'd be appreciative of the security," or there'd be some sort of post hoc rationalization that he would come up with. But I do think that's a really good idea to try and offer that at least. It's horrendous.
I think that could be good. In my experience, and I know that I was this way, and it just breaks my heart looking back on how I used to be as a person. But if, for instance, while I was believing this, and after that choice that I made, right, to choose all of these things that were being presented to me, if you had tried to reason with me at that point, I would literally have blocked every minute aspect of that out and simply just tried to state my position more ardently.
Yeah, which is what he did, actually. That's what he did.
Yes.
Because I was trying to sort of make him see the really obvious, absolutely ludicrous idea of the woman wanting to marry the person who's just slaughtered her family. I mean, it's so preposterous, but he was still cleaving to it because I guess he had to.
Jed, you said, you sort of alluded to, you were in that state once yourself. Do you have what brought you out of it, and do you have any advice to us as we talk to people like that? Any approaches that might maybe a higher chance to get through, anything like that?
That's a great question, Sean. I'm naturally an extrovert. And so I love getting out in the community, which again was a side note, was something that was they tried not to let us do that, right? Because it's a closed system in and of itself.
Right.
But I loved getting out in the community. I had various jobs doing construction. I have a long history of construction, concrete, heavy equipment operating, things like that. And so it gave me an opportunity to interact with people that were just in society, right?
Right.
And so as taking these beliefs and trying to adhere to them, obviously it was my job, it was my great commission to try to convert each and every person that I came across. And so, while delving into conversations with individuals, they helped me because they would just ask questions, or they would look at me and be like, what are you even talking about? That's so incredibly stupid. And then it kind of helped me to jog my thinking capabilities a little bit, awaken those, for a lack of better terms, and start asking myself questions. Why do I believe X, Y, and Z? Why do I have to perform in this way? And then I know for me personally, because I spent quite a bit as a missions director, quite a few years as a missions director and a missionary myself. And so traveling the world really, really, really opened my eyes. I think that was one of the biggest things. You get to see other cultures, you get to see how they interact with their religious system. And I spent a year and a half alone in Indonesia, and that was a massive eye-opener for me. But I think encouraging people to just have conversations with other people that don't believe the same thing they believe.
Indonesia. So you spent half a year in Indonesia?
A year and a half, yes, sir.
Oh, a year and a half. Apakah Anda berbicara bahasa?
Baiklah. Kamu bisa berbicara dengan baik.
Terima kasih. Saya, I won't bore the audience with
properly
that.
outclassed here.
I went to language school in the army.
So cool. I'm a certified linguist as well. I translated. I became fluent in Indonesian in that year and a half, and did some translation work as well. But
Yeah, I
that's
am
insane.
rusty as heck. Basically, I forget
Wow.
it for the whole year, and then I refresh, and then I take my test. That's sort of how I go about it.
That's amazing. I love that.
Yeah. So yeah, stick around, Jed. We really appreciate the insight. Oh yeah. Do you what? So that's what sort of jogged you out of it. It sounds like, and I don't want to take a toxic approach, but it was sort of ridicule a little bit over time that sort of got you sort of that's what helped you. Am I correct on that?
Yes. So it was two things specifically. It was that alongside
Seeing the world.
seeing the world, but alongside in the religious side of it specifically, I that was my entire life. I gave myself so wholeheartedly to it, and when a person does that, they end up studying so in depth, right, and starting to see things that don't match up. So I was seeing things that didn't match up, and then when people would ask me these questions, I was like, wow, you have a very valid point there, and I was having to be honest with myself for the very first time in my life and say that I did not have a good answer for that, which goes against everything we were taught. We were taught that we have the 100% truth. We know exactly what's going on all of the time with every question. And if you don't know the answer, you just go back to your Bible, you study it, come back and give it to them later. And that is in fact not the case. So it was those two things specifically for me, the religious side of it kind of in tandem, and at the same time as being out in society and people kind of, questioning me on my stance.
And when we're in this live environment talking to these people that are heavily indoctrinated, the approach we have now, is there anything you would recommend changing, or would you say just kind of we're just doing it the right way and maybe it'll plant a seed for later? What's your thoughts on that?
So I absolutely love y'all's approach. It's very calm. It's very thought provoking. It's the thing that attracted me to this live. And so bringing those high temps down is just absolutely huge. But I think I don't know what y'all's background and experience is. Mine is specifically as it relates to fundamental Bible believing fundamental independent Baptists, and the King James Bible. And I know that you have quite a few guests, from kind of that really strict background.
Mm-hmm.
I would question them on very specific passages. And again, it depends on kind of what they're wanting to talk about at the time to know how to approach that. But I would break down some of those passages for them, much like you guys already do. But I think having a little bit more knowledge of that independent fundamental Bible believing background might be beneficial there. Because then again, being in that and then trying to debate or question somebody that doesn't understand it, you immediately kind of just negate whatever they're trying to ask you, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. Well, we definitely appreciate the insight and sharing your story. I hope you come up more because you always have great things to share and great insights, especially with your background and having gotten out of it. And we really appreciate having you here.
Thank you so much, guys. Sure appreciate y'all.
All right, buddy. All the best, man. Thanks. He's never has a wasted word. He's always insightful, smart, really a gem. And it's not that long ago that we first crossed paths, right? It was like 6 weeks or something like that. And he's been a regular, and I'm always really, really happy to speak to him. I'm going to bring in Ice Pick. This is a huge treat because we don't normally get to speak to Ice Pick. Ice.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
I don't know if we're allowed to say that. Apparently, we're not allowed to say the I word. I don't know if that's actually true. Anyway, how you doing? How you doing, Mr. Pick?
Long time listener, first time caller.
It's great.
How you guys doing tonight?
Yeah, thank you for all your
I wanted to
support.
talk to you guys about that previous caller. Because I have a son about his age, and I also have 3 daughters that are younger than him. And it just makes me wonder, like, what kind of like father would instill like that kind of mentality in their sons, especially if they have daughters themselves. It just it blows my mind, you know. I just thought about him and put like my son having that perspective, and it infuriates me. Like, I can't imagine how any father could like raise their son to think that way. Like,
I
the
can
sense of
only
entitlement there.
I can only imagine that his
Yeah.
father has a similarly broken, toxic view of things, and it all starts with this idea of decide God is good at the beginning. That's your starting point, and then
Right.
every belief you build
Right.
rests on that assumption. And if that's how you do it, never mind that it's completely upside down. That's not
stuck.
something we do in any other context in life, that we decide someone's good and then
Right.
build everything. That's not a thing you do in any other situation. And the reason we don't do it is because it's stupid. Because what it leads to is what we saw
Yeah,
here.
it's completely irrational.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, then anything's fair game. There's no depth of depravity that you aren't forced to like try and defend or justify.
Yeah.
You know, you're stuck with it. And yeah, it's just mind blowing. But anyway, I just wanted to. This is actually my first time ever coming up on a live, so I wanted you guys to be my first.
Well, thank you.
I always enjoy you in the chat, and it's great to
you-
hear your voice, man.
You have been a steadfast
good to talk to you guys.
supporter, Ice. I really appreciate you, man. I really do. You've been there for a long time, being supportive on the TikTok
Yeah,
side.
I remember. I'm so glad that I came across. I mean, what, it's been like 6-7 months now. I remember when there was just 10 or 15 of us in here,
It was
and
tiny.
now look at you.
Wow, I wasn't here that early.
Yeah,
You caught the really early days.
Ice Pick is one of the super early ones. So just let me say to you right now, I appreciate you very, very much. So thank you.
Oh, and I think I speak for everybody in chat when I say we appreciate both of you guys and what you
Thank
do.
you.
Giving the space for people to come and be themselves and talk about this sort of stuff. Because I'm like you, John. I'm a cradle atheist. I've never been a believer, so it's been pretty fascinating. Getting to know so many good people who actually have to go through the struggle of separating themselves from this sort of thinking and these beliefs, and struggle through the social consequences that has for them. And it's been very enlightening.
And
for me.
I think it's great that
I was going to just say, I don't think we can underestimate how important these online communities are for people who are on that journey out of belief or have come out of it, to just have so much validation from other people and so much shared experience, people who understand the pain, who understand what is lost sometimes in this process, and just that need to have that understanding from others. It's so important. So the community aspect of this is massive. Sorry,
Yeah,
Sean, I didn't mean to interrupt you, man.
No, that's okay. Yeah, I wanted to say for both of you, you guys have never been through the deconstruction process, and I want to tell you both that it's very meaningful that you guys are out there looking out for people and caring about people who are going through something that you yourself never experienced. It's sort of, a lot of times people face trauma and they sort of make it their life's mission to help other people that went through the same trauma. But you guys are looking out for people for going through things that you yourself never had to experience, and I think that in itself is very meaningful. And I know I speak for the others when I say we all appreciate it.
Thanks, Sean.
Cheers, man.
Thanks. Yeah. Good. Well, the community is it. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely. Unlike the belief that it is the hokey pokey, which is not the case. That's not what it's all about. The community is what it's all about.
That's it.
Anyway, I'm gonna leave you guys with a joke if you don't mind.
Of course.
Go for it.
I heard it recently. 2 priests are driving down the road. Cop pulls them over, comes up and says to him, "Excuse me, gentlemen, we're looking for 2 child abusers." The priests look at each other. One of them says, "Okay, we'll do it."
Very good indeed.
Waka waka. All right. Good night, guys. Take care. Thanks.
Cheers, Ice. Take care.
Yeah, bye.
Right. Okay. Good stuff. Well, just as I'm preparing to put a lid on it, we get a couple in the queue. So we'll take
It's
Joshua.
Saturday, so what the heck?
It's Saturday, yeah. we're bringing in Joshua right now. Hey, Joshua, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Very well indeed.
Doing well.
Welcome. You're on with Sean and John. What would you like to say?
Well, I am a Christian. I do agree with you that hell is ridiculous. However, I don't think it's even biblical. But I think what I'm most interested in is nobody chooses what they believe. I'd like to have just a dialogue about that because I'm kind of on the fence about it. I'm not really certain that you do or do not.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think I can make a pretty strong case for you do not. And this is how I normally build it, right? So if you become persuaded by something or convinced of something, then belief happens inevitably. You can't stop it. It's just a thing. It's just another word we use for that process of being persuaded by something. So if you're persuaded, belief happens. If you're not convinced by something, you're not persuaded by it, belief is impossible as long as that's true, right? As long as you're not convinced, you ain't believing. Belief is not going to happen. So the question then becomes, can you choose to find something persuasive? Can you choose to find something convincing that you don't find convincing? And the answer to that is quite obviously no. If it were different, the world would be very different. Human experience would be very different. For example, no one would ever worry. What's worrying? Worrying is thinking it's true that something bad might happen. That's what it means to be worried. You think it's true. You're convinced that there's a non-zero chance that something is going to happen that you don't want to happen. And it's unpleasant to worry. It's painful. It's no one likes to be worried. No one likes to feel anxious. If you could just choose what you believe, then whenever you felt worry, you could just choose to think something else and choose to not believe that that thing might happen. The reason you can't is you can't modulate what you believe by will. And this applies to everything. It applies to things where there's obvious evidence against it. So if it's a sunny day, you can't choose to believe it's raining outside. Well, that's obviously true because there's the evidence of it not being that way is right there. But it applies even to things where there isn't obvious evidence to the contrary. There's no switch that gets introduced into the equation once there's sufficient amount of uncertainty in there that then suddenly allows you to just switch on and off belief like a light switch. So even if you take something like a question where there isn't an obvious answer, say, is there life on other worlds? There might be, there might not be. We don't know. But if you think there is, then you're going to believe there is. And if you don't think there is, you're not going to believe there is. And there's nothing you can do about it, whichever one of those you're in. So that's why I say belief is more like a perception than an action. In fact, it's not an action at all. It's a complete category error to treat it as an action. And that's where I think Christianity falls down, because Christianity and Islam treat belief as if it's an action.
Well, may I ask you a couple questions?
Sure.
So, do you believe that we are products of our environment to an extent?
To an extent, yes. We are products of a combination of our genetic inheritance, our environment, our experience.
Yeah. So, then I imagine it would follow that if you take one individual and you bring that same individual up in two different environments with two different experiences, it would be likely that that same person would end up being different in each instance.
Yep.
Yeah.
So what if someone were to intentionally, consistently place themselves in an environment that's leading them toward the type of individual that they would like to be, even if they're not that person yet?
Yeah. So you can influence your beliefs. You can decide to place yourself into contact with ideas, with influences, you can kind of curate your own stream of information coming in, and you can completely control that yourself. That is within the domain of your control and choice, which is why I don't make the claim you can't influence your beliefs, but you just can't choose them. So there's a difference between influence and control, right? You can decide what books to read, you can decide who to listen to, you can decide what lives to get onto, you can decide what communities to affiliate with. All of these things you can decide. You can decide what questions to ask, and you can decide what claims to examine. What you can't decide is whether you find any of those things convincing and persuasive. That's the one part of the process that you discover rather than decide, and it happens to be the most important one.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I would say this though. So, say that I consistently choose things heading in a specific direction repeatedly, intentionally. For instance, you come to a point where, and this has happened, with some people that have been atheists, and they determine that they're going to, disprove Christianity, for instance. And as they are looking at information, they end up finding themselves in a situation where they're like, oh, wow, I'm actually starting to think that this may not be false. And this goes both ways. There's Christians that seek to disprove atheism, and they find themselves becoming an atheist. So yeah, I'm not saying it's a one-way street, but what I am saying is that, go ahead. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
In all of those instances, it's never because they just fancied having a go at the other side and just decided to change their shirt. It's because something in that process of investigation led them to be convinced of things that they weren't previously convinced of. So in the case of an atheist looking to debunk Christianity, they might have come across very compelling personal testimonies or arguments in favor of historicity, or whatever there might be, some philosophical argument about first causes, or whatever it might be. Something's happened to them in their journey of investigation that's caused them to become convinced of things they weren't previously convinced of. And and same with the inverse, right? You've got people like Dan Barker, who was a very, very well respected evangelical fundamentalist evangelical preacher for 20 years, and he set out to educate himself to be able to better defend the faith, and in the process of doing that eventually ended up completely losing his belief totally, and is now president of the Freedom from Religion Foundation. So it can happen both ways, but when it happens, when those changes of belief happen, they always are because somebody's sense of what convinces them has changed, and they've become aware of it. They haven't just decided it.
It's interesting to point out that these are cases where people sought out to confirm or prove what they already believed. So they actually desired the opposite result of what they got. Matt Dillahunty tells a similar story where, if I butcher it, I apologize to him, but he was worried about his roommate. His roommate was an atheist. Well, I need to find proof to save his soul. And in searching for proof, he ended up becoming unconvinced in Christianity, and he was deep in the faith at that time. And so getting an opposite result of what you are trying to accomplish actually makes the argument that belief isn't a choice, because they wanted A and they ended up with B. So what happens is, when you set out on these journeys to learn about something, you cannot control what the consequence is going to be of doing those things. But by doing those things, one or the other will happen. You're either going to change your mind or you're not going to change your mind. And in either case, it's not something you're choosing.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, I see what you're saying. I would say this, though. Do you think that this is something that's significant as to whether or not, like, Christianity were true? This seems, I mean, to me, it doesn't. Yeah,
It's
okay,
not.
I didn't think so.
It's not. But what it is it's massively significant as to whether Christianity is morally coherent. So even if Christianity, let's say for a moment Christianity is true. I'm going to come with you on that journey, right? Let's say for a moment all the claims of Christianity are true, and Jesus lived and was crucified and was resurrected, and Adam and Eve and the Garden of Eden and sin and talking donkeys, and all of it's true. It would still be the case that I, as an atheist, if I'm unable to be convinced that it's true, how does it make moral sense for me to be punished for that inability to be convinced that it's true, even if it is true? Do you see what I'm saying? I didn't word that beautifully, but do you understand what I'm saying?
I completely understand what you're saying. So I should actually probably preface this with this. I personally, I don't believe that you or anyone that disbelieves in Jesus or God is going to be punished per se. And I don't believe that that's what the Bible's even trying to tell you.
So when it says those who believe in him are not condemned, but those who do not believe are condemned already because they've not believed in the name of the only Son of God, what does condemned mean?
To death, meaning everyone will die, and so you will die. That's what that means.
But then it also says that people who believe in him are not condemned. So do people who believe not die? I see believers die every day.
Yeah, so what this is talking about is going to be what a Christian believes in as eternal life. So you just wouldn't have eternal life in that instance, but you won't be punished.
So it's capital punishment then. So everyone else gets to carry on living, but I don't get to carry on living because of what my beliefs were.
Well, I look at it this way. It's like if my dad has a mansion and he wants me to come hang out with him, and I just simply I say, well, no, you don't have a mansion. You've been poor my whole life. I don't believe you. So I never go hang out with my dad. I don't ever get to experience my father's mansion because I just don't think it's actually there. I don't think it exists. It doesn't mean that I'm punished for it. It just means I don't take part in it.
If your dad wants a relationship with you, should he not show you that he exists?
I would argue that God does show us that he exists. It's just like you said, you just don't find it the evidence convincing.
Can an all-powerful deity try to show us he exists but fail?
So this is the thing, right? Like, is it his failure that we choose not to recognize the like?
I'm not choosing not to recognize the truth. If God actually exists, I genuinely want to know, but we've established that belief isn't a choice. I can't just, by an act of will, believe he exists. But if God is all powerful, he could convince me. He could show me in some way, in a way that he knows would convince me. So either he tried and failed, or is unable to, which means he's not all powerful, or he just chooses not to. One of those two things has to be true.
Do you think that there's any like one belief other than the fact that we're all going to die someday that we could convince the entire planet, every person on the planet of?
If I were all powerful, I could convince everyone on the entire planet of anything I wanted.
Right, but this is the issue there. The thing that you run into is that if you were to do something like that, then you're taking away the choice option.
Don't say free will.
No,
it's
I'm
okay.
not. It's
okay.
choice.
No, it's
And
a fair
choice.
question. Joshua, if you convince me God exists, did you violate my free will?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay.
But I still, you said.
Hold on. If God convinces me God exists, did he violate my free will?
No.
Okay. So he could convince everyone on the entire planet that he exists without violating their free will.
Okay. Let me. I see what you're saying, and let me ask you this. So I'm sure you guys are probably both very familiar with the biblical text, right? I'm sure you are. Am I correct?
Yeah. Okay. To a degree. I'm not an expert, but a bit. Right. Go for it.
in having these conversations, I have to imagine that you're fairly familiar. So
Yeah.
sorry. So if you go through kind of the timeline, and this is actually what I believe Genesis is laying out. I believe that the beginning of Genesis, it's the whole book of Genesis is talking about different kind of relationships or covenants that God makes with different individuals. So first it's Adam, and then it's Noah, and then it's Moses, and then it's King Nebuchadnezzar. And then after that, we make our way to Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm.
So throughout each of these periods, there's different options, so to speak, that God gives for people to be convinced to have a relationship with him.
Yeah.
And he
So
tries several different. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm willing to, like, if God exists, I genuinely want to know. I'm literally unable to, but it just goes to stand. So there's a logical entailment. If he's all powerful, he could convince the entire planet he exists. If Jesus is God, most of the planet does not believe he exists. They either believe in no God or the wrong God or gods. So he could convince the entire planet. And we established that it wouldn't violate their free will. It would actually enhance it, because now they know another truth and they can decide what to do with that information. They can follow him or not. So why doesn't he?
Let me ask you this. If you knew without a doubt that if you didn't have a relationship with God, that you were going to die, versus if you did have a relationship with God without a doubt that you would have eternal life, would you feel like you had a choice? Or would you just say, well, I want eternal life, so I'm going to choose God?
Well, it may be the latter, but he's the one putting that ultimatum. So basically, so what's the difference?
This is his system that he's set up.
Yeah.
With these funny
rules. Why
rules.
have that threat? He outlines it in the Bible. He says, "Believe in me, and believe you won't go to hell." He's the one giving that ultimatum. So it's almost like you're saying he's providing this ultimatum to the world through this Bible, but he doesn't want everyone to know that ultimatum is actually there, and both things can't be true.
Well, I disagree that he doesn't want everyone to know. That's
your argument, though, because you're saying,
what do you mean?
So basically what you're saying is, if God let you know he exists, would the threat that he puts in the Bible, would that influence my actions? Yes, and it would influence, and it does influence countless Christians. They're always there. That's the whole point of Pascal's wager.
Right. I think Pascal's wager is ridiculous. I agree with that.
So people who already believe know about hell, but you're saying he's not going to convince the rest of the people because they will also know about hell or annihilation or whatever they believe in.
I think most people are deceived. I don't believe in hell.
No. Okay, so forget hell. I forgot you don't believe in hell. So all the Christians who believe right now either believe in something, the vast majority believe in like annihilation or hell or some sort of type of consequence of not believing. That's already true for the people who currently believe. So what's wrong with the rest of the world also believing and knowing about the consequences?
Do you have kids?
I don't know. I'd like to. I'm running out of time.
Yeah, I'm sure that you have relationships with people in your life.
Of course.
Well, actually, you know what? We'll use this live as an example. How about this? So,
okay.
If somebody is scrolling through this live and they decide to request up, and they start talking to you, and then they say, "F you, I don't want to be here." Would you feel the need to just be like, no, please, don't go. Stay here and talk to me. Just, please, I don't want you to leave.
No, I wouldn't. But the entire planet isn't saying, F you, I don't want to talk to you. In fact, we have countless believers in this very chat who, myself included, who wanted to continue believing and couldn't. And so you're making a blanket statement that
those who believe in God want a relationship with them, and then the entire rest of the planet who don't believe Jesus is Lord and Savior are saying, F you, I don't want to talk to you. And that's not a realistic.
Well, that was just to clarify. I'm not saying that you're saying "f you" to God. I'm saying that in that instance, the individual is saying that. I understand that genuinely some people may really seek to believe and not be convinced. I understand that.
Yeah. So why doesn't he convince them?
Well, how would you like him to do that? What would you need?
Well,
I don't care how. He would know how.
This is the thing, right? Even if we say I have no idea what would convince me because I don't know, God would know, wouldn't he? If he's all knowing, he would know exactly what evidence would be sufficient to convince me, and then I would know he exists, and then I could use my free will to decide whether I want to have a relationship with him or not. The reason why your example of people in the live going F you and going off is not analogous is because in that situation, they know we're here. They know we exist, and it's a personal rejection of them saying, I don't want you, I don't want to know you, and walking away. That isn't what we're doing. I'm not rejecting God. I just not convinced there's anyone there to reject. And that's why the example you gave doesn't work as an analogy, because in that example, they do know we're here. There's no lack of knowledge there. There's no lack of acquaintance. There's a lack of acquaintance here. So I'm not saying to God, I don't love you anymore, I'm moving out. I just don't think there's anyone there. And that is the bit that it's not okay to punish.
I think this kind of begs the question, why should God, why should God have to convince people necessarily?
Because he's putting penalties in place for not being convinced. Essentially, the death penalty. He's making it a capital crime. Everyone else gets to go on living forever, lovely mansions in the sky in Cloudland, or whatever the conception of heaven is. I mean, personally, I think that sounds fairly horrific. But even that aside, everyone gets to enjoy continued existence, apart from the people who God chose not to reveal himself to. Can you not see how that's a setup?
Sure. Have you been? I'm sure you seem very, very well spoken. Did you go to college?
Nope.
No. Well, that you seem very intelligent. So, but I'm sure you went to high school or some sort of schooling, right? At some point in time.
I had some school.
Okay. So when it comes to schooling, we have systems set in place where we have testing, right? And when you go through testing and then and say you do make it into college and say you want to be a doctor, you have to go through med school. You have this system kind of like of a weeding out program. Right? And what it does is it ensures that the people that finally make it to this specific position are what that position is looking for, so to speak. So my question would be, say that we have it all wrong, which I think that we do in a lot of ways. I don't think we completely understand God the way we think we do. But say that there's a specific type of behavior or type of individual that is selfless and whatever that God is looking for to have with him. And this life is weeding out the people that are going to be selfish and that are going to bring things into his presence, so to speak, that people wouldn't want to be there for eternity.
There's a problem with that.
Go ahead, John.
Sorry. Yeah, there's a problem with that, which is that all-knowing, all-powerful, omniscient beings don't have to do tests. They don't have to weed out. God would have known from the inception of time itself what the moral inclinations, intellectual inclinations of every human who's ever lived, right? We talk about counting hairs on heads. God would have known all of this about everyone. He could have just not created the ones who would be not according to his values, or he could have created them with a tweak. He could have made them so that they were fully in possession of free will, but inclined towards the kind of values he likes. Model God citizens he could have made. He could have made all of humanity having enjoying the full range of free will, but just not inclined, not having the instincts to do the things he doesn't like. Like, human beings, I use this example quite a lot. Human beings almost universally do not eat their children, right? Apart from when God makes it happen in the Bible, but that's a different story. Under normal circumstances, human beings don't eat their kids, right? And it's not, that doesn't represent an abrogation of our free will. It's just we're not inclined to do it. We don't have an instinct to eat our children, and we have a very strong instinct not to eat our children. God could have programmed instincts like that into us to make every human being who's ever lived a model God citizen and a lovely person who God would love to spend eternity with, and we still would have had complete free will. He just chose not to.
Let me ask you a question. So say that they came out with this wonder drug, and if everyone took this drug, they would automatically become the perfect example of a human being. There would be no murder, there would be no rape, there would be no of these awful, horrendous things that people do. This drug, if everyone took it, they would automatically be the best version of an individual that you could be. Would it be moral or immoral to give this to the people, put it in their water without them knowing, and just watch people become better? Would that be moral or immoral?
Arguably, it would be moral, as long as it didn't have any unpleasant side effects or, as I said, take away people's autonomy or anything like that. If it just made everyone into kind of passive zombies, they're not great.
If it gave everyone empathy, then maybe moral. It's an interesting question, but it kind of touches on, well, going back to the Adam and Eve story, God could have made a version of Adam and Eve who would not have eaten the apple and thus had a fallen world, but that's a whole nother topic there.
Yeah. I think we might draw things to a bit of a close because it's getting very late here, and I slightly have to function tomorrow morning. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm in the UK, and so it's 4:30 a.m. right now. But really enjoyed talking to you, Joshua. Thank you very much for coming up to
thank
speak
you
to
guys
us.
very much.
Okay.
You guys have a good night. Thank you.
And you. All the best. Thanks. Okay. So let's have a look at this. We have Sloshy Well again, bringing it. If God isn't real, then why are chickens, the most delicious birds, unable to fly? Checkmate, theists or atheists. Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant. So I think we're going to pretty much draw a line there. We'll just bring in screaming silence to end the conversation. How are you, Richie?
I'm doing well. You're looking very tired, John.
I'm a little tired. It's been 6.5 hours. I didn't get much sleep last night, and it's now 4:30 a.m. So definitely burning the candle.
Goodness.
But I'm loving it. I've had a really good time tonight. There's been all sorts of interesting callers. It's been really good.
So you must, and it does show.
Thank you. No, I love it. This is my passion at the moment. I've not felt. I was lucky in a few years ago to have a very, very successful and enjoyable career doing something I really loved, and I love this even more. So I feel very, very lucky right now to have amazing people around, and to get to do this a few times a week is really a joy.
More than being a music producer, huh?
More than that. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well,
what would you like to say?
It kind of goes hand in hand with that. Sean was talking a few guests ago about people that are deconstructing, and how this community really helps them a lot. And I just wanted to say that it's helped me tremendously. I mean, it's only been a few months that I found you guys, and I mean, it's been about 4 years now since I've four and a half years that I've been, in the process of deconstructing, and it's still very difficult. There's 30 something years of, I would call it brainwashing,
Yeah.
that I have to just, and sometimes carefully pull at the threads, because if you try to unravel too much too fast, sometimes it's a lot to handle.
Yeah.
I would say what's been the most difficult thing for me, which you guys have helped with, is when I do get into some of these conversations, because I have, like I've said, my family's very, very still much within the faith, and I have family members who are like pastors, and so we do, get um, onto these discussions. And I was talking to my brother's brother-in-law, who I've known for like 20 years, and we were at the gym talking, and I was bringing up the topic of how um, God sees everything. He sees all the bad things happen. Like he watches 3-year-old innocent girls get raped. And when I said that, he said to me, he's like, hold on. He's like, why'd you say innocent? And I got sick to my stomach. And
It's
I was like,
horrendous.
what do you mean? He's like, well, nobody's innocent. And I was like, man, the fact that you like had to correct that is like extremely upsetting. I said, honestly, I'm sick to my stomach right now. He's like, well, we all have a sin nature, and we're all, guilty of, blah, blah, blah. And I just was like, Justin, like, do you hear yourself right now? Like, I'm talking about a 3-year-old. Like, how do you even think that? And I said, honestly, like he has children. I was like,
It's
that's
horrific.
extremely yeah. And that's years ago, I honestly would have really lost my cool. But I remember, what you guys always say about how, like, these people are not necessarily choosing their beliefs and they've also are victims of the cult. And, I think if I just freak out, it's not going to get through to them. But if I try to be a little more gentle about it, maybe they'll see the sincerity. So that's
Yeah.
something that has really helped me, because that's been honestly one of the hardest parts of deconstructing, is knowing that so many people hold these beliefs and do view, people and even children in these lights. And it's really hard to deal with sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's one step at a time, and there's
Mm.
no rule that says there's no finish line you have to get over, or certain amount of deconstructing you have to do in a particular whatever. It's once you're on that right path, and you once you kind of achieve, like, there's like a sort of escape from the gravity, which is reaching the point where you know that whatever you believe is yours to believe. You don't have to
Mhm.
fit yourself into anything else. Then the process will just take its time, and we know that even when you reach the kind of mental disconnection from some of these ideas, the emotional stuff is still there on some level, especially if you had it for many
Mhm.
years. The emotional reactions to things, and the fear reactions, the fear responses, and the fears of hell and stuff like that, they take much longer to pass, but they do pass. They just take much longer, and just be
Well,
kind to yourself about it.
yeah, I still, if I'm being honest, I mean, I'm single right now, and so I live alone. I have a lot of quiet time by myself, and that's actually what my name is referring to. Screaming silence is, to me, sitting alone in silence is sometimes the loudest noise that you'll ever hear.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
I still, after years, will once in a while just go, God, like, if you are real, like, I don't want to miss you if you are real. Like, if you are, can you, like, make yourself known to me and introduce yourself? And I'll still, even though I don't believe right now there's a God, it's like, I still will just be like, but man, what if there is? I don't want to miss out on that,
Screaming, that's okay. I had a woman from this live DM me the other day. I won't say her name.
Mhm.
I think it was Mormonism, but she was in the deconstructing process from her religion,
and she was talking to me about things that sort of keep her from going all the way, you know, from to like full atheist or what have you, and
Mhm.
what she should do about it or what have you. There is, you are under enough pressure from your previous religion to continue believing you must think a certain way. I am going to put no pressure on anybody, and you shouldn't be under any pressure to uh, have any particular belief state. You should just do honest introspection within yourself. And when you do that honest, pressure free, that honest introspection, even if you continue believing to some degree or what have you, or believe in a higher power, it doesn't matter. It's totally okay. There's no pressure to become an atheist. There's no pressure to uh, for any direction, right? The important thing is I just want you and everyone to have no fear shackles on their mind, and then do your introspection, do your study, think about it's fun to do that. Think about the universe and think about all the mysterious questions, and then like whatever conclusion you come to, just allow it to happen, and it's okay. Even though I'm an atheist and this is sort of an atheist slash deconstruction community, um, I'm not advocating or trying to push anyone to become a full atheist. Like, there's no pressure here. Be part of us, even if part of you like still believes in God. That's okay too.
Yeah, and I definitely feel that from you guys, and it is very much appreciated because it's hard to find your place sometimes when you are still trying to work things out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that is felt by you guys, and that means a lot. So you know, I just wanted to say that and tell you guys once again that this is very helpful. I know you probably do hear from people, but I just want to make sure it is known that it
Thank
is
you.
making a difference. You know, both of
Thank
you.
Good. That's good, Screaming. And if you come back to us, you say, you know what, I kind of believe in God again. We're not going to be like, ew. You know what I mean? It's totally
No,
okay.
I don't foresee that, but there still is just like I still have that just in case part, you know, happening.
Yeah.
That's
But
fine.
No,
I
of
don't
course.
I
That's
don't I
normal.
don't yeah, I
Dude,
don't
that's so
personally foresee
normal.
that. Okay,
That that
it's good to
that
hear.
might last a while or a lifetime. That's a very normal part of the process.
Yeah.
Mm,
Good for you,
well,
man.
yeah, thank you. I
All
appreciate
right,
it.
buddy. All right, buddy. Nice to speak.
All right,
Keep
guys.
well. Be well.
You too.
Thanks.
You too.
Okay, I think that is that's gonna be our bit. Before I go, I have to just share. This is our little members wall. So this is only for members on the inner circle membership. Get a name check on the members wall. So at the moment there are only 3: Tim Cooney, and Gordon Loves Science, and Drew Smith. That's the extent of the inner circle right now, but is a way for you to support the channel if you are so inclined is through the memberships, and if not, that's also fine too. There will never be super important stuff locked away behind those things. That's not what we're about. But wanted to let you know about that. So thank you for those guys, and thank you for everyone for joining us this evening. Fantastic mods as always on both TikTok and YouTube. All the regulars. It's so wonderful to see you. It's so awesome watching the YouTube community form in the same way that the TikTok one did over the last few months. It's such a thrill watching it happen on that platform too, and I feel endlessly privileged to be part of this with you guys. So thank you very, very, very much for all the likes and the things and the TikTok gifts and all this stuff. It really means a lot. So thank you very, very much. Sean, thank you, my friend, as always, for being
Thank you, John.
wonderful.
Enjoyed it as always.
Thank you.
And thank you, everybody.
I'm going to do a day stream next week. Date to be advised. It may well be Tuesday. I'll confirm this ASAP. And yeah, let you guys know as soon as possible when the next one will be. So once again, thank you very much, everyone, and we'll speak soon.